Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the big event, the GIGABYTE Cup. We've been hyping this one for a long time, and y'all, it just didn't feel right to hype this one up enough without one of the OGs here from Aquatik. So we have brought Riptide back into the arena.
It is a pleasure. I got wandering in places. I ended up in a basement somehow. It's very scary. Florida basements, not friendly.
Did you see Kami Wolverine down there?
I did, so I quickly threw my LaCroix and then ran upstairs again. Guys, it is, I am beyond jacked. I'm feeling great. Anything to get our game on, and what better way to do it than with GIGABYTE and with Helm.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day. I mean, there's so much amazing content that's about to be hitting this arena. And I think this is one of the real first times that out of this studio, which by the way, does this not look amazing in here today?
Yes, and I want to give a shout out to Explo, who consistently, as you guys know, has always been here to help design graphics and just colors, everything. So I always want to give a shout out to our boy over in the UK because he's definitely watching.
Yeah, and you know, I'm most excited because we haven't really had League of Legends coming out of this space yet. I mean, we've done some things with it in the
We did one
past.
community mashup in the past that I remember running. But the big thing about this, when I was talking with Devlin earlier today, and I didn't realize, I mean, we always put on the big event.
Yeah.
But when you realize that you have some of the biggest players and teams in North America playing with us, like that's a big deal, guys. And the fact that like they're home here at Aquatik for you. And this is just the one of many steps forward that we're taking in order to bring the best content, whether it be League or Valorant or any game that we specialize in.
Yeah, and so we're excited because, you know, as Riptide was saying, we've partnered with some amazing brands to bring all of this possible. I mean, it's amazing. We have Helm Audio that's going to be doing some amazing things. We're going to be doing some giveaways throughout the day to help increase, you know, their reach. So you can see the amazing products. I mean, they're the winner of 4 CES Innovation Awards for 2020. I mean, I know you're a huge CES fan. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yes, I mean, CES is the trade show for all new tech and consumer electronics. So when this committee says this is the product of the year, this is innovating products, I mean, it's a big thing. And even myself, again, they were nice enough to give me one to personally keep and use, but I have wired one in my car now because I loved it so much. We had one for gaming. We were playing Warzone the other day. It sounded fantastic. Warzone itself is amazing, but to feel like you're inside of a movie playing a game was the even better experience.
And then of course we have GIGABYTE, which we all know is amazing. I mean, everything that they build, and I've actually really been impressed. They've sent us some of their monitors, and they've blown me away.
The monitors that we have in house that they sent us are fantastic. They have really clean displays running at 144 hertz, and I mean that's for any PC gamer. Heck, I mean, I'm really, even for the consoles too, that all the newer consoles run at 120 hertz. I mean, that is a premier way to play. And Gigabit, anybody who knows anything about Gigabit, they make great boards. I went to school for electronics. Their boards are impeccable, guys. So, I mean, if you're really looking for a high quality and actually even not blowing the bank either, being able to save some cash too, Gigabit is a great way to go.
So, yeah, I mean, we're really lucky to bring on these amazing sponsors, to bring these events together because, again, it just empowers our players to have those kind of big brands backing them on what they're doing. And it's just so exciting to see, right? I mean, Aquatik is all about bringing esports to everyone. And so we love the concept of being able to bring these players in, giving them some amazing brands to get recognized by, to continue moving forward with. And then, of course, to help pad their wallets a little bit more and hooking those players up with some fantastic winnings as they take it home in the arena.
I won't say what it is. I know you definitely won't, but he was actually throwing in some little secrets there about something in the future. So, but always keep your eye open because we have even more great things coming, guys. And to say it to that, I know we actually have a sponsor coming up here, and we want to have a little ad that we want to show you. So, Elvie, let's get it fired up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one and the only, the one true trackpad who now goes by It's Aquatik Trackpad on Twitch. Don't know if you might have noticed or not, but it is me coming at you live from the Aquatik studio, and we are here for the GIGABYTE Cup, where champions will rise and we will have a showcase worthy of the lunar beasts themselves. We're going to start today off with a very exciting showcase of the new and improved AR Earth game mode. For those of you that have been fans of League of Legends for a long time, you all know Ultra Rapid Fire is all about chaos and all about fun. We're going to have our third place team, Team Smoge, come in and play a few games to show you what the mode is all about and get you hyped up for the recently started Lunar Beasts event to celebrate the fusion of the past, the present, and the future in celebration of the Chinese New Year. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into the action. Let's pass it over to our fantastic casters for the day, Cyrus Klepp and Papa Donut. And with them, we'll go live into our first showcase matchup of AR Earth.
What is up, everyone? My name is Cyrus Klepp, and today I'm joined by Papa Donut. Donut, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. As Cyrus said, I'm Papa Donut, and we are here to cast this amazing tournament today. And I am so excited to see what these teams have in store for us.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to be starting off with a AR Earth show match today, and then we'll be getting to the finals after halftime, and I believe those are going to be best of 3.
Yes, so the finals will be best of 3 today between SLU Esports and Wichita Wolves. But to start off, as he said, we will have an AR Earth showcase, which will be showcased by the team who got third in Team Smog. So we'll be getting into that shortly. Cyrus, would you like to explain a little bit what AR Earth is?
Yeah, so essentially what Earth itself is it stands for Ultra Rapid Fire. And what that comes down to for League of Legends is it's your standard Summoner's Rift map 5v5, where all 10 summoners are thrown into the rift together, and all of the mana and energy costs are removed, and cooldown is, I believe, set at somewhere around 80%. Although with the ability haste changes from season 11, I believe that you can actually stack that further, as Riot has not made any changes to that quite yet. So you can actually pump it up even higher and get even more ridiculous amounts of spell casting, spell flinging, and just overall chaos and tons of damage, really.
Oh man, I did not know that the ability haste actually impacts AR Earth mode, because with the abilities already being so low, that's got to get real crazy real fast.
Yeah, especially for those abilities that still have kind of those long-ish cool times. You know, certain champions with unique cooldown mechanics like Yasuo and Yone don't get affected by those as much. But you know, any mage, any bruiser, really anybody that's like super reliant on casting spells normally really sees a huge benefit to those, as well as honestly just 80 carries. 80 carries, as much as you might not think that they're a spell slinging type of class, do honestly a lot of it still. One of the most prominent 80 carries in all of Earth is Twitch, especially just because he gets to proc his poison so often. And honestly, whether he builds full AP, as is popular nowadays on normal games, or full AD, he'll still just two-shot you in all honesty.
Yeah, I played against that yesterday, and man, even as playing as I believe I was a Malphite, he's still just shredded with that little poison tick he gets. Ooh. One thing we didn't mention though, the AR version of it is every champion is random through the champ select. So nobody gets to choose their little pocket picks to really know what's going on. So every champ that'll be random, you get, I believe, 2 rerolls as long as you got the rerolls set up. So they don't get to choose; they'll get to pick between, I guess, maximum 15 champs, and it'll be a fun little chaotic experience we get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing a good little bit of variety here, hopefully. And honestly, you know, I'm honestly hoping to see some variance in builds, maybe a little bit more than just the full AP, full AD. Maybe we'll see some of the Earth effectiveness of a full tank build come out.
Like full tank Twitch, you mean, or like a full tank?
Maybe not Twitch, but definitely something along the lines of maybe a Malphite or Ornn. One of my favorite tanks to play for Earth has always been Maokai, just because his passive is on such a low cooldown, and you could build him AP or tank and just sapling camp a bush and just send in little tactical bombers.
Yeah, one thing, does do the ability cooldown, does it work on like things like Sunfire and any active items, or is it just the summoner's abilities?
I believe the active items do have decreased cooldowns as well. The other things that come up is I believe the active items that are affected by ability haste. So you get stuff like the Gore Drinker and Stride Breaker. I believe those are two of the items affected by ability haste. I'm not entirely sure how those entirely get affected, but just because Earth is a thing in general, all items do have reduced cooldown. So you're looking at stuff like Yomu's, Predator Boots, even if you opt for that Keystone rune.
So it really is just
Yeah,
a hodgepodge of random things all going at once. I mean, what is Gore Drinkers normally? Oh, we're showing game a little bit here. I think we're getting in. We're going to be in just a few seconds, guys. So I'm excited to get into that. As I was saying, the Gore Drinker's already on a 10-second cooldown, and even with the nerfs, if you shrink that cooldown down real low, it's going to get a lot of healing and really fast.
okay. And it looks like we're getting right into game.
All right, so as normal with the Earth mode, everybody starts off on the level 1. You just go top lane and fight it out. Whoever can get the stronger level 1 and start the game off from there.
First blood already goes out to the opposing team in Italy. Looks like a bit of a dive is happening as well. Rel's taking a bunch of tower shots, and second attack is actually going to take that next death for themselves. A double kill goes over as the Aurelia resets don't have any effect.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of fight, more poke going on. The Trundle will not be able to get out as Kalista gets that final kill for herself. Kalista put in a lot of damage on that level 1 as Misfortune already comes back to lane, coming back with 1 death, 1 assist, and no more items.
Yeah, absolutely. After the level 1 10-man kerfuffle, we'll see pretty much standard lane procedures. You know, 1 person mid, 2 people will be going into the top lane, as jungling is not a common occurrence in Earth, and 2 people in the bottom lane for each team will also happen as well. There's a bit of a bush camp as Rel is getting the knock up onto the Nocturne. Misfortune putting a good bit of a slow and some poke down. Echo's got the phase dive as well, putting some hefty damage out onto LeBlanc. Maybe looking for a tower dive, and a solo kill goes over as well.
And with all the chaos coming out here, I always wonder, should anybody ever take jungle camps? Should you just look at if someone pushes in a wave once you get to higher level? Do you actually go into the jungle and start grabbing those? Or do you always stay in lane looking to continue fighting?
Typically, you'll stay in lane. I mean, if you're talking straight like golden XP advantage, you know, if you manage to get a lane shoved in and you have a bit of time in between waves, then you can always go do a jungle camp, especially if you have a fast clear, even for Earth. You know, as an AD carry, you're a little more reliant. Oh, we got the Rel stun coming in. The fleet from the Nocturne comes out. However, Nocturne is going to flash and die under tower, and Echo is going to be the reinforcements here, securing the next kill onto Ashe. Action in the top lane is also going on as Kallista's forced to flash from the Aurelia E. Aurelia is going to help Kalista in that one. Apologies, I said Kalista flashed from the Aurelia E, when really it was to get away from the lane opponents.
And that is one of the interesting things here as we do get more fighting going on. Wow, this is all hectic as we knew Earth would be. Aurelia does get the kill there, but does go down in the end. And we did miss the LeBlanc, ending up killing the opposing mid laner. I apologize for that. At the time, we did not get to see it though. One thing that is interesting here is you will get the ganks that aren't seen because of that cannon. They get to come out as we're seeing another person coming top in the side of the red team here.
Yeah, absolutely. Red is putting a ton of topside pressure right now. I'm not entirely sure who they stuck bottom. It looks like it's Misfortune, but she'll have plenty of wave clear, and as long as she kind of stays safely under tower, she'll be able to, you know, just kind of do what she needs to, which honestly is farm just a little bit while her team is applying pressure elsewhere. But honestly, I think Red team has a good bit of a team advantage, at least in the early stages before level 6 hits.
Yes, and I do believe that the red team is Team Smoke here, and the opposing team is just a queued up random team of players that decided to queue Earth against a 5-stack.
Yeah, I believe so. Kallista's actually going to die here next to the Trundle Flash Chomp, as Trundle now has access to the Frozen Domain, meaning he's going to get a bunch of extra movement speed, lifesteal, and attack speed. So as long as he manages to get some pretty clean sidesteps out, I imagine Trundle may have a pretty good option to do some damage here. Aurelia's got tons of resets though, and with the infinite dashes that Earth provides, she is going to be able to take Trundle out before dying on her own.
All right, so gotta ask, what do you think the over/under would be for kills in this game? Roughly 50?
Oh, easily more than 50 based on the bloodbath we're seeing. We're only a couple minutes in at the moment. And really, we're already looking at, this isn't your average Summoner's Rift game. We've got 22 kills in just under 5 minutes. I mean, going off of that same math, we're actually going to be seeing a lot more. I would say the most limiting factor is actually going to be respawn timers.
Yeah, but those are also taken down in timer as well, correct?
I believe so, but regardless, Earth still does have longer respawn timers the longer the game goes on. It's just kind of the natural pace of things. The interesting thing here is with Earth, we actually get to see Rel land some solo kills on her own. Rel is one of the newer champions. She's known to be a very tanky kind of engage / catch support. She has a unique-ish mechanic where she dismounts and loses a lot of movement speed in exchange for getting a lot more durability. And honestly, with the ability spam, we're actually able to see Rel go on a killing spree, which I almost never see in my normal games.
And with the low cooldowns, you'll see MF get the ult going under tower just to get a little more damage. And will LeBlanc be ending up killing? Yes, she will get the kill. Wow, what a good play coming back from lane. And man, those Nidalee spears got to get annoying considering that cooldown's about, what, 1 second?
Something like that, yeah. But honestly, I'm really worried to see LeBlanc this fed at 6 minutes. A 4-1 LeBlanc at early on in your normal games is never going to be a good thing just because of how fast she can delete people. But with the cooldown that Earth provides, she's able to use Distort, every like 2 seconds instead of every 10 early on. She's got, her sigils, her Q, which is a point-and-click ability that applies a debuff that when another ability of hers hits, pops for extra damage. So if she's spamming Qs onto you, then she's just going to be reaping tons and tons of extra damage, like we see here with another solo kill.
Oh man, you got to feel for that Echo. So this is my issue with Earth, is that whenever I play, I'm that Echo. I just get absolutely run down in the lane.
Yeah, honestly, it's why I'm not as big of a fan of AR Earth, but it still does create a lot of chaotic and fun moments. Some of the builds you see are a lot more unorthodox comparatively, although it looks like the blue team bottom lane is in a lot of trouble just because red team has the traditional kind of style of bottom lane. Rel is able to engage and just kind of peel for MF, and MF is able to just put out tons and tons of damage. I mean, there's not much else that the blue team bottom lane can do, especially when you're sitting on something like the Nocturne, which has to get right up in your face to do anything.
Man, you were not kidding. That LeBlanc is just running them down now. Even getting the kills on the Echo under tower with Trundle there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, it's just because LeBlanc has such a low cooldown. Oh, we see a double Aurelia ult coming out. She is able to get a stun, and 2 kills will come out just because Aurelia has tons of dashes, tons of stuns, and, it's all thanks to that cooldown reduction. She has the increased attack speed from her kit already, and honestly, with her Q applying on-hit effects, they may be in a little bit of trouble here. Zendikon goes on a rampage, killing Kalista. Aurelia is going to be the next shutdown as well, as Zendikon is still building support items, yet has one of the better looking scores on their team.
Yeah, as we see, we get 3 people from Team Slug getting a little fed, and will LeBlanc be able to get out here? Does, with a well-timed flash. So it's
with the greedy distort back, however, she is going to get the solo kill on the Nidalee at the cost of trading her own life to Trundle.
And here we get to see a little bit of the dragon takes, as objectives still a little bit important, as those dragons will still give you the same buffs that they give on normal Summoner's Rift.
Absolutely, and once Elder gets on the map, Elder Dragon is Elder Dragon. I mean, there's nothing else really to say about it. It gives you a ton of extra damage and doubles over in terms of whatever dragons your team may have claimed. And honestly, it's still just going to be a massive threat. There's really not much else to say.
Yeah, and with those lower cooldowns, that Elder Dragon proc gets hit real quick, as we see Echo solo kill the Kalista after using ult. That was going to be a hard one for Kalista to be able to fight back in. Absolutely, and Kalista had the right idea there, and I think honestly she still got a pretty good idea going with her build path. And player 1 has slain Echo. That is player 1, the summoner name, not player 1, the actual player 1, just to put a little bit of clarification there. Rel is also looking for a solo kill on the Ashe. However, the reinforcements from Aurelia as well as a late arrow from Ashe will stop that with the shutdown.
and it's still just an absolute bloodbath. I believe we've just hit the 50 kill mark at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Most Earth games won't go beyond 20 or 25 minutes. And Aurelia's got, honestly, just tons and tons of damage. She has 2 items. She's got the Camille item power spike, which is the Triforce and the Ravenous Hydra. And she's just, with all of the autos she gets from her passive, the on-hit effects from the Q, she's just got immense burst damage. Honestly, and sustained damage too. Aurelia really does it all when it comes to Earth.
Yeah, especially she's got that healing. She's not going to be easy to take down. She's going to be fighting for a long time, and that way she can stack her passive and be able to get those stuns going. It's going to be hard for anyone to take her out. We do get a little bit of fight coming in. Nocturne coming in from the mid lane, and will get the kill on the Rel, as we do see Nidalee go down from Kalista, and Misfortune will get the kill down there on the Ashe and solo kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I would say that one's just really a Gale Force diff. Ashe has, a bunch of crowd control with the slows and the stuns. But when MF is hot on your heels with the W passive active and a Gale Force, there's really not much you can do to run. And the immediate deletion coming out from LeBlanc. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. We also have a well-timed Zhonya's in the mid lane, keeping Nidalee alive from both the Aurelia and the Nocturne as Echo scores himself a double kill. And it looks like that may have actually been an ace for Red Team here.
It was. The Ashe Arrow comes out trying to hit that Echo, but does miss. And will she go down to Rel here? No, I think she's going to be able to just walk out with her little slow and be able to survive. So I got a question. Who do you think is going to have the most kills in the game? Looking out how we're looking now.
Most kills, honestly, I would actually say it goes over to Red Team at this point, just because Rel is able to put in so much work while still being, over the level of tank that she is. We've also got some kind of int plays coming out from some of the blue team members, and honestly, MF is 13-4 at this point. She's working on her 3rd item at 11.5 minutes, and will actually probably be able to back for this 3rd item, which is going to be Infinity Edge, based off of the build she has. And she's basically just anybody that walks up to her is going to have to one-shot her or get one-shot first.
Yeah, as we saw, the Nocturne jumped in, tried to get that one shot, and was just deleted while standing right on top of her.
I would also say that one of the other options could be crowd controlling to death, but the issue with champions like Nocturne is that their hard crowd control is based on a delay. Speaking of Nocturne, another dive into the mid lane comes out as Nocturne gets a shutdown on Nidalee, who I believe just took out 2 of the blue team members for herself. MF is going to immediately execute Nocturne because of that collector with the Gale Force and Infinity Edge, so all it really takes is a single auto attack because of the lack of defensive stats.
Yeah, as you see, I think MF is going to be the one really controlling this game. Even unless LeBlanc can get on her fast and be able to one-shot her, it's going to be really hard for them to do anything.
And here we see Trundle in the bottom lane stealing stats from Ashe with the ultimate Subjugate and just diving under tower and giving him the good old bop 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 until he falls down once again.
Gotta love it, tanking tower shots and all, just sitting there slapping her with that stick.
Now these actually have to be some of the really intense 1v1s you see out of Earth. A lot of champions like Echo and Aurelia, where they have so much mobility, it really actually does turn into somewhat of a more skill-based matchup, just because, Aurelia has to land stuns, Echo has the untargetable factor with his ultimate when he does the rewind, and since he's finished the Zhonya's, he's actually got another item to help himself buy time. And here we see Quadrupod go godlike. I mean, MF is now 15-4 with the 1,000 gold shutdown, so she does have pretty juicy money once she goes down. However, LeBlanc is going to be the next to be caught out here by the Rel stun, and Quadrupod picks up the 16th of the game, or at least for themselves. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Aurelia's got some pretty good split pushing going on. Honestly, it's a pretty standard play even from Summoner's Rift. Aurelia has the attack speed and the damage to take down towers relatively quick, but even she can't. Oh, she actually did win the 1v1 against Echo this time around. Nidalee is there to help apply some pressure, but it looks like Red Team is just going to be satisfied with taking the dragon for now. Nidalee has another stun onto, Aurelia has another stun onto the Nidalee, and it's just going to be kiting back at this point as Nidalee tries to get any sort of purchase with a landed spear and a Night Harvester proc.
Yeah, as always in Earth, there's just always so much going on. It's hard. I got to give props to the Observer being able to keep up with everything. As Kalista goes down, facing 4 members, not much Kalista can do in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. All it takes is a good little death ball from the red team at this point. And as long as, there isn't any major team, and the solo Nocturne dive turns out exactly as we'd expect it, with Guachapod on kill number 17. And all 5 members of the red team are still alive. We're getting a little bit of in-game lag. Echo has gotten a double kill at this point. And it looks like there still is no casualties from the side of the red team. They're just executing these dives really, really well as they amass this huge death ball. And honestly, they don't even need the Baron buff to do anything about it at this point.
They do have that wave pushing in, but they will be backing out as, okay, Kallista's able to get Rel, so that, I don't know if Rel had a shutdown. I would assume with how she's been playing, she did. So that's a good chunk of gold that'll be going over to Kallista.
Yep, and we also see a disconnect coming out from the Ashe. Oh, looks like it was just a temporary one, as the reconnect does come right back. Trundle here is going to be able to put down some massive tower damage on his own. However, the 700 gold shutdown will go to Nocturne, just because Trundle does not have the resistances to honestly stay alive for very long when he's not the one putting out the first strike of the fight and keeping that initiative going.
And then I think that's the first Ashe arrow to really do anything. It hit him in spawn, but it did hit. We've seen a lot of Ashe arrows just going down mid and not really doing anything, as Echo will be diving the Kallista and getting that solo kill. Another Ashe arrow!
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing those hit a little bit more frequently. We've got the 1v1 with Rel in the bottom lane. This is one I'm actually really excited to see. Camera did switch back over as Echo goes unstoppable. Aurelia is by themselves. Guachapod is going to pick up kill number 18, however. And the 1v1 in the bottom lane actually didn't amount to much. I believe Nocturne actually opted to disengage, although it could have been Rel in all honesty, just because of the lesser kind of damage numbers she typically has. Although based off the health bar we just saw from her, I'm not thinking it is the case at all. Misfortune is going to pick up the 19th kill of the game, and Nocturne has the dive onto her.
I didn't even see Nocturne in that fight.
It was almost
instantly.
Kill number 20. However, LeBlanc was able to get out safe and sound, relatively speaking.
Yeah, and we see oh my gosh, there's that collector proc getting the kill. And oh man, Misfortune just keeps running it down there. As you see, LeBlanc had 9 kills when Misfortune had 10, and now LeBlanc has 10 kills and Misfortune has 21. So, as you can see, Misfortune's been doing a little bit better since that mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, LeBlanc did have the early lead, but all it took was MF getting fed, and we get kind of we get the exact example of why AD carries are so strong in URF, especially with something like Misfortune. She scales very hard off of critical strikes anyway, just because if her Q double tap, or I believe it's called double up, kills a target, then it will technically count as a critical strike when it bounces to the next target. She also has her passive, which I think is called Love Tap. I may be wrong about that one if anyone wants to correct me. Although we've got more action as blue team tries to defend their base one more time. We're just 4 kills short of 100 kills. The fountain dive comes in as Zendikon is going to dive and die. We're 3 kills just short of 100. I'm really hoping to see that magic number before the Nexus goes down. Gliss is trying her best to do what she can to try and keep any sort of the red team attention occupied. Both Nexus turrets have gone down, and the Nexus is under assailant. The bullet time comes out as Guachapod goes down for another kill, making that 23. Echo is trying to do what he can to dive Kallista. However, the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to keep him up just a little bit longer. 1,000 gold shutdown goes over to Kallista. However, we have hit the 100 kill mark. I believe we're at 110 now, if my math is not incorrect. Aurelia is now the only one.
101.
101. 102 now, actually. We're looking at 103. The MF did actually get shut down here by the LeBlanc. LeBlanc is going to fall at Trundle, however. And Nidalee and Trundle are going to be the only ones left alive, able to do anything at the moment in the blue team base. Rel is in the middle of the lane, but not much else can be done. And it looks like we're just going to see some good old fountain camping here. I didn't realize we were watching a Dota game today.
Oh man, and that spear just half health the Ashe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the champ cannon is going to do what they can to help the blue team kind of get out of the base, but really it's not going to amount to much, as the rest of red team is just going to be able to run them down.
And Trundle gets that nice little, well, it was almost a 1v1. Nidalee comes in with the spear to take the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the 3v1 and the ace, as well as the Nexus falling down to minion aggro from the rest of the red team.
You do like to see them doing the fountain camp in a little bit of a show match instead of just beating the Nexus to end the game there. But man, that disparity got real far, real fast with Misfortune getting the 25 kills and only 5 deaths.
Yeah, and that's where you get to see some of the strategy come up for AR Earth. They had red team had the advantage of having kind of a traditional bottom lane, especially with a tank in the bottom lane, and Rel really was able to just do whatever she needed to keep Misfortune alive in that early stage so that she could get those early items and take the rest of the game over.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun, guys, and we're going to send it back to Trackpad so he can tell you what's going on next.
What an exciting game of AR Earth, ladies and gentlemen. I had a lot of fun watching that, and congratulations to Team Smoj on winning the first show match of the day. We'll be right back after a short break, and we'll get into game number 2 of the show match and talk more about the Lunar Beast event going on in League of Legends right now. Don't go anywhere. The GIGABYTE Cup will be back real soon.
Helm Audio delivers audiophile sound quality to music lovers who care about audio quality from headphones without breaking the bank, both in wired and true wireless flavors. In addition to headphones, Helm designs and builds products to enhance smartphone audio too. We could talk about being audio innovators, but we think others say it best. Helm Audio was recently recognized for CES 2020, the largest and most influential technology event on the planet, with 4 innovation awards. Why listen to audio that comes up short when great audio quality is available without setting you back? At Helm, we believe we're just getting started. Try a Helm and hear what you've been missing.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquatic Studio. Whew, you know, Riptide, that Helm audio ad we just saw was pretty darn fantastic. And on top of that, Helm themselves are pretty fantastic. Would you not say so?
I would, and actually, I have it sneaking right here. So this bad boy, I really, really love. This is the DB12. I know we've brought it up a few times over the past week. And just in general, since we've been kind of talking to these folks. So with the DB12 and what this can do is the specialty of it is that it features THX. Anybody who is into, especially film, THX is that famous audio quality that was developed by Lucas Studios. And it is one of the most premier ways of listening to a cinematic sound. The way it's tuned and frequenced is some of the best, and anybody who knows how to engineer on a high level uses THX. That being said though, this can be used for anything. I actually love listening to podcasts, which I have one rigged up in my car. I actually almost wanted to go run and grab it just to, wave it in front of you guys and tell you, hey, I got one. But I love listening to podcasts. And if you're, I would say also too, podcasts are just the pre-successor to sports talk radio and stuff. So, I mean, talk radio, music, games, movies. I mean, this is and how small the device is too. That's what's actually really incredible about it. It has a 6-hour battery life, charges by USB-C, and you plug it in with a 1/8-inch cable. So especially if you're a super audio snobby guy like me, this is the premier way to go. So, go to their website, check it out. It is beyond incredible, beyond user-friendly. It is now a part of my audio setup. I actually want to get a few more and start throwing them in around the computers in the office too. So like every single computer has one, just because I love it that much. To me, it helps just with the clarity of sound.
Yeah, and Helm also is actually giving everyone that's watching today a pretty big discount on picking up that device. So we are going to be posting in the chat throughout the day that discount code so you can snag one for yourself at a really affordable price. And on top of that, during the big event a little bit later on after the halftime show, we're actually going to be giving away a bunch to people in the audience so they don't even have to find one themselves. They can plug it into their car or their home computer.
Neptjun, they don't want that. I'll take it.
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on. Where is it? I only have these 2. Where are you hiding the rest?
That's a secret. And y'all, it's going to be a great afternoon, right? We have a few more games to play this morning, and if anything was like that first one, it's going to be a great rest of the morning. And then, I am super psyched for our halftime show as well, because we are bringing in Halocene live, already digicasting them into this space, and I can't wait to see that musical performance. It's going to be a blast.
I'm going to listen to it through this.
That makes sense.
They're actually really cool. We were listening to one of their music videos just the other night. For somebody like myself who's grown up and has played music all these years, they're a super, super cool band. So if you guys like music, stay tuned. It's going to get good.
So yeah, y'all, it's going to be an action-packed day here. I know that big final event is coming up, those grand finals where someone's going to be walking away today with $1,250. Also, we have some announcements to make about some giveaway winners that have happened across our Discord, including Aquatik Asks.
I actually have the winners right here. Riptide won. Riptide Aquatic Channel 2.
Never going to be Riptide. And then of course that big G Fuel giveaway is also coming on a little bit later on today too. So stay tuned for our rest of today's performance. But you know, as much as Riptide and I love to talk, which is a lot, and as much as Riptide likes to steal things, we need to keep this day underway. So Elvie's gonna take us to one more little quick view from our sponsors, and we'll throw it back to the trackpad in the studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GIGABYTE Cup here from the Aquatik Studios. You know me, I know you. Well, I claim to know you. I don't know for sure. But my name is Trackpad. And while Team Smoj did amazingly well in that AR show game, finishing the game with a victory and a scoreline of 67-39. If you've played League of Legends, you know AR is all about furious ability casting and furious action. The name of the game, you start with 300 ability haste, bringing your cooldown reduction to 75%. You can build more. You can use runes that typically wouldn't be allowed in URF, such as Lethal Tempo and more. And from there, you take your chances on Summoner's Rift and battle it out with no mana cost and the freedom to just go crazy with Q, W, E, and R and the hopes of taking away a victory. With that, I'm going to send it back to our fantastic casters, Cyrus Klepp and Papa Donut, and we're going to roll into game number 2 of the URF Showcase. Stick around, because this one's going to be worthy of the Lunar Beasts.
Trackpad, and we are happy to be back here on the casting desk. We are very excited to get back into game 2 of AR URF. Thank gosh we got to sit there, relax our windpipes, because, man, these games go quick, and there is action at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really what URF is all about at the end of the day. We will be taking a little bit more of a chance to talk about the Lunar event that's going on right now in the League of Legends game and client overall.
Yeah, those new skins coming out, man, they look good. I know you're a big fan of that Fiora skin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a top lane player by trade, and while I'm happy that there are multiple top lane skins coming out, and honestly, you could argue that Viego and J4 may be top laners. You know, depends on who you talk to. I'm not a fan of either of those two in the position myself. But what I'm really hyped about is having the Fiora Prestige Edition skin come out, because honestly, I love most of the Prestige Edition skins just because of the gold coloring.
Oh yeah, those Prestige Edition skins look good. And yeah, as a top lane main myself too, I do like the Fiora skin, but I'm not a Fiora player. And I have a place in my heart for Annie. That Annie skin is so cute. I started playing League playing TFT, and Annie was my favorite champion to use on that TFT board.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's seen quite a bit of presence on TFT. But one of the interesting things is that with the current TFT mid set update, we saw Darius with this skin get added into the Fortune set. So it's really cool to have him back. And I've built him up once or twice so far, and it's pretty reminiscent of, I believe, the old set 3 where you could use him for Space Pirates.
Yeah, that dunk of his is super strong. But as it is in normal league as well. I mean, that champion on its own is just, if he gets going, he's broken. So it makes sense that they have him in that way in TFT as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not entirely sure how soon we'll be getting back in, um, but we should be
Should
getting in sometime soon.
Yeah, it should be quick. They're just setting up the game right now, so that way we can jump you guys in right into the beginning of that Earth match. As Champ Select, really not a big thing here since, it's all random. So,
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping to see more variance in the champions this time. I'm not sure if because we're not privy to the whole champ select aspect of these matches, we don't know how many rerolls are used by both teams and what the champion pools look like. So, really, I'm just hoping maybe not to see so much in terms of an 80 carry taking over the game. Maybe if we did see something like an assassin takeover, I think that would provide a little bit more of an interesting experience.
yeah, we'll see. But as we know, 80 carries in Earth, super duper broken. So, hopefully, maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we'll be lucky that there'll be no ADCs coming out of the draft, which I doubt. But you never know.
Yep, we can always pray and hope. I definitely like to see another tank again. Maybe it's just my primitive top lane brain at work here.
Oh, absolutely. Us in the top lane, man, we are either bruisers or tanks. There is no in between. Although you play Fiora, so you know how to play that little bit of a skill-based matchup there.
Yeah, a little bit. I as excited as I am for the skin. I'm actually not as much of a Fiora player. She's just it's just a cool champion to pick up every once in a while. She has, I would say, a pretty nice skill ceiling. There's a pretty obvious difference between a skilled Fiora and a new Fiora. Um, but she's definitely just such an interesting champion to get to know.
Yep, yep. And I believe we are about to get into game here. So as we switch over, we'll get to see the champions, and they're already on their split. Man, we are 2 kills in on each team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Poppy's already going to go really low here. The Scion is going to land the fully charged Q thanks to this Counter-Strike stun from Jax. And already we've got 3 kills for the blue team and 2 kills for the red team, like we did just talk about. Team comps are looking a little bit different here. Lioness is going to slay the Poppy solo just under the tower, getting a neat little dive off without taking too much in terms of tower aggro. Scion is now going to juggle the tower aggro, and a not quite fully charged Q is going to knock up Jinx. However, Jinx is going to land a kill onto Scion, and Jax execute to the tower is going to go. The kill credit will go over to Poppy.
So we will be seeing some tanks here as you hoped for, and we do get one ADC on the side of red team, and Team Smog is the blue team here. So Team Smog looking to see if Kale can scale into that matchup where you got the red team really just looking to get that ADC fed. As we've talked about, ADCs in this game mode are stupidly strong.
Yeah, it's not going to quite be a funnel, and ooh, we do see the Poppy counter coming out here as Jax tries to get the leap onto the Poppy. However, the W is going to block all movement abilities, and this is going to be a really interesting kind of mechanic we're going to see all throughout the game, just because blue team has a ton of movement with stuff like the Lee Sin and the Jax.
Yeah, it'll be real interesting seeing how their dives work, especially if they can get a good Scion ult into those other champions getting on that dive, and then a Brand ulti with them all stacked up. Oh man, we can see some good damage coming out.
Yeah, already we see red team winning some pretty good trades onto the enemy bottom lane. The Poppy W is really just keeping Jax under wraps here, although with Scion's death, it is going to mean 2 kills for the blue side's bottom lane, which means more lane pressure and more tower plates.
So looking at the teams, who do you think is going to be the most fed on each side?
Most fed on each side, I would imagine Brand and possibly Kale later on for the blue team. Red team, it's going to be Lux or it's going to be Jinx. We have more 80 carries in this game, and we do see a gank coming in from the top lane. Lee Sin is going to take the resonating strike, and Sion's going to get the flash Q, knocking up Lux. Lee Sin takes 1 kill for himself, and Kale will take the other. Brand is brought very low. However, he will catch the Aurelia mid-dash with the W and take the solo kill for himself.
What a great play. And as we see, the tower plates at the beginning of Earth are very easy to break down. You get so much plate gold so early, but it does get harder at the end of the towers to get anything going. And we do have a tower dive going here as the cannon will shoot the Lux in. And they just get out. Nothing happens.
Jax is going to land a double stun in the bottom lane. Poppy has the W to keep Dash from jumping out over toward the Jinx. Counter-Strike will go down again. However, the dash from Poppy will kill Jax. Sion is going to be next to fall as Poppy picks up a double kill, and Sion is in the passive undead form. However, there will be no chance to pick up another kill as Jinx and Poppy have too much slows and honestly just damage, making sure that Sion is going to go down with that rapidly decreasing health bar. Brand's in a little bit of trouble now as he's under duress from Aurelia. However, the Aurelia will try and sidestep back into the Brand Q, letting Brand go on a rampage, further helping my point of Brand is going to be super fed this game.
Yeah, you are not wrong, especially once he gets to get all that burn going. And we do have a tower dive going here from the Sion.
And that's really where we start to hit some of these crucial points. Sion R is going to be unstoppable, so things like the Poppy will not be able to stop him. I mean, you know, he's literally unstoppable, by the way, for those of you that remember that meme. And there's really not much anyone else is going to be able to do about that.
So will Poppy still get knocked up from the Sion ult if she does use her, I believe it's her W?
Yes, because Sion is going to be unaffected by all other forms of crowd control in his ultimate form, Poppy W is not going to be able to do anything, and as long as he hits it on the Poppy, then you know she'll still eat the knockup and the brief stun, depending on how fast he was going when he hit her.
Oh, a very interesting mechanic there.
It's actually one of the little interesting bits of Sion, I wouldn't say lore, but just honestly tips that I've picked up in at least recent memory. And First Blood Tower will go down to the blue team, however Jax is going to sacrifice his own life for that. But Sion's ultimate damage it does get capped out, but the damage, I believe, increases, or it starts at a base value, obviously, but it increases with his movement speed. So you could play something like the Zillion with him, as Aurelia is going to get caught out here by both Brand and Sion. Dragon number 1 is also going to be started up here as Brand has plenty of damage, and Sion unstoppable goes through. However, Jinx is going to sidestep that with the Gale Force, and the Poppy is going to be able to just send him way back to Timbuktu with the ultimate, as well as pick up another kill.
Did Sion survive? Because of that Poppy ultimate, I think he survived. Look, he's still up.
Don't believe. Oh, he might actually have done so. I was under the impression that he was dead and was in undead state at that point.
So was I. He must have lived with a sliver then, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we're going to see a lot of kills going toward Jinx and Poppy. You know, Poppy is going to be pretty hard to kill, honestly, since it looks like she's going to go for the tank build. But Jinx is really going to be the problem here for blue team, as you know, as we saw last game, a Fed 80 carry is no joke in Earth, especially with no mana costs. Jinx is actually able to keep rockets up permanently, which means she'll have extra attack damage and auto range on top of the attack speed she gets from her passive, and as well as any other items she may build.
But as we see, Brand is overpowered in this game mode, getting all that burn damage on and able to get the Jinx and maybe even the Irelia here too.
Yeah, all it takes is a quick 3 spells from Brandon. Because he has the Conflagrate, which is his E, he's able to get point and click damage off onto his enemies with possible spreads if they're grouped up enough. And all it takes is really 3 E's, or you know, 2 E's and another skill shot. Honestly, no skill shots if he has his R up.
Oh man, and Poppy made such a great play there, taking the Sion ult so his squishies could get out and able to turn the fight after that, and getting the Q. Poppy going insane here. Yeah,
Lee Sin really tried to make some sort of impact there, but given how low health he was, all it took, as we saw, was the buckler throw from Poppy, and there wasn't much else he could do about it. Brand is going to be pressured pretty heavily by Aurelia here in the middle lane. She is going to put the ultimate out, however the Brand passive does go off, and Jax is going to pick up the shutdown after Aurelia tanks towers from both ends of the middle lane, from both tier 1 and tier 2. Jinx and Senna, meanwhile, are pressuring top tower pretty heavily, as Kayle has only hit level 7 so far, which is going to be a really tough state for her, as Senna is going to put out a ton of damage. Luxol is going to go out as well, and Senna is on a rampage, and Sion is going to be able to... Actually, I don't even think he's going to be able to try and pick up Jinx at all, just because of how many members of Red Team are in the top lane.
Yeah, Kayle's got to be pretty hard in this because of the fact that Kayle wants to sit there, get her level 6, get her level 13, get her level 16, or level 11, my bad, and just really start scaling up. But unfortunately, the way Earth is done is it's all fighting all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And once you're behind like that, there's really not much of hope of coming back unless you land some really crucial shutdowns by mobbing and really getting lucky, the 1 or 2 people you need to kill.
And we do have a bet prediction going here. Will we reach 100 kills in this matchup, guys? So make sure, if you haven't already, get that guess going. and I don't see many people hitting yes. So you know what? I think we're gonna do it. I think we're definitely gonna get it. I'm gonna put a little bit on yes. Let's see it happen, guys.
I certainly hope we see the same again. We are at the 10-minute mark, which means honestly the game is a pretty good portion of the way in, and we're only at the 51 kill mark. So this is definitely going to have to speed up even further than it already has if we're going to see that 3-digit number come in.
Yeah, it really depends how quick they want to get this game over and done with, because 50 kills at 10 minutes, if we do go a 20-minute match, which is possible in Earth, it's a little long, but it is possible. We will be at that halfway point to get to that 100 kills. I'd love to see it happen. Poppy gets the flash in and is just abusing Kale, but the ultimate, and does get out. Wow. Brand coming in to save Kale on 1 HP. What a great ultimate by Kale as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A great play by any standards as we see Sion get dived in the top lane. Jax is going for a bit of an aggressive dive himself, but he will get the solo shutdown onto Jinx. Brand does go golden here and does try to save his own life. However, with Lee Sin being the only sort of reinforcement, there will be no hope for survival, since Senna has too much range and too much damage, and honestly too much DPS in general, which is a very weird thing to say about Senna because of her slow attack speed, typically speaking.
Yeah, if Lee Sin would have been able to get there just a few seconds earlier, he might have been able to save Brand, but unfortunately lands right as Brand dies and wasn't able to really do anything to help him out.
We also did just see Jax die solo in the bottom lane to Poppy, which is really showcasing just how strong tanks are here. Poppy did get pretty low, in all honesty, just because of, you know, the items and the way that Jax works by himself. He's a bit of a stat check champion in a way, just because he gets so much passive damage when he gets his R, as every third auto attack he hits will do extra magic damage.
Sion going for a little bit of a crazy play there in the top lane, just ulting all the way to the tier 2 tower, seeing nobody, smashing into the tower, and then dying to 3 people. That Senna ult came across, and Jinx just got the free kill.
It's certainly an admirable effort coming out from Sion. He does have the knowledge that his R will damage towers, but the problem with that is that he has no minions to take advantage of the lowered resistances that towers have, and a very close 1v1 in the bottom lane. However, Aurelia is just going to have reset after reset after reset after reset, and will just be able to put Jax down into the dirt.
Oh no, and now we see Brand get solo killed by the ADC of the red side. As we said, ADCs, this game mode, broken is all hell, and Sion will get a kill in the undead mode. So what a great play, using that flash to get on the opposing Senna. And will Kale survive this?
Kale's trying really hard and does it really well with excellent kiting mechanics coming out, just going to show you that Earth is not all about just mashing your keyboard, and that honestly there still is a good value of skill expression there.
Yeah, it's all about letting Poppy take about 12 tower shots while she's fighting you.
You know, that's just the minutia of things. I'm just proud of Kale for getting a solo kill on Poppy, and the steal comes in from Jinx.
What a great play by Jinx. There's no way, did they have vision, or was that just a blind shot?
I believe that was just a blind shot.
Wow, what a great play.
That was frankly fantastic coming out from the Jinx. You know, I mean, sure, it was probably mostly guesswork, but it, you know, a guess or not, you know, it still makes the play a great. We did see another rocket just land on a Kale here, who's getting solo killed by Poppy. The flash over the wall will try and keep Kale alive as she's putting down a ton of damage really onto Lux, but it just won't matter because Lux just had to land one skill shot to take Kale out of the game.
Yeah, admirable effort by Kale there on 1 HP in a 1v2. Really put out a lot of damage, but unfortunately, as we said, 1 HP, already used ult. Really didn't have much of a chance in that fight.
Absolutely, and here we see Poppy playing pretty aggressive as Lee Sin goes in for some reason 1v3 and is just going to get knocked up against the wall by Poppy and stunned and killed, as the same thing will happen to Sion here, as Poppy really just has infinite stuns as long as there's any sort of terrain about.
Oh, could you imagine if the enemy team had if red team had an Anivia there? Anivia Poppy, what a great combination that would be.
Yeah, it would certainly be an interesting one to watch. We will see the first inhibitor go down. I don't believe we're anywhere near the 100 kill mark, as it looks like we're just at about 68. Now we're at the nice number. And red team is honestly about to start assailing the Nexus turret, so I'm a little doubtful that we'll see that 100 kill mark come in.
Come on, 31 more kills, we can do it.
Looks like we're going to see number 70 come in. Both Nexus turrets are down at this point in time. Red team is just completely dominating the blue team in their own base here, and all they have to take down is Nexus. And it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any of that fountain farming that we saw last game, and it's just an immediate victory for the red team.
Man, that is unfortunate. We didn't get that 100 kill mark. We love to see 100 kills. It's a lot of fun seeing it. It was a very bloody game still, getting over 70. But at the end of the day, we do get a victory for red team. So Team Smoke will lose as they are now 1-1 in the show matches. And we will now be sending it hopefully back to trackpad. 1 second for it to go back to trackpad. What do you think about that game? How'd it go? Were we right?
I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
Jinx
yeah,
had the most kills.
it's just 80 carry diff.
Alrighty, and as I said, we will be sending it right back to trackpad. I know y'all love them, so enjoy.
Welcome back, everybody. A tough loss for Team Smoj there with a final scoreline of 25-47, but nevertheless an exciting game of AR Earth during the Lunar Beast event. For those of you who don't know what the Lunar Beast event is about, we are celebrating the past, present, and future all in a Chinese New Year themed League of Legends event. You can acquire the event pass for 1,650 RP, or you can get the event pass bundle for 2,650 RP. Puts you down about $15 to $20 roughly, but it's worth it for what you get. You get missions, you get events, you get rewards such as emotes, chromas for different skins, especially the new Lunar Beast skins, which just came out for Annie, Aphelios, Viego, Darius, Fiora, Alistar, and I believe that's it. I may be forgetting one, but that's okay. You can use that event pass to complete these missions, get tokens, and get rewards, all to celebrate the Chinese New Year with the Lunar Beasts. When we come back from another short break, we'll roll into our third Earth show match of the day, and we'll continue on with the exciting events of the first half of the GIGABYTE Cup. Stay tuned.
Take a chance on me. United we will bleed. You gave me a reason to fight once again. We stand together, we'll stand till the end. Through all the pain, I know this is worth dying for. We're the underdogs roaming in the dark. We're the savages born from worlds apart. Our past has shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, that rage. Light up Neptjun, reignite the flames, This ain't the end, we're here to stay. We rush into the unknown, fearless and brave, so don't throw it away. That rage won't stop until
Baby, why you act so cold? That little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eye. Do what you need, do what you like. It's your thing, do what you feel, do what you like. Yeah, I can't believe you make me feel this way. No other girl has done me quite like that. You got me thinking about the morning sun instead of sneaking out the back door. Hey, do what you need, do what you like. That's your man. Do what you like, yeah, baby. Do what you like, yeah.
Welcome back all again to the Aquatik Studio. Y'all, I mean, Riptide, I love these games because they're quick, they have real great energy, and you get to see a whole bunch of action. I mean, it's like the perfect bite-sized bit of League of Legends.
I agree. Actually, one of the things that I do like about League that I'm trying to get into. First off, what a great game, but there's a lot.
Yeah.
Right. And there's 150 champions. Trackpad. Your voice is here somewhere. How many are there?
The disembodied voice of Trackpad says 154.
I was close. See, I was close. I knew they added the new one
I'm
just the other
impressed
day.
you got to 150 and it's 154.
Well, I knew they added the new one the other day because we were looking at him the other day. He was showing me the new character or champion. Sorry, don't destroy me in the comment section. But like, no, it's actually cool now that I'm starting to try to get into just learning this game better and like trying to pick them out and like seeing what they can do individually. But it's a lot, and I give big props to all these players out there that, especially since you have to play so many different champions. Like what a skill set to have. This isn't like I'm a one position offense, you're done. No, you're
Yeah, there's so much diversity in games like this, which has always been, one of my favorite parts. And it's, I myself have tried to get into League of Legends a bunch because I've always seen the push there. I even actually
It's
had
beautiful, too.
Trackpad recently give me a little crash course and dive me deeper into the venture. There's a lot to learn, but I think it's, it is, like you were saying, it's a real testament to the players that are able to master this space and hold those really high account levels and just continue to progress. I know, when it comes to MOBAs, I'm challenged for saying this here on this stream, but, I was a big Heroes of the Storm player. And it was
You were for you and LV, right?
yeah, and so it was. There's a lot to it, right? Because it's each new hero that's releasing, each new champion that comes out. You've got to learn them. You've got to understand them because it's not only how you play the champion, right? But it's knowing how to counteract that champion when other players are playing them. And so there's just a lot to it. And so I think if this is your first time tuning in today, or maybe catching this a week or two down the road when you find it on demand, right? There's a lot in this space, and I definitely encourage you to watch some more YouTube videos on League of Legends and MOBAs in general, and just get a great understanding, because there's such an awesome place to play, and I've had some of my best gaming moments, I think, in MOBAs in the past.
Usually in my game, Fallout 76, when I try to change my character, my game crashes. I'm sorry, Bethesda, I love you. I'm sorry, I love you.
Yeah, all that being said, of course, last time we talked a bit about Helm, again, who's been helping us bring this together, and again, they're going to be really helping us push that halftime show where we bring in Halocene here in a little bit, who I know is getting ready and getting amped up for that amazing performance. But of course, also, I'm sure you've seen behind us and around us, our big mainstream for this particular event is GIGABYTE. They are the namesake tournament, and they're doing a lot of really great things, as Riptide had alluded to a little bit earlier on. And with that being said, I'm just going to give it to Riptide for a minute to talk a little bit more, about one of their probably most signature and fantastic items.
So I got the box here, myself, and we have a whole tech team that any of you guys who are familiar with the bigger works, we have a product called Skylink. And those guys helped me put the PCs together here. They're way more brilliant than what I'll ever be, but they. We got this great stuff from GIGABYTE over, and this board, guys. So again, I had went to a trade school when I was really young and studied electronics, robotics, things of that nature. Having a multiple ply board like this with the quality that they put into it is just to keep it simple like that. This is GIGABYTE. Whether it comes to motherboards, graphics cards, RAM is next to none. They do a fantastic job. One of the really great things with this too, especially if you're an Intel person, I know you and I are Intel and NVIDIA almost exclusively, not anything, AMD Threadrippers are amazing too. But this particular board that we're using inside of our beautiful gifted computers here from GIGABYTE, they use all 10th gen i7 or i9 processors, which, I mean, again, if you're using i7 or i9, you're in the right game. And so using that, you actually get the Intel chipset, the Z490 with it too. And what's actually really cool, if you're a really big nerdy guy with numbers and specs and stuff, right? So typical RAM runs at like 3,200 RPMs. You're like, whatever, that's 3,200 sandwiches, right? So, but guys, you can actually overclock this RAM up to 5,000 hertz, which, what board is really doing that nowadays? I mean, that is insane. It's all dual channeled. On this particular model, there's you have available for 4 sticks of RAM. For me, just that alone is I'm a RAM fiend, is amazing. The fact that your networking can run at 2.5 gigs versus a lot of boards are running at 1. I mean, guys, again and again, there's heat sinks on every single chipset on this board. Your M4 drives are all PCI 4, which means it's going to run the fastest. It can run about 7,000 write speed, probably about a 9,000 read speed. I mean, I'm using big numbers because it's real and it's fast.
We know how you are with drives.
Yeah, yes. I have 7 hard drives in my Alienware.
Perfect.
Really, I would actually like to have a gigabit. So look me up.
All right, guys. Well, thanks, Riptide, for sharing that great information there. Of course, y'all, you're always welcome here at Aquatik HQ to jump into our Gigabyte Gaming Lounge, where you can enjoy, these computers that Riptide was just talking about, as well as some next-gen gameplay. So feel free to come visit us here in Naples, Florida, whenever you'd like to get in on that
You
action.
can play on this bad boy right here.
But I know y'all want to get back into that League of Legends action, so we're going to get ready to turn this back over to the one true trackpad, the Aquatik trackpad, all places in one, here at the Aquatik Studio. But first, let's take one more view from our sponsors.
Helm Audio delivers audiophile sound quality to music lovers who care about audio quality from headphones without breaking the bank, both in wired and true wireless flavors. In addition to headphones, Helm designs and builds products to enhance smartphone audio too. We could talk about being audio innovators, but we think others say it best. Helm Audio was recently recognized for CES 2020, the largest and most influential technology event on the planet, with 4 innovation awards. Why listen to audio that comes up short when great audio quality is available without setting you back? At Helm, we believe we're just getting started. Try a Helm and hear what you've been missing.
Welcome back to the Gigabyte Cup, live from the Aquatik Studio. And as you already know, I'm Trackpad, and I'm here to provide some analysis for you. Since we're doing analysis, let's talk numbers. You heard 154 earlier, talking about the number of champions in League of Legends. The most recent one to come out was just one patch ago, about 2 weeks ago, and that was Viego, the Ruined King. Very exciting kit available for this new champion, including the ability to take over a fallen champion and gain their abilities and their items to use their own power against their team. Viego has proven to be very exciting with a new presence in top lane, mid lane, and the jungle as well. And I'm very excited to see potentially if we see him played, as he's finally eligible for the Gigabyte Cup in the grand finals later tonight between SLU Esports and the Wichita Wolves. And while we're on the topic of numbers, let's talk a little bit of numbers about our fabulous sponsors, Gigabyte. Let's talk the number 1024. You might know that if you're a little bit of a numbers nerd and a little bit of a computer sciencey nerd type, because 1024 megabytes make a gigabyte. And I am about 1024 times more excited for this next game of the Earth Show match than I was for the last one. And let me tell you, that's saying something. So without further ado, let's throw it back over to our fantastic casters, Cyrus Klepp and Papadona, as we head into game number 3 of the Earth Show match. Stay tuned.
All right. Well, we are about to get ready to get into Game 3 of the AR Earth Showcase.
Yes, sir. And as we're waiting in the little bit of lobby time we have, I'd like to go over the little bit about Team Smoke that we have here. So as you see, we have the 5 players going on. We have Lyran, their top laner, who actually is very well adverse in playing a lot of different top laners. He'll play Renekton, Wukong, and Darius pretty evenly throughout his split. So I was really interested to see if he'd be how that matchup would go in the top lane. But I'd love to see him get one of his champions, as I'd love to see all of them get their champions here. Moving on to their jungler, we have Guapachad. I'm sure I butchered that. And he is a heavy Lilia player with actually a pretty good win rate at 58% going in on that solo queue games. So he, AP mid lane or AP jungle, always good, as it allows your team to kind of flex out to other positions. Moving into the mid lane, we got CC Stevie. And this is the interesting thing that I was going to be real interested to see how he'd play it, as I'm sure it would have been banned out. He is a Kiana OTP this season with almost, he's got 11 games on Kiana, and his next highest is 1 game on Akali. So would have been real interesting to see, but who knows? Again, hopefully he gets one of these guys get their mains in Earth, because I'd love to see how with that lowered cooldown reduction they'll do. With the last 2 coming up in the bot lane, we have YNS, and as we know, Kaisa is broken at this moment, and he has been abusing that. He's played 44 games on the champion in solo queue and has a pretty good, respectable 55% win rate on it. And finally, we got Pear Pill coming in at the support. And as we know, who's more broken in the bot lane with Kaisa than Seraphine, who is his main. And again, as I said, I really hope we get to see one of these players get to play their main champions and really just see them go off here.
Yeah, absolutely. With Earth, it definitely gives players the opportunities to kind of show kind of how much they know about certain champions, especially if you get something you're comfortable with, then it really gives you the chance to show like what the proper, not I wouldn't say the proper, but like what the utmost skill ceiling of a champion possibly can be. We see a lot of champions that kind of have Earth-ish kits like Katarina and Rise in our normal games anyway, but it's really cool to see when champions have that enabled as well. And honestly, when you know all the combos for like the Kiana one tricks, you're constantly moving. She has two dashes in her kit anyway, and on top of that, she has hard crowd control and stealth depending on what parts of the map she has access to for bushes and river elements. And it really can just show you how insane a champion can get given the right conditions.
Yes, yes. And hopefully, I mean, I don't know if we'll get it, but hopefully we do get one of them on their main champions. But as we know, ADCs are broken at this moment. If we get more than one ADC on a team, is it just over? Is it just game over? The other team might as well FF and move on to the next one?
It's quite possible, but even when you do have even when it's only one ADC on a team, you still have to play to some extent to the ADC. You know, AD carries are definitely are have always been very item reliant, and despite the fact that you can be a mechanical god at an AD carry, if you get behind, your role has the utmost potential to be completely useless while you're stuck playing catch up, and the rest of the game is going at 200% its normal speed, and you're stuck in yesterday's match when you're the rest of your team and the opposing team is playing next week's match already.
One thing I'd love to see is if we can get it, that Malphite pick for being able to just really ult the backline, shut down the ADC, and be able to really maybe push the meta into something else if we can get a Malphite on one of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see it in solo queue sometimes, but sometimes AP Malphite does pop up here and there. Usually, it's just kind of a for fun build. But when you get something like that into Earth, it really, it's a for fun build and a for fun game mode, and really it just turns Malphite into an AP assassin, and there's not much you can do about it save for a well-timed Zanya's, a flash, or maybe an out from a teammate if you've got something like the Kale or a Bard.
Yeah,
And
it'll be interesting to see. And Cyrus, I believe we are ready to get into game here.
it appears to be that way. I do believe that Team Smoge is going to be on the red side this time. We're already back into the level 1 shenanigans. 2 kills have gone over to the red team already, and it looks like this 4th kill of the game is going to be going to the blue team as Karthus picks up a kill on Lee Sin, who started Q at level 1 instead of something like the W, so his mobility is a little bit limited to going all the way in with no chances of getting back out.
Yeah, but that Q level 1 is going to provide a lot of poke in this top lane skirmish that always seems to happen. One thing that's interesting is we've seen Irelia in all 3 games, haven't we?
I believe so, yeah. Another interesting, I would say a pick, honestly, but another interesting role that we saw coming out of the blue team here is Karthus. Karthus is pretty much always banned in regular Earth just because, Karthus R is really just hit all 5 people for free. So Zanya's Hourglass is definitely going to be a mandatory item for all AP champs this game, and honestly, I would say Lee Sin could build Zanya's just because of the AP scaling his W has.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And I do want to talk about how Team Smog here has 2 supports on their side with the Janna and the Sona. So a lot of healing and a lot of protection that'll be coming out from the side of Team Smoke here.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, Team Smoke has a bit more of a scaling comp, even for Earth standards. At the very start of the game, Earth has a buff, a debuff, which is registered as a buff, denotated as the healing embargo. And really what that does is it applies a modified version of the Grievous Wounds debuff to all members of the game simultaneously, and it starts out a lot heavier, and as the game goes on it becomes less and less. So essentially what you're looking at here is, even though you've got constant like healy spammy champions like Sona, she's still able to heal, just not as much as in the early game. However, the later the game goes and the more healing items she stacks, she'll be able to heal more and more, and it'll look absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, it will force the 800 item the 800 gold item buys out of both teams, really.
Yeah, and that's one thing. One thing I want to look at is how does the heat work for Rumble here? As knowing that there's no cooldowns, he can basically keep his flamethrower on almost at all times. But he does have a heat mechanic where I believe once he's about 50% heat, he's much stronger, and once he overheats, it starts going down. But it will do a lot of damage all at once.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble is a little bit more limited here just because he has essentially the internal cooldowns. As even just in this bot lane skirmish here where we see Rumble running for his life, he's able to put up, he basically just cycles constantly in and out of being overheated. So he really needs to be careful about his ability presses. And honestly, it looks like he's just spamming W, which is the right thing to do in this situation, just so he can stay alive. But yeah, honestly, it's just something you got to be careful with as Rumble. It does take a little bit more management to play him, especially in an event like Earth. And actually, we've got even more action going down through the top side. Zed is playing a pretty dominant mid lane here at the moment, just being able to spam shadows, shuriken, and the spins. However, Karthus is answering in the bottom lane. I don't believe Karthus has the Wall of Pain quite yet. If he has, he hasn't dropped it. Aurelia is also trying to pull off a 2v1 in the top lane. And now Zed is in the bottom lane. However, he will get instantly deleted as he has no chance to recover from the cannon brief knockup. And all three members of the blue team present in the bottom lane are just going to tell him, oh, thanks for the kill and the shutdown.
And they're doing a little bit of a tower dive here.
Rumble is trying to get the last kill of that dive. However, the tower aggro will take him out. Draven is trying to catch Janna. However, with the shields, tornadoes, and the slows, along with her passive movement speed, she's just going to be able to kite him out and honestly just kind of laugh at him.
Wow, yeah, she gets 2 kills and is able to walk away and rejoin this fight to try to help her Zed out. And the Sona gank will be able to, does get the kill, and Janna takes that as well.
Yeah, honestly, I think Team Smoke here on the red side has the upper hand overall just with their comp. I'm not expecting Lee Sin to do as much later, but because they have the double support and honestly just a ton of crowd control, they're going to be able to take more prolonged fights the later the game goes. And as long as they keep their kiting skills up to par, they should be able to make the game go just a little bit longer, or at least keep fights going as long as they'd like to have them go.
A nice little tower dive there on the top side to get that Aurelia. We are going to have a face check into the bush here. Zed into Karthus. And even though Zed did not know he was there, Zed was able to shred Karthus in that bush.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see Karthus pick up his first item in the Night Harvester, but Zed is 5-1 and he has access to his own passive, which deals extra, I believe, magic damage below a certain threshold. So he has an execute on top of just, being able to spam the rest of his abilities. So really, unless Karthus kind of stacks some armor here, Zed is just going to be able to look at him and go, bam, you're gone.
And one thing that'll be interesting to see in the later game is the fact that Zed and Lee Sin really like to dive in, and the supports on the side of Team Smoke are much more, well, Sona's good at engage, but I would say that Janna is the disengaged queen. So if they mess up their dive and they're able to get back out, Janna can just disengage for them. As we see there, she pushed them both away with that little tornado, and might be able to survive. Does get it, but the Karthus ult, what a great shield keeping Janna alive. Wow.
Yeah, and here we see some of the prowess of Moonstone Renewer, even in Earth. Zed does put the death mark onto the Rumble here, and it will actually catch him as Sona puts in just enough damage to make sure that kill goes through. Zed is also under duress from Karthus at the moment. However, he just needs one auto attack, and Karthus will go down here. However, the layaways from the Karthus will take Zed down, earning that shutdown over toward the Karthus and helping him complete his death cat that much sooner. More action going down on the bottom lane as Caitlyn R does get body blocked by the Sona. Her and Janna do have plenty of sustain here with the Moonstone Renewer and shields of their own. Aurelia's tanking the tower and will die immediately during that dive, leaving Draven and Caitlyn to actually run for their lives against the Sona Janna combo. Tons of move speed coming out from the Sona E as well as the Janna passive. Lyran will pick up another kill, putting them at 5-1 with 9 kill participation. And honestly, it's really high kill participation all around from the side of Team Smoke, except for the Victor, who's only sitting at a measly 5 compared to the rest of their team.
So as we got going last time, we have another prediction coming out, which happened before. A lot of votes have already came in, and it doesn't look like people are thinking we're going to get to 100 kills. And with the double support, what do you think? Because I do kind of agree that the double support build is going to be much more of them trying to not play passively. It's still Earth, but they're not going to be looking to just always be tower diving like we have seen in other games.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we are going to be seeing an even lighter kill game than we saw last time. Team Smoj already has a pretty hefty lead onto a couple people, notably Lee Sin and Zed. So really, they're going to be the primary damage dealers here, especially as Victor's caught a little behind and is actually looking to lose the 1v1 against Karthus if he can't land a proper skill shot. However, the crescendo will come out from Sona in the bottom lane, leaving Lee Sin to go godlike. Karthus R is coming out here as Victor did wind up winning that 1v1, and a triple kill will be Lee Sin's reward at the end of this fight. As Team Smoj looks to start the Ocean Dragon up, I believe, which will be Dragon number 1, despite the 8.5 minute long game so far.
All right, so the question is, who's going to end this game with more kills, Zed or Lee Sin? Lee Sin was able to get a little bit ahead in that last fight, but Zed's going for the tower dive on this Caitlyn and will get it. So is really trying to keep up with that Lee Sin's kills here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once it gets a little later, I think Lee Sin might fall off here. And honestly, the later the game goes, the stronger Victor is going to get, and we'll see possibly some of those known one-shots that he has with his Q. Flash Crescendo comes out from the Sona as Lee Sin lands another Q and gets the resonating strike onto the Karthus, gets legendary and a double kill with the help of both of his supports, and this is really what we kind of see here. It's almost reminiscent of the funnel strategies we've seen in, I believe, not last season, but the season before.
Oh, and that little bit of bait there by CC Steve. You gotta love it. I don't know if he knew that was warded, but once he saw the Irelia coming in, he just went for that tower dive, knowing he is way stronger than she will ever be at this point in the game, considering he's got 10 kills and she's got 9 deaths. And he went all in for that with the Ignite getting the kill.
Yeah, it really is kind of the other side of the coin here we see on Aurelia. We've seen how much of a monster she can be when she has, honestly, an even game state or an ahead game state. But once she's behind, it's really just hopeless, regardless of what game mode you're playing.
And a little bit of dancing going on from Rumble here. You love to see the fun people are having. Since this is a fun game mode, there's no competitiveness other than you want to win. But there's no what's it called, repercussion, as we were saying, to losing a game of AR Earth. So they will have fun. They will build crazy things. They will do random tower dives. And who's gonna pick up this kill? Nobody. Karthus gonna get away.
Karthus has the Ghost running and the Wall of Pain goes up, trying to land a slow out, but YNS will take that with the Sona Q as Peripil takes another kill onto Aurelia. There was, looks like just a bit of an in play on the Baron coming out from the Draven, as I believe Blue Team is probably just giving up all hope at this point, trying to stay alive however they can.
You gotta love the Lee Sin peeling off of the Karthus kill, going, you know what, Sona's gonna get there. I'm gonna go find every other kill possible in this match. I gotta have more kills than my Zed at the end of this.
He's trying to chase down the Caitlyn. The Ace in the Hole will come out as Peripil one-shots the Aurelia. However, the Ace in the Hole from the Caitlyn will take the shutdown from Lee Sin, netting Caitlyn a hefty amount of gold here. And it looks like, since we are seeing the lethality Caitlyn, and he's, oh my god, Karthus really just got 3-shot by Victor here, and that's not even at 3 items.
Oh, and Victor stays alive! That was crazy.
That was honestly such a clutch play coming out from the Victor. Ace in the Hole did go out, but I believe it got body blocked by the Zed, who had the Edge of Night available. Zed is going to put the death mark onto Aurelia, who's going to get slain by YNS. However, Zed will take the Caitlyn in return.
Man,
First inhibitor is going down here, and it looks like we might see an end of a game, honestly, even sooner than the last two had ended.
Yeah, we're at 11 minutes and 30 seconds, and it's 39-9, and they're pushing the inhibitor or the Nexus turrets here.
Yeah, at this point, all Team Smoj is waiting for is just a minion wave, and they have plenty of wave clear to take all the incoming blue side minions out. And honestly, if blue side can't clear the wave, then they're just going to lose the game here. What Karthus should do, if they're trying to prolong the game just a little bit more, is int into the minion wave and just let his active E during his passive do some of the damage while he clears with Qs and maybe an R if he can put some damage out. However, it doesn't look like there will be a chance to do that, as Aurelia is going to take the 13th death. Requiem is coming out from Karthus, although we're not going to see very much damage come out from it at all, despite the 2-item death cap.
Yeah, unfortunately for Karthus, he's got the 2 items, but everybody else on the side of Team Smoj here is pushing their 3 items, and they're really just able to do whatever they want. As you see Lee Sin dive in over the Nexus and get a double kill, as we have a 1v1 going up here in the bot lane. Draven versus Zed. Zed is going low, and Zed gets the kill on the Draven. Wow, I did not see that going that way, but Rumble will pick up Zed in the process.
Absolutely, we see Victor go on a rampage here. It's really just Team Smoke sitting in the blue team's base at this point just because of the infinite heals and shields they have coming up from the supports. Lee Sin also has the damage to really just two-shot anyone. The point I'd like to make here ultimately is that we saw the Q come out, and if Lee Sin takes this, he will be able to execute Caitlyn under Fountain if the Fountain doesn't kill him first.
Man, and you love seeing it when Team Smoke is ahead. They love to fountain camp here. They really want to get to that 100 kills, guys. They got a long ways to go. If they can get 46 kills here while just camping them under fountain, I don't know if they'll be able to do it, but I'd love to see it happen.
Champ Cannon is loaded up, and it looks like blue team will be trying to just shoot themselves out of their own base in order to try and reclaim really any part of the map. Zed is taking a ton of damage from the Rumble here, and Rumble is actually still alive in the bottom lane as Zed has a sliver of health, but the spin from the Shadow will take care of that, as Zed is now 14-3 with the rest of Team Smooge camping inside the fountain, and there's really not a whole lot to be done here other than just kind of watch the fish in the barrel being shot at.
Really interesting what Draven's doing here. I think he's just clearing out the side of Team Smoke's jungle as his entire team just gets fountain camped. And the dive in from Pearpill will get shut down because of that fountain laser. But man, is he able to one-shot anybody he wants to, basically at any given time.
Yeah, at that point I have to just kind of assume that it was meant to be an expedited recall, shall we say. With the assistance of the enemy fountain, even with 3 members in the fountain here from Team Smoge, they're still able to just put out tons of pressure because both supports are still alive. The Grievous Wounds debuff from the heal embargo is still up. Although we did see a shutdown go on to Victor, leaving both supports to fend for themselves at the moment. Zed is close behind, and it looks like he may be able to put out some damage here. Ace in the hole comes out from Caitlyn as another equalizer falls down onto the field from Rumble, trying to put some slows down and some damage. However, it doesn't look like that'll amount to much as Zed goes in and YNS goes on a rampage, taking really his life for themselves. Karthus is in the middle of the team now, but will be taken down by Zed once again as the Requiem does come up. Deathmark is onto the Caitlyn here, who will possibly get executed in the fountain. Zed is just blinking back and forth from the shadows, but the shutdown will come through onto Caitlyn from the tower shots. Draven is still AFK in the jungle, just trying to clear what he can to maybe look at getting some sort of gold.
It'd be real interesting to see if this somehow goes late game, and the issue with Team Smoke not hitting the fountain is that, or the Nexus is that they are giving Draven time to scale, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Draven's just sitting in the jungle farming as much as he can, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to that 18 kill Lee Sin or the 15 kill Zed.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, I think Draven should just be doing objectives like we see Rumble doing here. Guapachad will be killing Caitlyn here by himself as all 4 members of Team Smoge, except for Zed, will be present in the enemy base once again. Zed is going to catch Rumble, doing the Dragon once again, and the steal comes through, making Dragon number 2 go over to the red team once again. We're also sitting at kills 52 and 13, if my math is correct, because I'm not a math guy despite the simple addition. It is 65 kills right now, so we are 35 away from that sweet 100 mark. And Team Smoge really is going to be pushing for it here as some more respawns come in, hopefully adding to those numbers a little bit more. Don't believe there's really too much potential for one-shots in the fountain quite yet, unless it's Lee Sin dying in another dive. I think Zed is going to be hunting down Draven here, or at least just trying to look for him, since he knows he is clearing the jungle. But other than that, it's really just watching the monkeys dance around in the fountain, and there's not much that blue team can do against the pressure that Team Smoge is putting on.
Yeah, Zed's sitting there 2 kills behind his buddy in Lee Sin. He's trying to find that one pick on the Draven, and then hopefully be able to come back to be able to catch up on those 2 kills. As we do get Aurelia coming out of fountain and instantly deleted. Not much you could really do. I think Winions are going to take this game before we get anywhere near that 100 kill mark.
Actually, it looks like Karthus is clearing the minions in the mid wave, and Team Smoge is really just happy to let him do that. There is still a little bit of a danger for letting champions like that scale. However, Zed may actually put a stop to this shortly. Deathmark does go down, a little bit of damage gets put out, and the Beyblades coming out from shadows will put an end to Karthus's minion clearing, leaving the path right open for the rest of the minions to come and take the freshly respawned inhib down.
Man, there is a 1 kill difference right now between the Zed and the Lee Sin. I'd love to see Zed be able to get Draven here, tie it up, and then it goes into who's more willing to do the fountain dive.
Absolutely, and we've seen Guapachad picking up tons of kills here from the fountain. However, the shutdown will come through once again as he steps just a little too far and the laser goes bzzzt, and Victor gets sent straight back to his own fountain.
Do it, Lisa. Dive in. I believe in you. Oh, I really coming out of fountain, being a little risky here.
Red team here letting a little bit of the pressure ease up as the Nexus is now the one under duress from the minions. However, outside of fountain, it is still red team's territory, so really blue team is going to be extremely hard pressed to try and get anything done here, just because of the lead Team Smoke is holding. Even Aurelia with the infinite dashes and the infinite stuns is going to have a really hard time here. Ace in the hole does go down, and Lee Sin is actually at a sliver of health. I think Caitlyn might have done that much damage all on her own. Requiem is coming out, and Lee Sin may use the shield, but the shutdown comes out anyway because Karthus is at those magical 4 items with all that CSing he's been doing.
So this is the first time in the last 8 minutes that we have not seen Team Smoke sitting on blue team's fountain, basically. You've got to give it to the blue team here. They are resilient. They're staying in this, being as far down as they can, and a little bit of dancing from the Karthus. You love to see it.
Yeah, he did get put into the... Oh, wow, that lethality Caitlyn Ace in the hole is just absolutely nuts. If she gets to a full 6 items without boots, then I think she can honestly just one-shot anyone who doesn't have a spell shield up. Speaking of one-shots, we just saw YNS and Victor pick up another kill onto the Aurelia. Another ace in the hole comes out from Caitlyn as Zed takes the dragon for himself. Team Smoke is now on soul point, and the shutdown will come through as Zed gets caught out on just a little bit of vision here from Caitlyn.
Zed thought he was going to be able to take the lead on Lee Sin there, seeing an ADC caught out on his own. That is an assassin's dream right there.
Absolutely, but Caitlyn is really an assassin on her own too. That will include being the squishy part of it, however, as 4 members of Team Smoke will catch her out of position and send her right back to the fountain.
And it seems like minions are just abusing the Nexus now, and I don't think we're going to be able to see a 100-kill game. As victory goes to the side of Team Smoke, they will take a 2-1 lead in the, I guess, the show match that they've got going. They've won the first, lost the second, and now won the third in a pretty decisive factor. So you'll love to see that on Team Smoke's side.
Absolutely, and we actually got to see a game where the winning team did not actually have an AD carry. Granted there was the double support here, but it was still a really cool thing to not have to watch just the right click champs go do their thing. Even though we did see that Caitlyn, she opted for the lethality build, which was really cool to see, just because you get to the point and click R, and even if it doesn't get blocked, it really has the chance to just pop someone immediately 100-0, no counterplay on the other team.
Yeah, it was a very fun match to watch. I'm glad we got to see the little fountain antics, but we will be moving back to trackpad here. So we'll see you guys in a little bit, but as you know, you love them. Enjoy hanging out with them. We'll go back to trackpad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GIGABYTE Cup, and that was, as somebody who is analyzing these games and showcasing the game mode, that was great stuff. Quality entertainment value. As a League player, that hurt. But another fantastic showing from Team Smoge, taking that victory with confidence, poise, and ease. We're going to head to another quick intermission, and we will have a very special intermission this time around. We'll see you on the Nepcam very shortly. Stay tuned.
We're the underdogs roaming in the dark. We're the savages born from worlds apart.
What's going on, everyone? I've decided to take over the intermission. Look, y'all, we got a whole bunch going on here behind the scenes. There's a Trident himself, someone you don't see too often. But I decided to take over so we could do a little walk through Aquatik HQ and what's going on during this brief intermission. I'm gonna flip my camera around. We got a little buffet line going, keeping all the employees fed and feeling pretty good. We're gonna walk back here into Marketing HQ. You can see the fantastic Aquatik as like a girl doing some cool things in here, keeping everybody up to date on what is going on in today's game. around. You can see a little action back in here. What do you say hi to the Gigabyte fans?
Hi, Gigabyte fans.
Of course, of course you did. We're gonna spin back this way, do a little more peeping on what's going on, and then we will dive back into the action. I'm actually gonna swap the camera around one more time. You'll actually maybe secretly way down there see the one, the only Kami Wolverine doing a little hiding work at the other end of Aquatik HQ. We may talk to him a bit later on, but let's also see if we can go and maybe find Riptide. We're looking at LV right now in that production. This event. Now, normally Riptide would be sitting right here and enjoying some work in the Gigabyte Lounge, but it looks like he has went incognito somewhere else in the building. And y'all, this is the look that we have going on throughout the day. I'm sure you know, and now you can see just how we see it. There's Trackpad hiding in his usual spot, doing the good stuff from behind the cam. And let's give you the view that that Trackpad gets while he is broadcasting today. So this is through the eyes of Trackpad. Of course, he gets to see the one and only Elfie back there. Check out the Doom helmet. What else could you ask for? This is great, right, Trackpad?
This is quality.
You can see the thesis that Trackpad wrote for today's adventure and all of the things that are going on here at Aquatik HQ. Now, I'm pretty sure my timer is about up. I think it's almost time. I got 2 whole minutes, y'all. With that being said, let me back over here to Nep. Let's go see if we can find Riptide. He's hiding here. I got 2 minutes. We can do this, because why not? This is where all the action is. Oh. Has anyone seen Riptide in this office? He's hiding somewhere. You know what? I think since I can't find Riptide, I'm going to do something even all love him. He's giving me that look of excitement. We got Kami Wolverine, everyone.
Hello, good to see y'all. This is the content that I'm sure you were all looking for.
Kami's going to be joining us a little bit later on for the halftime show, so you'll get to hear more from him and all the good things that he's doing back here. One more little sneak peek, since we couldn't find Riptide, into the Creator Studio. Now, you may have seen this. I know you love it, right? A great place for people to come in, hang out, see all the memorabilia, and cast out to their audiences. So always feel free to join us here at Aquatik HQ. Now, oh, there he is, the one and only Riptide.
What is this? All I'm saying is that the people, I know what you want. I'm right here, guys. Don't worry. And this guy, who is this guy? He can't even come find me.
You know what's great about this? I could take the camera away from Riptide and carry on. Y'all, I gotta turn this back over to Elvie. She has some work to do to keep this stream rocking and rolling. And don't worry, you're gonna see Riptide and I in just on camera. So let's dive back into the event, and I will see you.
So cold, that little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eyes. Do what you feel, do what you like.
Welcome back, all, and just like that, I am back on the big screen instead of being hidden behind my phone. Although, y'all, we have some really cool things to talk about. As you can see, Riptide has somehow stolen more things from Aquatik HQ that are planned to be given away to people like you.
Oh, these are giveaways? Oh, good thing I have.
Surprise, surprise. Y'all, what Riptide is showing off here is part of our new G Fuel giveaway that we've been talking about over the last few weeks, and we are pretty excited about this one. We have 2 of G Fuel's new flavors that they have been teasing and that are up on the website. We wanted to get these in collector boxes to send home with someone. Now, of course, we have Ice Shatter
collector's
and
boxes.
Scorpion Sting, and yes, we do love collector's boxes. Maybe on my next little Nepcam adventure, I'll go over to Riptide's desk so you can see some pretty crazy things and see just how much he really does love collector's boxes. Now, y'all, if you want to take home these fantastic G Fuel products, as well as a little bit of a G Fuel pajama set that you may have seen me teasing the other night on Fireside Chat, contain yourself, Riptide. I know that it is a masterpiece in me in the G Fuel pajama.
I'm just visualizing
adventure.
right after you put it on that you looked like Mario.
There was that. I was the green from Luigi, but the pudge of the Mario to build out one perfect Neptune. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. For those of you that did catch it, if not, you'll definitely see that on my Instagram here on the Nepgram very shortly, where you can tune in and enter into that giveaway, y'all. We're giving away a really fantastic gift card to a platform of your choice. I believe it's $75. So you can pick up a new game, maybe pick up some in-game dollars for whatever game it is that you might like to play.
Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah, and you're gonna need the energy to play that game all night long. So you'll be able to grab these 2 fantastic G Fuel products here to get yourself up and ready to go. And then of course, when you're done and it's come to like 4 in the morning and you are so tired, well, you can slide on your G Fuel pajamas and look as fine as you want to as you lay down in bed and get ready to do it all over again the next day.
When we got our The Office Series X in, this was actually the first game I tried was
Right, it
Mortal
was.
Kombat 11, and I have it on PC now too. But what a fantastic game and just how beautiful it is. Now, the real question for you, because it's just, I love NetherRealm, whether it be Mortal Kombat or Injustice. What series now? Because now that they've taken on Injustice, what if they had to add a 3rd branch? What would it be? I'm gonna take the LOL way out and say League of Legends fighting game.
I'm gonna get Nintendo to come after me, and I want to see like a Mortal Kombat version of Super Smash Brothers. They're gonna find me somewhere wherever I live. I think that kind of action.
Isn't that called Super Smash Brothers?
Yeah, but like full-on Mortal Kombat graphics, like
Oh, God.
close up, like action. That would be the game.
That'd be
for me.
exciting.
I'd spend a lot of time there. I definitely need some G Fuel to push myself through that.
Well, if you need some G Fuel, you better get over here.
Oh my. No.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
How long have you been writing? Did you practice that one? Trackpad's giving you the thumbs down for behind the scenes. Y'all, but yeah, this giveaway is live.
Took me
You
all
can
afternoon.
Find it on aquatik.org. You also can head over to my Instagram here right after I disappear from camera. That is going to be going live probably within about 5 minutes or so. So feel free to jump in, get entered, and walk home with some great G Fuel, some good pajamas, and of course a little bit of cash, so you can do exactly what it is.
Oh, don't worry,
you
I got
want
that.
To do. No. You get nothing. We're even gonna take the. You know what? Give me these. Riptide, I'm gonna let you close this one out because I need to go hide these somewhere. So let's get the people back to the games, but I'm gonna go hide these somewhere where you will never find them.
Impossible. Guys, we're having such a great time here. We're having a lot of fun, as you can see. So whether it be our bad boys Gigabit here, you've got the Helm Audio, you've got G Fuel, we are ready and prepped for our next game. So why don't we kick it over to our sponsors, we'll get back over the trackpad, and then right back in the game.
Helm Audio delivers audiophile sound quality to music lovers who care about audio quality from headphones without breaking the bank, both in wired and true wireless flavors. In addition to headphones, Helm designs and builds products to enhance smartphone audio too. We could talk about being audio innovators, but we think others say it best. Helm Audio was recently recognized for CES 2020, the largest and most influential technology event on the planet, with 4 innovation awards. Why listen to audio that comes up short when great audio quality is available without setting you back? At Helm, we believe we're just getting started. Try a Helm and hear what you've been missing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Aquatic Studio for the last match of the Earth Showcase and the last match of our Lunar Beast Spotlight. I'm very excited to wrap up this part of the Gigabyte Cup because right after, and I know you're all excited for this, we will have Halocene playing in the halftime show. But in the meantime, let's send it back to Cyrus Klepp and Papa Donut and send it back to Team Smoge as they go one more time in Ultra Rapid Fire.
Alrighty, guys, and welcome back to the casting desk. It was kind of funny watching that, seeing it was Riptide holding those G Fuels, and when Neptune took it away, he looked so sad. I felt so bad for him.
Yeah, definitely missing out on that. I have yet to try G Fuel myself, but I've heard a lot of good things.
Oh man, it's good. If you're ever getting tired while gaming, get yourself some G Fuel. It'll really get you through the rest of the games, help you focus. And the best part is it doesn't keep you up all night after like some other energy drinks will.
Well, it certainly sounds like the best of both worlds. And honestly, with the way the Earth games have been going today, the energy for those is sorely needed.
Absolutely. Speaking of
do
AR
believe-
Earth, we will be getting into a game or two more depending on how long these games take. We will be getting another 100 kill bet going on. I think they're going to hit it this time. I really hope they will. So I think that's where my bet's going to go. What about you, Cyrus? What do you think?
We can always hope. We've only seen the 100 kill mark be broken in game 1, so it's definitely going to take a lot of action, not only right from the get-go, but all game long to hit that beautiful, beautiful number.
Yeah, I think they could do it, especially again. I want to see someone from Team Smoke get their main champion and just take over the game.
Absolutely, it's really something that we can always hope for, and if assuming they have any rerolls left over from the previous games, it's still a pretty high possibility. In all honesty, I would say, given the variance, in terms of all the mains that we've seen from Team Smoke.
Yeah, they do have they other than their mid laner being a Kiana OTP, they are very flexible. So there's a good chance. Although I'd love to see how many rerolls they actually have left to see if they're giving any chance or if they're just now whatever champion they're given is what they're taking.
At this point, I'm honestly thinking that's probably what we're looking at, given that over the course of 3 games, I don't think you really get any more rerolls back since you're not playing on normal Summoner's Rift. I could be wrong about that, however, and maybe each member of Team Smoke has another reroll or two left over. But it's really just all about trying to get those comfort picks and maybe trying to get a fun little comp going.
Yeah, I'd love to see some good duo lanes, like I said earlier, getting something like a Nivea Poppy or something like that to really try to just get your own setup going down there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some pretty good combos come up. Last game we saw double supports come in from Team Smoke in the Sona and I believe Janna. What I'd really like to see though is if we get another support combination, something with Seraphine, just because of how broken the champ is normally.
Oh yeah, she is. I'm sure she will be banned in our later games coming through. But who knows? Maybe one of the teams will try to get her as a pocket pick.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting pick if it does come out. But it'll honestly just be up to the RNGesus gods.
Yep, as all AR Earth will be, because unfortunately, again, all random, ultra rapid fire means you don't get to choose. You just sit there and whatever RNG you're given, you take and you try to make the best of it.
Although while we are here for Earth, I'm definitely interested in seeing some of the ability haste builds come out, if they're possible, just because of, the interactions that Earth has with the ability haste. We're also right in the game with the level 1, and we've also got a Viego in this game, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, Viego coming out as one of the newer champions has some really interesting lore behind him too. Cyrus, would you like to go a little into that?
Yeah, while we've still got the level 1 kerfuffle going on, we can get some of the more the nitty gritty details of Viego out of the way. So Viego is essentially the person responsible for the creation of the Shadow Isles. He was crowned king of a kind of no-name little country out somewhere, I have no idea where, in Runeterra, and he married a peasant, and his wife died after a failed assassination attempt on his life, and he basically spent all of his kingdom's resources and money trying to bring her back to life. He eventually came across the Blessed Isles, Shadow Isles, before all the bad stuff happened, and brought his wife back with their magic water tribe water, for those of you who know ATLA. And she was not happy about that, and she stabbed him with his own sword, the big screw off sword you see him carrying right now, and bam, Shadow Isles. Everything's bad, everything's gross, everything's got all, gas and green and gross stuff going on. Lots of undeath, lots of gross things.
Yeah, and his mechanic where he's able to take over champions that die is a really cool in-game feature. I really hate it because you get him so low, like you see now, and then once he's just able to take someone over, he's back to like half health because he goes invulnerable and then heals based off of, what does he heal based off of actually? I don't know that.
I don't know the exact numbers behind it. It's something I need to work on a little bit, but essentially it's like he has the Triumph rune as part of his passive. He saps, I believe, a portion of their HP and gets it back, but he is untargetable during that possession period, so it brings up a lot of frustration for players when they dump a lot of damage while he's possessing, because they think, oh, he's not moving, he's not doing a whole lot, I can kill him right now, and then he is untargetable for a second or two and then comes back with a little bit of extra HP, fully refreshed cooldowns, and just a ton of damage, because once he hits that level 6 he will have the a free cast of his ult. Although what I'm interested in seeing is how often he has his ult without getting possessions because of the Earth cooldown reduction.
Yeah, as an Urgot player, I have missed a few ulties on a Viego because I go for it, he goes in, sucks a champion up, and my ult just goes woo right through him. So very sad.
Yeah, and actually, something interesting we see coming out here is that Red Side has a Bard, and Bard has built Noon Quiver first item, so we might actually see AD Bard.
Yeah, and another thing, we see another Irelia being picked up. So that is every game Irelia's been in it.
Yeah, actually, Aurelia's had a technical 100% pick rate. I wouldn't say a ban rate, really. But yeah, it's definitely going to be another interesting game, especially she already has the 4-0 lead this early. She does have all of her team's kills at the moment, but if she manages to get some power spikes pretty early and maybe opts into a defensive item as her second or third, then she can definitely just kind of do whatever she wants with the game, as long as she manages to get a clean sidestep or two in.
Man, and you can tell the difference between someone who plays Riven and someone who does not know it, because those autos and the resets there, getting the flash, going under tower, you can really tell that person has played a lot of Riven because they know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be a pretty standard Riven build. It looks like as she's opted for Iron Spike Whip, and it looks like it is going to be the Gore Drinker at the end of the day, which is no surprise whatsoever.
Yeah, Riven with Gore Drinker, really nice because she gets to use all her abilities, get in, and with the AR Earth, I'm pretty sure her Q is just almost always up. And Bard does get the collector kill on the Alistar. Man, Bard's got the most kills on the team.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm actually really happy to see Bard doing what he does like this. Riven has hit level 6 though, and she does have the Wind Slash still available, looking for a double kill here. She picks up the Aurelia, getting the shutdown, and is taking tower aggro, and will get the double kill before falling to that tower.
Wow, she took so much tower aggro there and was still able to get the double kill. So as we see that, I have to ask, who do you think is going to have the most kills on both sides here?
At this point, I would have to guess it's going to be Riven for the red team and Aurelia for Team Smoke.
All right, I'm going to be hopeful. I'm going to say Bard's going to somehow pass that Riven and just, with that collector, be able to do so much damage. But I do agree, I think Aurelia is going to be the one for Team Smoke here that's going to be putting in most of the kills on that side.
That may actually look a little doubtful, as she was the first casualty to go this fight. Riven is going to be putting tons of damage with her infinite dashes, infinite stuns. I mean, we talked about Aurelia having them, when Riven literally has 4 dashes just in her kit alone, and 2 forms of crowd control, because she has the W, which is her key burst, which puts out a short stun, and she has a knockup from the third portion of her Q.
Wow, and she already comes back with Gore Drinker.
I'd also like to point out that just take a look at Riven's bar on the scoreboard, and you'll notice when she uses Gore Drinker, the item's icon will darken for just a little bit, and you'll see it filling back up with color as it's on cooldown. And really, we can see just how short of a cooldown it really is on, and is again, we've talked last game about the healing embargo and the kind of restrictions it puts on players. Ooh, Aurelia's looking for a solo kill, but the Gore Drinker's just too much.
Oh man, and that Riven is just super fed. I don't see any hope for Bard anymore.
Absolutely, and an amazing double kill actually coming out for Swain in the bottom lane. Viego and Lee Sin really tried to make that one happen, but because Swain has access to the Janna with the Moonstone now, it's really just such a hard kill to make happen.
Come on, Bard! Get those kills! You can do it!
Fiddlesticks had the Crow Storm, and Bard is chasing kills. He did get the Temper Fate, I believe, onto the Gragas, and he has such a sliver of HP, and he picks up his kill number 5 onto Gragas here. Alistair's trying to keep some pressure off of his top lane tower, and with Fiddlesticks, that is easier said than done because of the fears and the drain.
Fiddle just tank! Yes! Bard, keep it up!
Bard's doing super well this game, making use of his teammate as sort of a living meat shield, really.
Yeah, as you see, Fiddlesticks has 9 assists with no kills, so Fiddle is just walking in, standing there going, hey, everybody hit me. I am going to feed my buddy Bard here, because the casters want to see him beat out our Riven. Well, one of them does.
Well, at this point, I'm maybe turned into another hopeful as well, given how well he's doing. Bard does have the completed boots and the Gale Force, so I'm definitely looking forward to the chase downs and the kiting potential that Bard has, especially as he gets more and more meeps.
Oh, but Riven KS's Bard there, so taking another kill lead. Come on, Riven, let Bard have it.
Absolutely, and we're already looking at a pretty another high disparity kill game. The score is 8-22, so it's looking pretty rough here for Team Smoke. Based off of the fact that, honestly, I think we may be looking at another kind of comp diff, just because Moonstone on Janna, Riven has access to, well, Riven and Gore Drinker, and it's really just going to be a crazy amount of damage as we see coming here as Riven picks up another triple for herself just pretty casually.
And now she is doubling Bard's kills, so Bard's going to have to put in a lot of work here. Oh, and he gets 2v1'd here. No! Fiddle wasn't able to do anything to come back and help. And will escape with his life. Maybe that great flash from the Gragas is going to be able to take down Fiddlesticks. Yes. So good 2v2 up there in the top lane. Kind of taking back a little bit of what Riven did. And we do get Bard flashing back in here with the cannon. And the tower dive will be enough to take him out. Oh, that was Swain, actually. Wow, interesting play by Swain.
Yeah, honestly, I'd say that was really well executed by Team Smoke, just on a very technical level. Yes, we did see Pearpill just go down to the Gale Force execute, but we've also, saw a really good example of juggling tower aggro there, despite Riven getting more and more kills in the bottom lane. I think Riven's just playing her own game at this point.
Yeah, and the way Riven's playing, I don't know if we're going to be able to see, we might see a 15-minute quick game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'm even wondering if we'll see the game go to 15 minutes. We just got to the 9-minute and 25-second mark, so really we're not even at 10 minutes yet, and the game already looks this way. It's going to take a miracle from the side of Blue Team, or just some really just int plays coming out from Red Team to make sure Team Smoke has any chance of coming back in this Earth match.
Man, and they try to 2v1 the Riven down there. She has enough time to let both her supports come down and just kind of do the last little bit of helping that she needed to be able to guarantee those kills. I don't know if they're going to be able to ever take down this Riven here.
Honestly, at this point, as the game goes later and later and the healing embargo is slowly lifted, I have to agree with you. The only person with grievous wounds outside of Ignite on Team Smoke is Lee Sin, and he doesn't even have the finished Hextech or the Chempunk Chainsword, which is really going to provide a problem here because they can't get more than 40% healing reduction off on Riven, and 40% is great and all, but when you're, if you're still healing 1,000,000 damage, 40% of that is still going to heal you back to, 10 times your full health.
Yeah, I do feel bad for this Riven's Q key though. It's got to be worn out by the end of this.
Yeah, I would say a new keycap is definitely in order here, and here again we just see Riven just absolutely annihilating anybody that comes across her path. Aurelia's trying to get some split pushing done in the top lane. However, the champ cannon will come through, and Fiddlesticks is going to pick up his first kill, actually.
Wow, stole it from our bard. That's unfortunate there.
Lee Sin's trying to get a 1v1 in onto Swain. However, Gragas is going to put up some damage, and Stunned is actually going to be able to take down Lee Sin and get away with his life. Riven is hot on the heels of Gragas, though, and with the mobility she has, she's just going to be able to flash over the wall and use that Gore Drinker over and over and over to maintain the healing. But the shutdown finally goes through for Viego, who is opting for a pretty good build himself. Currently does have the Riven possessed, so he has access to her items for just a little bit, as well as another charge of his own ulti. Aurelia is trying to get Fiddlesticks off of the tier 1 top tower, but the fear will go through, and the tower shot will take Fiddlesticks down and give Aurelia that next kill.
Yeah, Riven messed up a little bit down there, trying to jump the wall, but wasn't able to. Then had to use flash in, so didn't get that damage she would have got if she would have got that Q over the wall. And I think that's what eventually sealed her fate. I think if she gets that Q over, she might have been able to get that 3v1 Gore Drinker flash out, see if they get the chase going.
Absolutely. Swain is also caught out once again. Viego is brought very low, and there will be no... Ooh! Spoke just a little bit too soon as Stun takes down YNS.
So then what happened there? Because they did get the kill, but Viego wasn't able to go invulnerable. Was it just perfectly timed, or...?
I think it was probably just a little bit of not entirely precise timing from Viego. I don't believe there was really a delay for him to take control of any dead bodies. So it was really just a matter of Swain had dots ticking on Viego, and Viego simply just didn't react fast enough with the sliver of health that he had.
Yeah, it was just perfectly timed where Viego couldn't get into that soul. We do already see 60 kills going on here at the 12-minute mark, and possibly a Baron take here.
Absolutely. Based on, just Riven's kind of bloodbath that she's initiated on this team as, kill number 20 goes out, Riven may actually help us see the 100-kill dream come true once again.
Man, she's just taking so much tower. Bard gets a KS at a point, Bard. That's how you do it. Unfortunately, Bard is double the kills behind right now, so he'd have to double his kills, and he'd still be 1 kill behind. As Alistar tries to take out the Swain in a 1v1, but unable to do it.
Riven at this point is using Janna to help tank both Nexus turrets. Meanwhile, 2 other members of Red Team are doing the Baron just completely solo. Swain and Fiddlesticks having this, honestly, just the necessary sustain and okay DPS to do that without any sort of fear of being interrupted by any member of the blue team, just because Riven has such a stranglehold, really.
I would love to mention that Riven has 4 more kills than the entirety of Team Smoke's team here.
Yeah, Riven, honestly, at this point, really is just a team on her own. It feels like it's 10v5 here, and, in all honesty, just because of how much of a threat Riven is. She is going to get some pretty hard crowd control forced her way, though, and is brought pretty low. Sterix is popped. Gordricker is going off over and over and over again. However, with the shields from Janna, as well as her own healing, Riven is just going to be able to be back up to full health. What is this champion? What are these Earth interactions, Papa D? Ooh! Gragas all into the fountain, however the flash does come out from Riven, and she's still alive, looking at that full health. More Nexus lasers coming out onto Riven, however there will be no cause for concern as she has tons of shields from both herself and Janna. Gragas is trying to do what he can to try and get the members of Red Team off of his base, but there really is no chance here. Viego's the next in line as he gets feared by the Fiddlesticks and is being assailed under fountain by Swain and the rest of Red Team. Ultimate goes out from Viego, however the drain from the Fiddlesticks will keep him at full health as Swain is in the ultimate and just immediately gives him the Emperor Palpatine shock to the face. Swain gets kicked back into the fountain, and game goes over to Red Team.
Riven ended with 27 kills. I would love to see how long she was CC'd for in that one fight, because it felt like she was CC'd for the entirety of it, and then still just won the fight because of Gore Drinker.
All it took was a single button press, and Riven was back in the game perfectly as she was. No scratches or, anything else to be worried about, really. I mean, yeah, she had Janna helping her, but, Janna also only had Moonstone and Staff of Flowing Water, so the healing and shield power really wasn't as high as it could have been. But ultimately, it's just crazy to see the Earth interactions. I mean, Riven had a very ability haste heavy build on top of her on top of the Earth cooldown already provided. So it's really crazy just to see how low the cooldowns got there.
So as we see, we get Team Smoke going 2-2 so far in this show game tournament. I guess it'd be a tournament. How do you want to say? What do we want to say? They're show matches, but we're keeping track of the record. What should we call it?
I would still just call them show matches. They are sitting at a pretty okay 50% win rate so far. We're hoping to see a positive win rate at the end of the day. And honestly, I'm at this point I'm hoping that they stick with the trend of having an Aurelia in every game. It just kind of happened that way so far, but at this point, I think fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, fool me 3 times, and fool me 4 times. Really, I don't know what else to say about that. So I'm hoping we're going to get at least a 5th time.
I'd love to see Irelia another time, and I'd love to see an Irelia Riven matchup in mid again to see if Irelia can actually take over that win. But we're probably not going to see it, as again, all random, so no choosing your champion. So it is a little unfortunate because we probably won't see another Riven again, but we've seen Irelia 4 times, so why not a Riven again, right?
I mean, yeah, if we can see Aurelia in every match today, regardless of the random factor, then I have no doubt at all that we can see a Riven again.
Yeah, so let's recap some of the other games. As we saw this time, we had no ADCs on either team, but it was a quick run from that Riven. And the match before, we had no ADC on the winning side, and the ADC from the other team was unable to do much. Back to the game before that, man, my memory's bad. Cyrus, do you remember?
I think that was just kind of another stomp. Actually, I don't even think it was quite a stomp because that was a relatively even game up until the very end, where the opposing team just had the chance to take over Nexus, and they didn't even bother with any of the fountain camping that we've seen Team Smoke be so fond of in these show matches. Honestly, it just gives me a throwback back to the first game where we did hit that 100 kill mark, and that's kind of where we started our hopes for the day, is being able to get to that 100 kill mark every game, which we haven't been able to do quite yet, as of yet so far, just because games have ended so quickly. Granted, Team Smoke is up against random groups of people, so they aren't necessarily as coordinated and willing to do the fountain camp. And I believe we are about ready to kick it back to Trackpad. So we'll talk to you guys in a little bit and enjoy hanging out with Trackpad once more.
Welcome back to the GIGABYTE Cup, everybody, and what a fun way to showcase the new Lunar Beast event, which started on February 4th and continues through to March 8th. Make sure to get your event passes, get your games in, and earn those sweet, sweet rewards inside of League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics, and other Riot games. When we come back, we've got some exciting announcements related to some aquatic giveaways, and we'll start the lead up to our ever so anticipated halftime show. Stay tuned, the GIGABYTE Cup is just getting started.
We're the underdogs, roaming in the dark. We're the savages, born from worlds apart. Our past is shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, that rage. Light up Neptjun, reignite the flames, the flames. This ain't the end, we're here to stay. We rush into the unknown, fearless and brave, so don't throw it away. That rage won't stop until sweet victory. We've been working towards the goal for most our lives. Every challenge that we faced, we have survived. Our confidence is growing every day. Finally, it is our time to reign. Our past has shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, that rage. We're the underdogs, roaming in the dark. We're the savages, born from worlds apart. And now I know that this is just a start. We will fight for everything we are. Take a chance on me. United we will bleed. You gave me a reason to fight once again. We stand together, we'll stand till the end. Through all the pain, I know this is worth dying for.
Oh, baby, baby, why you act so cold? That little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eye. Do what you need, do what you like. It's your thing, do what you feel, do what you like. Yeah, I can't believe you make me feel this way. No other girl has done me quite like that. You got me thinking about the morning sun instead of sneaking out the back door. Yeah, do what you need, do what you like. That's your thing. Do what you like, yeah, baby. Do what you like, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquatik Studio. Man, Riptide, today has been, it's just been just a great day.
It's been awesome day. I've enjoyed everybody even hit me up on Twitter and stuff a little earlier. I know my boy Warden Blackbeard out there, he was like, what is this PlayStation shirt going on? Everybody knows me for having a huge fanboy crush on Phil Spencer and Team Xbox. But everybody, I'm gonna be honest with you. Actually, shockingly, this gen I actually went PC more than anything.
Yeah.
But really, wherever you can play games, play them. I just love games and all games. So, and that's why this is so great.
And I think that's kind of been everybody's mission. I mean, one of the, there's been a lot of bad that's come out of, you know, the pandemic that's been happening recently. But I think one of the best things is that brands have really been coming together to encourage people just to do things, right? Like I know I saw a bunch of ads, you know, going out from Burger King that were just like, look, just go eat, right? Like enjoy restaurants. It doesn't matter if it's us, just go somewhere, you know? And Xbox was huge on just play, like play games. If it's on Xbox, if it's on PlayStation, just play.
I actually thought it was really great too that when, because let's be real in the room. Even though PlayStation does have a very good streaming service, Xbox is always kind of looked upon as like the champion currently of the streaming platforms, of that Netflix kind of offering service, right? But to see that when Sony was really trying to push PlayStation now, currently even more as a brand, that Microsoft actually stepped in and said, we'll help you with your infrastructure. And gave them tools for Azure and stuff like that. And I just thought, like, what a great industry to be working in and to enjoy and to love, and just to know that, like, no matter where you play, whether it be on PC or Nintendo, you know, Sony or Microsoft, or it's even Stadia, like there's no bad option of playing games.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that's what I love to see. I love seeing brands work together.
Same.
And you know, that's our mission here, right? I mean, we're just so big on empowering, you know, players to play together and gamers of all skill levels. I know, you know, there's so many people that have tried to get into esports, and don't get me wrong, we love to see some professional play. I mean, like what we're going to be seeing already today, and then what we're definitely seeing this afternoon in the grand finals is going to be unreal. I mean, we have some of the best players in the country that are diving into the aquatic arena. But we also, I mean, our community mashups are bred around the concept of letting gamers that are super casual, that may have never played in a tournament before, get in and make money, you know, while playing games. And there's so much behind that.
So actually, I want to, this is I guess a little bit more personal, but with doing community mashups, one of my favorite parts are working, a lot of times it's being kind of run on the back end by myself and Kami Wolverine, and the enjoyment that I get working with him. And usually a lot of times we have very young casters. I wish I could remember, if Kami's nearby, maybe he could yell out. There's a really, really young gentleman who works with Shine. He is, hopefully I'm not embarrassing him. He's a sweetheart of a guy. And but he is so good. You can hear his youthfulness in his voice, but he's so good at casting. And I'm just thinking, I thought to myself, you know, if this may have been another league or some sort of sport that he may not have had this chance, but here's this guy who's a young man who now has a platform that he can come and express himself and get that resume and that start and that experience that he may have had to wait or.
And that is aquatic for me, right? It's all about giving people chances. And what I get excited about too is taking individuals, right? And we get to partner them up with amazing brands. Right, we're partnering people up today with GIGABYTE and with Helm. I mean, I know that Kami Wolverine and Explo, are running the big time, tournament. And there's so much going on there with all those amazing schools. And we're getting to partner them up with companies like Corsair, right? And that's what we do here at Aquatik. And it's been, it was my mission when Aquatik first started, and now it's the mission of so many people that we've brought in all these great people. And that mission is even being spread. I know you heard me talk about it a million times, but we've partnered up with the Special Olympics, right? Being the sponsor of one of their supporting sponsors, the esports for the Special Olympics.
You know what's kind of funny about this? A lot of people don't. Again, we've worked with each other in the past too before, and with other jobs. And I remember I was working at Nissan at the time, and you were this was in your closet.
Yeah.
And I remember you called me after you did a stream, and I was taking a break. I think from working and whatnot. I was sitting in my car eating some lunch, and you're like, dude, I just did this thing, and it's so exciting. And I was like, hey, keep me in touch. What's the Discord? And I'm watching from afar. I was so busy, I didn't really get a chance to get involved almost until maybe about a month before I kind of came on board. But I remember just the excitement of wow, this is really picking up quick. And then I love that kind of the mission statement, the idea that you created then is still true now.
Yeah.
A lot of businesses, it has to change, but we're staying true to and we're really focusing on that mission that we've said since the get-go. So
it's an awesome opportunity, and I love seeing people here. And if this is your first time seeing anything aquatic, again, we do these productions live. We also always make them as video on demand, so you can consume them whenever you want. I mean, right? Like, this is esports for everyone. We're not saying, hey, you got to sit here all day long. Go get some fresh air, get the sunshine, have a lot of fun, play games, do what you do best, and consume this when it makes sense for you.
How many of you guys, and we've done it ourselves, are not only watching something on Twitch and playing a game? Don't tell me you're not doing it. You're doing it right now. Like, I'm in one ear, Valorant's in the other,
You can't
League's
see
in
it.
the
I'm
other.
actually playing Switch right now, like over in the corner. I'm like tilting over and doing it while we're on air.
That's not a Pokemon.
It's the industry we're in, and it's just a lot of fun. So thanks for everybody who's here and who's supporting the cause of what we're trying to do, and again, just empowering people to get into gaming through all sorts of different ways. And I know some of the people that have won some of our tournaments in the past have told me what they've done with the money that they've picked up, and they've showed me the upgrades to their computers, and the giveaways that we've been powering people with as well to get awesome merch into their hands.
And it's not even just gaming; it's the world of media. And when we gave away that Razer set, that one young man, I mean, he basically started his own photography business out of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was incredible. I mean, gaming is it's more than just gaming. It's media and creativity and art. And so, like, if we can help anybody in any of those fields achieve any of that, that's what we'll do. And remember, this is for you guys. Yes, this is a job, but this is a job where we all help each other.
Yeah. It's awesome, guys. And again, thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. And if you're, like I said, if you're new, head over to our Discord. There's a whole bunch of great information about who we are. You can dive into community mashups. You can meet some great people to play games with.
Elvie.
You can find out, of course, Elvie, our fantastic community manager, who is actually producing today's event. She is letting all this rock and roll and bringing it to life. So that's always very much appreciated.
I to this day always when I come into work here, I actually always think of her because I met her years ago, and that was the key to meeting you and tried it and everybody else later down the road. And so if it wasn't for me trying to sell her a guitar, a very beautiful guitar, which I love to steal when I can from her to play, it wouldn't, and starting our friendship, it wouldn't have turned into us meeting, so.
Yeah, and on the note of that Discord, we've actually, Elvie started a new series inside of that Discord called Aquatik Asks.
Oh yeah.
With Aquatik Asks, she has been starting to ask questions to the community, because again, our community is important to us. We want to make sure that we get their opinion on things, their values on things, and that's going to continue over, the next couple of weeks. She's going to be constantly pinging you guys, finding out your thoughts, your passions, right? So we can help grow this organization as a whole. I know we were a little late, about 2 weeks ago or so, Elvie started that first question in our Discord in the Aquatik Asks channel. We've actually found a winner. So each week someone's going to be picked that had the best answer to that series.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then in the next series it's going to be Monday. But for today, we're ready to announce the winner. And I actually think, Riptide has one of the prizes for that winner.
No, I don't.
Here somewhere on the screen. I'm pretty sure I saw him try to pocket it and run out of the building yet again with it. I may have hid the other G Fuel, but
I have it.
He did find this one.
It's
winner,
the Noisy Butters one.
The winner of, the first Aquatik Ask is walking home with the beautiful Noisy Butters G Fuel.
I promise I wasn't trying to take it. I was very sleepy. I didn't get a lot of sleep because I was actually very excited for this, and just because I'm kind of crazy. But it's G Fuel though. Can I have this one?
No. And not only do they walk on one of these, there's also a fantastic $25 gift card in there for them as well. And again, that's something that's going to be going on all the time. The prizes are going to continue to evolve. They're going to change up. Sometimes they might be small and nice and easy. Sometimes they could be huge. Sometimes they could be limited.
I didn't see it in there.
Definitely stay tuned to our Discord to jump on those. But I am here to say, and hey, they may be in chat, they may not be. If not, they're definitely going to find out pretty soon. The winner of the very first Aquatik Asks is none other than Try Hard Your Mind.
Oh, I love Tryhard.
Yeah, Tryhard's been
That dude is hysterical, by the way.
one of the absolute funniest people that I have seen.
The reality is he's probably making a meme of you and I right now.
I would not disagree with that statement.
If you guys have ever seen, or no, maybe it wasn't Tryhard. Either way, the guy makes really funny stuff. I know I have the Rip Bat thing. I can't remember if that was him or somebody else, but I'm sure he had partaked in it. Rip Bat.
So y'all, With all that being said, again, thanks for being here. We're really excited about the second half of today. We're going to be diving into some real pro level gameplay. We are battling it out for the grand finals of who is going to be taking home that $1,250 cash prize. But first, we are getting ready for our absolutely amazing halftime show, and I'm really excited about that. We're going to be introducing the group here in just a few moments. It's actually going to be one of our favorite people doing that introduction. So we'll be turning that over in just a minute. So get ready to enjoy some really great music, and then get ready for some totally awesome gameplay. So sit back, relax, maybe go grab your popcorn right now. Hurry.
Some noisy butter.
Or some noisy butters with your popcorn somehow. If you want to pull her up on YouTube, like somewhere else, I guess you could do that. But get ready to rock and or roll. We're gonna throw over one more little quick note for our sponsors, and when we come back, we're gonna be diving into that halftime show.
Helm Audio delivers audiophile sound quality to music lovers who care about audio quality from headphones without breaking the bank, both in wired and true wireless flavors. In addition to headphones, Helm designs and builds products to enhance smartphone audio too. We could talk about being audio innovators, but we think others say it best. Helm Audio was recently recognized for CES 2020, the largest and most influential technology event on the planet, with 4 innovation awards. Why listen to audio that comes up short when great audio quality is available without setting you back? At Helm, we believe we're just getting started. Try a Helm and hear what you've been missing.
It is a rare day and a rare weekend indeed where they let me out of the where they let me out of the aquatic basement 3 days in a row. But I am glad to be here, having an absolute blast watching this GIGABYTE Cup. And before I get too deep into my spiel, a huge thank you to Helm Audio for making this halftime show possible. They are the winners of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different CES Innovation Awards for the year of 2020, and they are off to another great start to 2021. And in front of this lovely tower right here, we are giving away, courtesy of Helm, that DB12. So stay tuned after this halftime show for information on how to get into that giveaway. And a quick little bit of note for housekeeping, since we're doing a Riot sponsored event and I'm partial to Valorant. The big time is going to be returning to its normally scheduled time at 7:15 next Friday. So if you weren't able to tune in and catch all of the action of Maryland, Illinois, rest assured, don't change your calendars. We are going to be rearing to go at the normal time. But I know you're not here for me. I know you're not here for Riptide as much as he wants to think you are. You are at this halftime show for our very, very special guests, who we are incredibly excited to introduce. They are entirely self-made. They are entirely self-produced, from their music to their albums to their videos. They are mainstays of Twitch since 2008. They have been together. You may have seen them open for Fall Out Boy, for Blink 182. I almost get chills. I'm a pop punk kid at heart. They've been on the Vans Warped Tour. You may recognize them from 33 million streams on Spotify, 200 million views on YouTube. After a very, very short break, we are going to get you right to them, ladies and gentlemen, after this Halocene.
Fight for the truth, not just for us, but for others abused. We will defend and defenseless as the rain pours. We are the We're the savages, born from worlds apart. Our past has shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, light a match and reignite the flames, the flames. When you feel that rage, when you feel that, when you feel that rage, we're the underdogs roaming in the dark. We're the savages born from worlds apart. Our past has shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, light a match and reignite the flames, the flames. This ain't the end, we're here to stay. We rush into the unknown, fearless and brave, so don't throw it away. That rage won't stop until sweet victory. We've been working towards the goal for most our lives. Every challenge that we face, we have survived. Our confidence is growing every day. Finally, it is our time to reign. Our past has shown just how we bleed. A blind future in front of me, lost and fractured to the point of break. So come and play with that rage, light a match and reignite the flames, the flames. This ain't the end, we're here to stay. We rush into the unknown, fearless and brave, so don't throw it away. That rage won't stop until sweet victory. We're the underdogs rolling in the dark. We're the savages born from worlds apart. And now I know that this is just a start. But we will fight for everything we when you feel that rage, when you feel light a match and reignite the flames, the flames. This ain't the end, we're here to stay. We rush into the unknown, so don't throw it away. That rage won't stop until sweet victory. We will ignite history, so come and play with that rage. All right. Hello, friends. Hello, new friends. For those of you that don't know us, we are Halocene. That was our song Rage. And we're going to play one more song for you. We're going to play This Is Our War. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sweet. This is our war. This is our war. Take a chance on me. United we will bleed. You gave me a reason to fight once again. We stand together, we'll stand till the end. Through all the pain, I know this is worth dying for. We are the storm. This is our war. As worlds collide, we will fly. And we will make it out alive. Bruised and battered, we will pedal till the morning sun will rise. We are the storm. Alone we're just as far, but unified with your light, we can shine in the dark. You gave me a reason to fight for the truth, not just for us, but for others abused. We will defend defenseless as the rain pours. We are the storm. This is our war. As worlds collide, we will fly. And we will make it out alive. Bruised and battered, we will pedal till the morning sun will rise. We are the storm. You gave me a reason to fight once again. We're on the front lines, still marching in. Love. You gave me a reason to survive that war. You gave us a reason to fight. We are the storm. This is our war. As worlds collide, we will fight. Make it out alive. Bruised and battered, we will battle till the morning sun will rise. We are the storm. This is our war. This is our
All right.
Again, we are Halocene. I want to thank Elvie so much for having us on today, and I hope good luck to everybody, and thank you so much. Yeah, that was fun.
Good luck to everybody who's
Good luck.
playing in the tourney.
Baby, why you act so cold? That little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eye. It's your thing, do what you feel, do what you like. It's your thing,
everyone. Oh my gosh, Riptide, what a halftime show. That was unreal. I mean, Halocene is absolutely fantastic. I mean, Addie's range is ridiculous.
Yeah, that was really cool. I really enjoyed, especially being a guitarist and a drummer myself. I think his name was Brad. It looked like he was maybe playing a Cutlass by Music Band. So really jealous staring over at that guitar. But great job, guys. And wow, the drummer is beyond entertaining. I love the lights and everything, bro.
So
sick.
Yeah, thanks so much to Halocene for putting on that fantastic halftime show. But y'all, this is the big event. We are getting ready to dive into the grand finals of the GIGABYTE Cup. And you know, it would do no justice with Riptide and I here talking about this big event. So we are going to turn this back over to Trackpad to ramp us up for the grand finals. So let's get back into this League of Legends action.
I'm wearing my serious hat now. We are in for a very exciting best of 3 series between SLU and the Wichita Wolves. These two teams have been on a warpath to the top, and as we've been saying this whole time, today is the day that champions will rise. The matchup I'm most looking forward to in this series is going to be the mid lane matchup between SLU's Strompist and the Wichita Wolves' Avano. These two are both on the challenger ladder. Last I checked, rank 99 for SLU and rank 90 for the Wichita Wolves. So we're going to see some elite gameplay in one of the most flashy positions on the map. And I could not be more excited to see how things go. In the meantime, we're going to send it over to our casters who are going to give their thoughts and predictions on the series coming up. And as soon as both teams are fully prepared and ready to go, we will jump straight in to the grand finals of the GIGABYTE Cup. Who will stand on top of the mountain and who's going to fall down? Let's find out.
We are back for just a little bit, as I believe we're getting ready to do the setup for Pro Draft and just taking care of the little nitty-gritty details before we get into the actual game of the day. Or games, should I say, since we're looking at our best of 3 series between, sorry, I'm blanking. Papa D, can you fill that one in for me?
SLU Esports versus Wichita Wolves.
And honestly, you know, I'm hoping we get to a full Game 3 series. You know, that's definitely where the most interesting results would come in.
Yeah, best of 3, getting to go that full series length as every dream of a finals does. You'd love to see a very competitive game in all 3. Don't want any landslides because you want to see all those. We want to see hour-long games. What's the longest ever professional game? Let's beat that.
I think we're gonna have to go something over 70 minutes, if my guess is correct. You know, it is league, so a long game is anywhere in between 40 and 50 minutes, and we're nowhere near the one of the next biggest MOBAs in Dota, where I think matches can sometimes go as long as a couple hours. So I've been told. But it'll definitely be a very interesting rest of our day here now that we've finished our amazing halftime show. And I definitely hope we get to see some interesting matchups. Papa D, you've done a little bit of work into researching some of the players. Are there any possible matchups you might be excited in seeing today?
Well, one of the big things I'm looking for is both of the team's ADCs are Kaisa mains. They both absolutely love that champion. So whatever team gets first pick, I'm expecting to see them not ban that champ, and probably you'll see it banned on the other team's side.
And then kind of just Kaisa aside, it's pretty obvious that, you know, she's going to have some pretty high priority. You know, just a really well-rounded champion in general, as she can opt for more AP or AD heavy builds. In terms of, I guess, overall champion priority, is there any particular, or what particular set of champions do you think are going to be high priority in today's series?
So again, Kaisa aside, I think we're going to be looking for getting Seraphine support on the side of Meiji, which is Wichita Wolves support, especially because that Kaisa Seraphine combination down there is just so strong right now in the meta. Looking at the side of SLU Esports, if they're not given Kaisa, we'll probably be seeing a Jin Thresh combination, as Tisum is a Thresh main and has been really running that hard last season. Hasn't played much this season, but last season he put up about 214 games with a 55% win rate. So it's pretty good on that Thresh down there.
Yeah, no kidding. Another interesting kind of point I'd like to make here is, since it looks like Kaisa is going to have a lot of priority here, um, I'm honestly expecting to see Rel as, or at least I would hope to see Rel as 100% pick or ban rate, assuming Kaisa is going to be on the same level of priority. Because what you see with Kaisa Rel is just a ton of synergy, and it's a bit of an interesting situation because Kaisa actually has to be the one to engage of the two typically after level 6, because Rel has her E attract and repel, which it's kind of similar to Taric in a sense, where it bonds the two together. However, when Rel reactivates it, all of the enemies in between her and her bonded target are stunned and take a little bit of damage. So that's really where the synergy comes in. Is Kaisa just has to use the killer instinct to dive into the back line, or really into anybody, if depending, if you're just looking for a catch or something like that. And Rel can get an honestly super free stun, which can follow up into a lot more crowd control from her W knockup and our magnetism.
Yeah, it really depends on what the teams are looking to go for here. Is neither support really has shown a lot of Rel games, as she did just recently get buffed. So she has turned more into the meta recently, where previously she was not as much of a pick down there in the bot lane.
Outside of the bot lane, though, we do have some pretty interesting stuff. I remember that we were talking about a certain Kiana one trick. I would assume that just based off of that alone, it will be 100% pick ban rate. Do you think that the Kiana is going to be banned at the very least in round 1 of all of the ban phases today?
Probably not, as that was for Team Smog. So unless Team Smog sneakily throwing their mid
Ah,
laner in here, I don't see
of
them banning
course.
out that Kiana.
Yep, a bit of a misremembering on my part. Sorry about that.
All good, all
Um,
good.
all,
So yeah,
all in all, it is looking to be a pretty interesting matchup, given that we do have those Kaisa players. I guess in terms of the solo lanes, is there anybody in particular you're going to be keeping your eye on?
well, probably Topopotamus, as first of all, we are top laners, and with the name Topopotamus, you gotta expect he's gonna smash that top lane up there. He is a big Poppy main, and then rolls Cho'Gath as his backup pick. He has a almost 70% win rate this season on that Poppy, so it'll be very interesting to see if that gets banned. I would assume that's going to be a permaban in round 1 of the side of Wichita Wolves, but we'll see.
And then kind of bringing up, I get what I would argue is actually the most important question of the day is Viego. He hasn't been legal in the tournament thus far and will be today. So, there's obviously still a lot of excitement around him being a new champion. He's only been out for roughly 2 weeks. I think just over that, actually. What are the odds, in your opinion, that we're going to see that champ today? And how well do you think he could perform?
If he's not banned out by the side of SLU Esports, there's almost 100% chance we're going to see him on the side of the mid laner. I know he's been jungling a lot, but the mid laner from Wichita Wolves has 44 games played already this season in the last 2 weeks on this champion, running a good 61% win rate on him. So if he's not banned by SLU Esports, we're definitely going to see him brought onto the Rift.
Following up with that, then, what kind of builds would you expect to see out of Viego? We've seen a couple different builds, something more bruiser oriented, like with the Gore Drinker Sterix. We've seen on hit with Kraken Slayer and Blade of the Ruin King, and we've also seen kind of that critless duelist, if that makes any sense, and stuff like Triforce instead as a mythic option.
I think that depends on how well he gets in the early game. If he starts getting ahead, I mean, I think Gore Drinker right now is a universal item on any champion. If you know how to press your one key, it's a great item. But I could see him going that third style with the you said the Triforce if he gets really ahead of it, because if he gets ahead, that champion's just broken as all hell. We should, if not banned out, we'll probably see him going against Rise. So it'd be interesting to see how that matchup would play out.
Yeah, actually, I have to totally agree with you. Rise is not something you see all too often in the solo queue. Just given the champion's natural history, he's either been an absolute monster in solo queue or just kind of meh, whatever, and hasn't really seen play. And honestly, even with the season 11 changes, I can't remember the last time I actually saw a Rise in one of my games. So it would definitely be an interesting champion to see picked today.
Yeah, just looking at the comparison between the two champions, Viego has a heavy lead in the solo queues across all regions right now, boasting a rough KDA of about 2.4, where Rise only gets 1.79, and the massive win rate advantage goes towards that Viego as well. So if that's not banned out, look for Wichita Wolves to get that in the first round. Give Ivano that Viego, which can still be flexed to jungle too. That's the best part about the champion. And then hopefully get a little gank going on and just really run the game from there.
So that aside, what kind of comps overall are you hoping to see today? If we do see something like the Viego, that does put a lot of potential carry power into the mid lane, but if that lane falls behind, it's essentially just like, a Samira or something like an Aurelia where yes, hard carries are entirely possible, but given a negative game state, there's really not much the champions can do. So what do you think teams might be doing to cover up those weaknesses?
Well, I can see Wichita Wolves putting their top laner on Camille as a good carry potential, great split push champion. And as we said earlier, practice on that ADC of Kaisa. If Viego's unable to get ahead and they somehow get that Kaisa pick as well, it just gives so much prowess around the entire map as they can 1-4. If Viego gets fed, they can 1-3-1. And with that Camille being able to get out with her E hook shot, it'd be very hard for them to punish any split pushing that they do.
And speaking of Camille, honestly, and I don't believe this is entirely a controversial opinion by any means. I think that Camille should be 100% ban rate today. I honestly would not like to see the champion pick just because of how strong the champion is, and it's really like if a team picks Camille, as long as your top laner's brain isn't just a sack of mush, they have the potential to have just amazing impact on the game. It doesn't even matter at that point whether or not she wins duels or not. As long as she gets to that 2 item power spike with Ravenous Hydra and Tiamat and the Triforce or Divine Sunderer, then she's immediately relevant as a champion.
Yeah, that all depends on how the teams are looking at it. If they're looking at overpowered picks and not looking at play rates between the champions, I could see either team banning out the Camille. If they're only looking at what people are comfortable on, SLU Esports will definitely be the ones putting in that Camille ban because Wichita Wolves will want to be playing it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do believe we're getting a little bit closer to our draft. Papa D, is there any particular subject you had to talk about with these two teams? I admit that I exhausted my little list here.
Basically, I think we're looking for a heavy carry top lane with that Poppy just going to be able to pop off in the top lane from Topopotamus on the side of SLU Esports. I hate the champion personally going against it, but man, playing that champ is so much fun because you're more or less unkillable. You do stupid damage, and if you can get ahead, you're just going to run through the entire game. Not to mention that if the side of Wichita Wolves goes for any kind of objective control, all Poppy has to do go in there, ult the jungler out, and it's a free camp. It's a free steal for the side of SLU Esports.
Of course, of course. And I guess overall, just looking at each player individually, what kind of, I guess, general, I would say, kind of carry play styles come out from each of the players?
That's a hard one as we were unable to see many of their matches coming out early in the time just because of the times they were played. So I'm not sure 100% on their play style. I think we'll get a lot of information on that coming out into the first match. I'm not sure if these two teams have played each other yet either in any of the early tournament brackets. So it'd be interesting to see if they do know each other, how they are going to play around that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, I guess looking toward, while we're still kind of taking some time to talk about these things, we've gone over the bottom lane, a little bit of the mid lane, and the top lane, kind of in greater detail. So that kind of leaves really nothing else in position wise except the junglers to talk about. So in terms of picks, what are you looking for overall picks, and what are you looking for overall, I guess, behavior once the game starts up in earnest?
So I'm looking for the side of SLU Esports to really prioritize that Nunu pick in their jungle, as their jungler looks to be more of a Nunu OTP, which again, if the side of Wichita Wolves is going for target bans, they're going to ban that out, and it's going to make it very hard for Zaga, the jungler of SLU, to be comfortable on any sort of pick in general. I'd also, depending on who gets picked and banned, it's going to be very interesting to see the jungle pathing and which side each team's trying to really feed. Again, if that Kaisa gets let through, I think that'll be the initial thought process. And hey, this is the champ that they're going to be trying to feed, because again, Kaisa right now in the meta is super broken and is almost impossible to really deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what so kind of going off of that, we did talk going off of that a little bit. We did talk about a little bit, how certain champions like Aurelia and Samira and possibly things even like the Camille just have the obvious decrease in relevance early on if they manage to fall behind. So for, I guess, just maybe as sort of advice for the players if they may be listening, or advice for anyone else, if you're in that kind of behind state, what is it that really is the objective to come back and get an even or ahead state?
So obviously that depends highly on your position, but we'll use the Camille as the example. Basically, what she's going to have to do, she's going to have to farm under tower, try to make sure that she's not gankable, because she does not want to continue to feed the opposing top laner or the jungler, as then she'll be hoping that her bot lane will be able to scale. As if she's behind, eventually she will be able to put split push presence on the map. Especially, it would be really cool to see if they put a Galio mid with the possible Camille top, as once Camille ults, Galio comes in, gets that slam, and guarantees a knockup. That's a very interesting combination that I love seeing in pro play.
Okay. And then I guess taking a step back and looking at kind of the preferred picks of each of the players, are there any particular wombo combos we could see if anybody gets a particular comfort pick?
So again, big wombo combos would be on the side of Wichita Wolves with that Kaisa Seraphine. I know everything seems to be wrapping around Kaisa today because both ADCs love her, and it's just a great pick right now in the meta. Other things that could be seen is if the Wichita Wolves get their entire comfort pick side, the only issue I could see is that their only tank would really be Graves, because all their other players really go very high carry potential champions.
Absolutely. I do believe we are in a little bit of a delay for the team, so we might have another AR Earth match to kill some more time. Um, we've been casting quite a few of those today, so uh, I would say honestly we're well past a warm up at this point, Papa D. And it turns out this AR Earth match will be featuring the one and only trackpad.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. And there's a possibility that if he's able to get out of the match he's in right now, that you and I actually will run with him too.
That would be an amazing thing to have happen.
We'll see what he does. He is unfortunately already in lobby state, so we'll see what he does from there. If he can't cancel it, it'll just be him, and you and I'll just sit there, make fun of the choices he makes, and see what we go.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing what kind of game sense trackpad has, especially in the craziness of AR Earth, along with the 4 random teammates, since he is queuing by himself into a just honestly, increasing the randomness of the game mode, all random people.
Yeah, all random everything in this sense. It'll be interesting too, as I'm pretty sure Trackpad is also a top main and loves the Urgot along with me. So I'd love to see him get the Urgot, but again, all random, no chance he's going to be able to get that pick. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see another Irelia in the game.
Quite possibly, if we do see another Aurelia, I think that would still keep up the 100% pick rate, technically speaking, of Aurelia in today's Earth series. And I mean, we've seen it kind of pop off in some games, and we've seen it not do so well in others. So at this point, if Trackpad has it on his team, we hope for the best, and if it's on the other team, we hope they have no thumbs.
Yeah, so as we get into it, we get into the loading game state, and we do see Trackpad on the Nasus. So he does get a top lane pick, and he does get an ADC Tristana on his side. Unfortunately, though, we do not see any Irelias coming out, so that is really sad. We lose the 100% play rate in the IRFs today.
Well, as much of a shame as it is to see that not come all the way through, I am interested in seeing how Trackpad handles what I assume is going to be the AP Nasus against a very poke-heavy comp on the other team. As soon as he gets in, we do see that he starts with the Doran's Ring, 2 health pots, and the Spirit Fire start. At this point, we're just waiting for the Champ Cannon to unlock so that all the players can get right into the top lane action.
I think the big thing we're going to be looking for is that Morgana stun. If she takes that her route initially, it's going to be a hard fight for the side for Trackpad's side to take anything.
Absolutely, and Morgana and Xerath are just honestly, I'm really worried about Trackpad in this matchup here because there's Morgana, Xerath, and Varus all on the enemy team, all with pretty awesome range. And all honesty, and they just put out so much poke damage so quickly, and already we see very early summoner spells being forced as part of the level 1 kerfuffle in the top lane.
I think I would have loved to have seen Trackpad take Ghost here, as Nasus's biggest issue is he's going to get kited out super hard, and especially with that Morgana bind and all the ranged poke the enemy team has, it's going to be very hard for him to get onto anybody.
It is honestly going to be really hard for him to get onto anybody, but I like the exhaust here just because, when you play something like Nasus AP specifically, you're actually more just kind of like in a mobile poke mage with kind of meh range. I would argue that you're honestly more of an enabler for the AD champions on your team just because of the armor shred that Spirit Fire provides. Obviously, AP Nasus still has access to the infinite stacking mechanic of Siphoning Strike, so it can go either way, and Nasus can still scale into both relevancy for kind of that middle range and melee range, but he's going to have a really hard time doing this when he's being so hard pressed by all of this constant poke.
Yeah, Nasus's little bit of healing in the lane will be able to help him sustain out this low health that he has. I would love to get a bet going if we can. What do we think his stacks will be, even though he's going AP Nasus? What number? We thinking 100, 200, 10? Who knows? It'll be interesting.
Going off of the whole stacking mechanic, I'm interested in seeing how many Dark Harvest stacks he'll have by the end of the game.
All very true. I didn't even see he took Dark Harvest.
Pretty standard, honestly, for AP Nasus. You get constant, pretty decent poke with Spirit Fire, since I believe it has a rather high ability power ratio, as well as your ultimate with the aura that it provides. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, especially since Trackpad looks like he's going to be going for the Liandry's Anguish first, and if he goes double burn, he'll really be able to stack up some good numbers.
Yeah, I hate the double burn build on anything. And you know what I just learned? That's one thing I'm going to start doing in my ARs. Getting myself to launch into the brushes instead of right in the middle of the lane. I feel like I always come back with no health, and it really makes me sad.
Yeah, it's definitely more of an incentivized position, I would say, just because when you use the Champ Cannon and you get all the way through into a lane, the problem is that you actually suffer, I would say, essentially what is a brief knockup, and you essentially like hard crowd control yourself for, I wouldn't, not even a full second, really, more like half a second, but in IRF, half a second is all it takes to die.
Yeah, with those low cooldowns, any little split time that you are not able to move, you're in trouble. And as we see in that last fight, like I said, Nasus gets so kited out, he wasn't able to get onto either of the enemy champions there.
We actually also we just saw Tristana try and cancel the Vladimir's back very unsuccessfully, as she wound up flashing and autoing a minion.
Oh, you gotta have an what is the key? It's a champion only key, or ignore minions, something like that, right?
Yeah, I believe it's just attack it's similar to the auto attack move. You might have to rebind it separately from your normal auto attack move. But yeah, definitely a big misclick coming out from Trackpad's laning partner there.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. We did see him miss a stack earlier with missing a minion, but he got cannon, the all-important cannon minion, and Tristana's leaving him alone in the 1v2. And they got the Varus, but Vlad, I think, is going to be able to take both of them out here. as he does.
Definitely a rough laning situation here so far. We did see Trackpad briefly hover the Sapphire Crystal for some mana, but given that it is Earth and mana costs are removed, that is entirely pointless in this particular game mode at least. So we did see him get 2 amp tomes on that death, which is going to really amplify some of his wave clear. And as long as Vladimir is out of the pool state, he'll be able to put some decent poke damage onto Vlad as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you see, he's already so low on health as Vlad is just being broken right now in this AR Earth mode. But does get shut down by the Tristana. That's what the side of Trackpad needs, as I don't know how the rest of their team's doing, but I did see the Morgana get a double kill, and that is the last thing you want to see is Morgana getting ahead here.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting little clips I've actually seen recently is we talked a little bit earlier about how ability haste isn't exactly capped in Earth, despite the amazing amount Riot bestows you for the game mode. I believe that Morgana can possibly get 100% binding uptime, ignoring certain values of tenacity, the crowd control reduction mechanic.
Oh, that'd be so sad. You want to talk about those memes of
yeah.
what you can do while you're bound by Morgana. You can do a lot of things in this mode.
Yeah, if you could do your laundry and cook yourself a meal before, you're going to be able to go about the rest of your day now. Looks like some kills are coming in across the rest of the map, however, as there were 3 members of Trackpad's enemy team slain at the cost of what it looks like 2. It'll definitely be an interesting one here. I'm hopefully looking actually to see Evelyn carry this game once she has access to her camouflage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I believe that the kills are much favoring the red team here. So Trackpad's team is about 4 kills behind. As we do love to see in Earth, they just, anytime that you get any vision of the enemy team, you just instantly go in. Will the Vlad be able to do this 1v2? And Nasus gets the ult. He's going to have his Q up. And wow, he just kills both of them with that E. AP Nasus coming in so strong. Great plays there by Trackpad.
Absolutely, and honestly, I would say that the Nasus ult is really the clutch here. Is, you know, he gets access to a bigger health pool. He has access to the damaging aura that scales with his AP. So as long as he's not getting hit by things like the Varus ultimate where he gets rooted, then he's doing just fine and has plenty of opportunity to be able to wither either Vladimir or Varus, depending on who his primary target is at the time,
Yeah, but here's
and
the
get
issue.
right up in their face.
He does have that ult back on such a low cooldown, so he is able to ult and just walk away from that Vlad pool, but his allied Tristana does go down. As we do see on the other side of the map, Darius will be getting a kill on Mal's, and that Evelyn, like you said, getting a kill, so maybe going to be able to start pushing her lead a little bit.
Absolutely. We also see Trackpad carrying a pretty hefty amount of gold here. It looks like he'll be able to pick up the Leandries on this back. And honestly, the tech that I would go here, if you could really call it a tech, is Rylai's, just because of how much it seems like certain champions like Darius and Vlad want to be a lot closer to Trackpad. It'll also help him catch out some of the squishier champions, like the I can't remember who else he's laning, the Varus and the Xerath later on.
Yeah, that Xerath, from what we've been seeing, he is going to be scary, as Morgana does pick up another kill on the bot side, or in the middle of the map, in fact, with the Varus roaming over. So this Vlad is in a 1v2, but he is such a hard champion to dive with that pool. So I don't think Trackpad and his lane opponent are going to really be able to do anything here.
Yeah, it's definitely just going to be kind of bouncing the waves back and forth. I think Trackpad and Tristana have a little bit better wave clear just because of Trackpad's Spirit Fire. But honestly, if Varus lands full arrows on the wave and just starts spamming his E on the back line, then it'll be a rather even lane state. And ooh, we saw a little bit of a potential catch there coming out from the Varus ult, as Trackpad did get hit by the extension. Double Vladar comes out, and Tristana is going to be the first to die almost immediately as the Buster Shot comes out and knocks Vlad away. Tristana is still going to die here as Vlad enters pool once again, and Trackpad's looking for a kill. However, the attack speed from Varus is going to prove to be too much, and Trackpad will fall as well.
Yeah, that perfect pool from that Vladimir being able to dodge the Q from Trackpad, and then Varus just coming in to be able to help out his lane opponent. This game is slowly starting to spiral out of control for Trackpad's team, as they are almost behind in double the kills.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little unfortunate. The point I'd like to make here, though, is we actually see Evelyn coming from behind. So if Trackpad manages to get a decent shot off on the cannon, or
there we
even
go,
if
Evelyn.
he does, Evelyn just picks up the double kill. This is really what we see out of Evelyn in Earth. Even prior to her rework, Evelyn was a pretty high pick in Earth just because of the way her Q interacts with itself. It already has a really low cooldown, so with Evelyn, you don't even need to hit the skill shot. All you need is just the 3 auto aim Qs, and you just need to break your Q button or whatever button you have it bound to,
Yeah, and as we
because
see here, the big
you'll
difference
be
between
literally rapid firing.
yeah, the big difference we see between the teams playing earlier, where it was a team coordinated effort, and Trackpad's game is that 10 minutes in, we finally got the first turret down. So it's much slower paced AR Earth, if you could call it slow paced.
A little bit, yeah, and that was actually a really questionable jump coming in from Tristana there. Given how low she was, she actually should have just been jumping away and looking for a back. Evelyn is in the top side of the map, however,
Think she'll be able to 1v3
and will be
it?
looking for kills. Ooh, she misses the ult as Vlad is in the pool. Olaf is in the Ragnarok unstoppable, but he doesn't have that much health or resistances in that, so he will be going down right away. Evelyn will also be falling to Vladimir as Darius missed the dunk execute.
Yeah, so unfortunate on the side of Trackpad's team is that Evelyn really needed to be the one to, if she could have gotten all those kills there, cleaned it all up, I think they would have had a chance, but I think it's now going to be very difficult for them to be able to do anything in the long run of this game.
Trackpad is also faced with the Morgana Xerath combo as he is forced to ult and Morgana tries to throw out her own chains. Xerath tries putting the dunks on Trackpad, but Trackpad will be able to sidestep and make Xerath exit his ultimate form as Olaf is now the one chasing Xerath down. Olaf does also have the Kraken Slayer, so if he manages to get the hits, and he actually has pretty good damage, however, the Olaf will just barely pick up that Xerath kill
Yeah, that
with
was a
the
really good
assistance
play.
of Trackpad.
That was a really good play by Trackpad. Once he saw the Xerath go into ult mode, he just started running towards him. As when Xerath ults, he is a very immobile target as he stands completely still, and Trackpad could have got a lot of damage. But unfortunately, Trackpad's team gets killed in their own jungle, and the cleanup does come from the mid lane of the opponent.
Yeah, at this point, it is looking a little bit rough for Trackpad, and I honestly wonder if his team will be able to come back at all. Evelyn really should be the hard carry for this AR Earth group, and as much as she's trying, I don't think they're seeing a lot of success just because of stuff like the Morgana Black Shield, as well as Vladimir being able to go untargetable every like 2 or 3 seconds with his pool.
Yeah, so that champion's going to be very hard to get onto. As we do see the first FF come out, and oh my god, was Trackpad just instantly melted. Really trying to go in there in 1v4. I'd love to have seen him be able to do it, but I think it was a little greedy on his end.
Likewise, the same thing did just happen with Evelyn there. She tried to get in, but honestly, when teams get super grouped like that, it's a little hard for Evelyn to find an in. The best thing she can do is try and, just get some sort of ultimate and maybe a kill, and then try and run away off into the jungle and get the camouflage to re2. That surrender vote did go through, though, so that will be a quick end to Trackpad's AR Earth game. And we should be back on our regularly scheduled programming in just a little bit.
Yeah, we hope we'll have to see how the teams are doing, as they were having some issues getting into the game, so which is why we went into that AR Earth while we watched Trackpad. Had a lot of fun doing so, though. Hopefully we get word from LV here soon. What'll be next? As I do see her typing to us, so we'll get that to you guys in 1 second. Cyrus, what do you think they could have done in that game to been able to do anything?
Honestly, I'm not sure entirely what they could have done. You got put up against the Varus, Xerath, and Morgana as a team with some poke, but not anywhere near as much. I also would like to take note that Xerath and Morgana did go down into the bottom lane, so there really was no hope for Trackpad's own laners to be able to get onto any of those members of the opposing team. And it was just a really unlucky situation overall, but that's just sometimes kind of how it goes when you're faced with stuff like AR Earth.
Yeah, I think again it was just a team diff. There was not much of a chance for Trackpad's team. If they didn't get ahead instantly, it was going to be or a very short match for them.
Absolutely. I believe we are going to take a few minutes to kind of highlight what the rest of the day. So just to make sure everyone is well aware, the main event of the day still has yet to come, and it is going to be the best of 3 between Wichita Wolves and SLU Esports. If I have that correctly done, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You did great.
Um, and it's looking to be a pretty hefty matchup. In all honesty, all of us are hoping here that we're going to see a good 3-game series, and that as nice as it would be for either team to get a 2-0, it is definitely much more entertaining for all of us here and those of you watching the stream to see a full 3 games and
And
make
like
them
I
as
said,
action packed as possible.
I'm hoping we're gonna beat the record. You said 70-minute game. I think we could do it.
I think that is the official record. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I can look that up in just a second.
Yeah, it's obviously the longer the game, the more turtling we get to see from one side, the more entertaining we could have. And I love seeing long games because it gives as an Urgot player, it gives scaling champions a time, even if they're getting very put down at the beginning of the game, they do get that long-term success possibility to be able to just scale up and then be able to win team fights late. And that's where a lot of comebacks will happen in very long games, which is why if one of these teams gets ahead, you're going to look for them to really push the lead and end the game fast so they're not worried about the issue of the other team scaling up and winning that one crucial team fight to end the game.
Absolutely. And actually, I was incorrect in stating that 70 minutes was the longest pro game ever. In the LCK, the Korean Esports League for League of Legends, Jin Air and SKT held the record for the longest League of Legends match ever at 94 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh man, we're gonna be in for a ride to beat that one then, huh?
Absolutely. Here's to hoping that we get our movie marathon today.
Yeah, absolutely. Based off of some of the champions that I spoke about earlier that the teams like to choose, if we did get that 90-minute game, who would be the most scary champion to come out of the Rift?
The easiest answer I can give you is anybody with infinite scaling. Nasus, Vhagar, Senna. I feel like I'm missing one more. Technically Sion, because Sion gets more health, but that's just tank stats, so we could just be seeing a rather beefy boy. Maybe even something like the Cho'Gath, who just gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more champions and objectives he eats with his ultimate. So it'll definitely be an interesting one if any of those get picked, and we'll hope for rather long matches in the case of those getting picked to see just how high those stacks can go.
Yeah, it is possible to see both Cho'Gath and Sion on the side of SLU Esports, as Topoponymous does like to favor those as his second and third pick rate. We will be getting into a quick intermission here and hopefully getting into the start of the finals match shortly. We will see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquatik Studio. There has been a lot going on in this space over the past few minutes. There's so much going on. I'm darn running out of breath.
He was running all over the office.
Y'all, it's going to be an awesome next couple of games. We are getting ready to go into the grand finals. And if I'm not mistaken, you know, I've brought in a new partner in crime here to lead us through the grand finals because it's such a special event. And, you know,
Happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here.
Aqua, now, if I'm not wrong, you've been keeping the crowd up to date with what things are going on social, right?
Yes. If you would like to see more behind the scenes clips and just things you won't see on Twitch, you can head over to our Instagram, Aquatik Esports, as well as Neptjun Gaming. We're doing all kinds of fun videos and stuff like that.
So Aqua's gonna be here with me for the rest of the day, and she's gonna be talking about some cool things that are going on here with Aquatik. But yeah, definitely stay tuned to her posts. There's a lot of neat things that she's showing off of us all in action. Like, I mean, Trident is literally on a ladder right now. That's probably something that you may have seen a bit earlier on had you been there.
Lots of Trident.
The story. So, guys, we're here to see this big game. We want to unveil a $1,250 cash prize. We've got some great things going on with GIGABYTE and Helm, and you have heard a lot from me today, and don't worry. You get to get a lot more of me, but now you're also
switching it up a little bit.
A little change here to keep this whole day rolling.
Yep.
So guys, without further ado, let's get our casters back. Let's get this game lined up. It is going to be epic, and we are ready to rock and roll. So thank you for joining us here at the GIGABYTE Cup. Let's dive in to all that action.
Alrighty, and we are back getting ready for game one of the Gigabyte Cup finals here. We did do a little bit of extra research and we found out something very interesting about the top laner of SLU. Cyrus, would you like to let the chat know what's going on there?
Yeah, so the top laner of SLU, Topopotamus, the Poppy lover himself, I was doing a little bit of looking just to make sure I was more up to date on my information, and assuming this is correct, I would take this with a grain of salt and do a little bit of confirming on your own. But it looks like Topopotamus, while not only being challenger four since season 7, so that would make him 5 seasons in a row being challenger now, is actually the rank 1 Poppy, and I imagine that might not just be in NA, but maybe globally.
Yeah, so that definitely leads me to think that Wichita Wolves, uh, just for the fact of the respect, have to be banning that in the first ban phase. Because if they let that go through, I think it's going to be a long day for Phenom up there in the top side.
Yeah, it'll definitely be. I would agree that it has to be at least one of their first bans, if not just it. It's got to go down in round 1, or they have to first pick it for whatever reason. Otherwise, if Topopotamus gets his pick, then he's gonna take the game, and I wouldn't even say run with it. I would say sprint with it.
No, he's going to slam them into the walls with it. That's what he's going to do.
Very true. Very true.
So other than that Poppy man up top there, it'll be very interesting to see how everybody else decides to pick and ban their champs. Again, that first ban is definitely going to go towards Poppy, but then we'll see whoever gets first pick. Again, like I said, they're going to be trying to get that Kaisa, and I do believe that the other team will ban out Kaisa just because they can't let that go towards the other team's ADC, knowing that both ADCs absolutely adore that champion.
Absolutely. It's probably one of the highest priority champions today, if not the highest priority champion, aside from stuff that gets banned out of respect for one tricks. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if either team manages to pick that up. Obviously blue side has the chance to pick that up as a first pick, but outside of that, I would say that Kaisa is most definitely going to be 100% banned today.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Do you think we'll see a 100% ban rate on Seraphine as well?
I would say it's a possibility, but or not regardless, but even though the champion is as broken as she is, in a lot of people's eyes, then it's really up to debate. There Seraphine does have bad matchups, and if an assassin gets fed, even Seraphine shouldn't be able to really kind of do a whole lot of the whole counterplay against that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that too. And knowing that Viego is now legal to play, do you think that the side of SLU Esports will let Avano get onto that champion, or you think that'll be an instant ban every game for them?
I think that Viego bans will probably come out in round 2. Viego I would say he is strong, but not entirely broken in the same way that Seraphine is. I feel like that's an opinion I've had more to myself than some of the other members of the League of Legends community. I mean, Viego is still very much in his infancy on the Rift. He's only been out for a full patch now, and I don't even think he got any changes with the last patch. So Riot must feel pretty comfortable with where he is at the moment, and at least must still be letting people see just kind of how crazy he is with his launch stats.
I think Avano knows how crazy he is, though, with that 61% win rate in solo queue. I think he is very adept on that champion. So it'll be very interesting to see. And as we know, Riot does love buffing the hell out of champions when they come out to make sure everybody goes and spends that little bit of extra money.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's definitely gonna be an interesting one. We did talk about earlier about Viego's possible flex positions. He's not quite as broken as certain champions in being able to be played in all positions, but he does fill at least 3 of the 5 given the right matchup. So it's definitely gonna be interesting to see if he does get picked, where he winds up being played.
I actually haven't seen Viego be played top lane, although I don't know why he wouldn't be able to, as in mid, it's just another solo lane, except he is going now against much tankier, bruisier champions. So I would be interested to see how that actually works out for him.
It's mostly just taking advantage of his passive and stuff like Blade of the Ruined King into possible Kraken Slayer. It Viego follows very much the same pattern as somebody like Aurelia in the top lane, where you really just want to focus on getting your that attack speed up, so you can stack things like Conqueror very extremely fast, really. And then once you get Blade of the Ruined King, you're dealing percent health damage with every strike, and you're also taking into account Viego's passive, which is essentially like Master Yi's passive in a way, where it does the double strike.
So is
And
that
you
his
know,
passive? Is that it's just a double strike passive?
yes and no. His double strike is not it does not operate on the same way that Yi's does, where Yi just stacks his up and then gets his after, I believe, every fourth auto attack. Viego has to, I believe, hit a champion with an ability first. So that would have to be something like, if he's being played in the jungle, for example, he gets up and gets a stun off with his W, and then he gets his first double strike there, and then he does his Q and gets another double strike off there. So it's definitely where a lot of his damage comes in. But it also means he doesn't actually rely on a ton of burst damage, because his Q cooldown is actually very low.
Ah, very interesting. Good to know. One question I do have about the champ: that little pool he puts around the walls does not do damage, but it does allow him to go invisible. Correct?
It it does allow him to go invisible, but it gives him camouflage, not true stealth. So camouflage operates in the same way of something like Evelyn, where if you're within a certain radius of him, you will see him. The part where Viego gets a ton of advantages from that, though, is I believe it gives him movement speed and attack speed, which is obviously a stat he benefits extremely hard from.
Ah, understand. So that see, I never understood what that that mechanic did. As the first time I saw it happen, I was very afraid I was going to take a crap load of damage from like an AP ratio, and then I just nothing happens. I E into him with my ergot and like kind of found out where he was. So I was very confused. So thank you for clearing that one up for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The other interesting thing to note about his mist is that when he does throw it, he has to throw it up against a wall to get that range, but it also has extreme range. For anyone who's seen him play in the top lane, you'll probably be familiar with this. If he throws it up against the top lane wall and he's playing on red side, it will extend essentially from his tier 1 tower, I think, all the way to his tier 2, which gives him an immense area just to go invisible and kind of do happy feet on his opponents for really neat escapes.
Very interesting. So yeah, he's got to be one of those really hard champions to then gank, huh?
I would say so, yeah, most definitely.
So knowing the players, knowing the matchups, who do you think is going to be able to come out with this game or this series?
Honestly, my gut feeling is just gonna tell me SLU. I don't really have any solid grounded evidence for that. It's just kind of where my gut's sitting at the moment. What about yourself?
So again, as top lane mains, I think you and I are very privy to seeing a number 1 ranked Poppy going at it. So I do also feel that SLU is going to have a slight advantage in this game because of that knowledge of their top laner. But looking across the rest of the team, it does seem like SLU has just put in more time in the solo queue setup. So I think they are more privy to the new season's stats, items, stuff like that, because a lot did change between season 10 and season 11. So that little bit of extra time on the Rift is going to help them out a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll definitely have show on the Rift, though, whether or not that proves to be true, and I believe we'll be getting into champ select here in just a minute.
Yes, it seems we are loading in right now. So SLU will be on blue side, so meaning that they will be able to get that first pick, I think you said, correct?
Yes, we did see the Camille ban right away, so that's definitely honestly a super high priority pick out of the way immediately. I'm a little surprised that the next ban wasn't Poppy, because it was a first ban of Nunu for the side of Wichita.
Yeah, as we said, that Zaga's a OTP Nunu, so being able to ban that out for the side of Wichita is really strong. And we do see the Viego ban, so we will not be seeing the King on the Rift this time, but we'll see if we can get him hopefully in the next match. We do get Wichita Wolves second ban. This has to be Poppy, correct?
At this point, I could only assume so. If not, it has to be ban number 3. Otherwise, Top Eponymous is going to get exactly what he wants.
Wow,
Unless, of course, SLU has some other grand strategy in play that we have no idea about.
So as we see from the side of SLU Esports, they're very comfortable. And Poppy gets through. Oh, man, that is interesting. The Seraphine ban. And Ord will be first picked. So Top Eponymous doesn't even want to use his rank 1 Poppy. He says, guys, I'm going to get the Ornhorn. I'm going to win us team fights, and we'll play off of that.
It's definitely an interesting one to see come through. Follow-up picks from Wichita are Vane and Lilia, followed by the Udyr coming out from SLU. I don't know how to feel about that one in all honesty. I'm not sure Udyr should have the place in pro play, but here he is, and we're going to have a really interesting game because of it.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting since, again, Zaga is a new OTP, and the other two junglers he has put a little bit of time into would be Hecarim and Lilia, which were banned or picked, as we do see Rise the first ban of Wichita Wolves here. Who do you think that SLU Esports will be banning out now?
Well, they did just ban the Darius, so it's honestly it could be anything outside of top lane. Ornn is a extremely self proficient top laner, given his passive allowing him to buy items from the shop without having to be in Fountain. And he just does a lot of things. There's a reason why the champion is memed on as when he gets memed on as the tank, assassin, enchanter, fighter, bruiser, one man wonder.
Wow, I'd like to mention how wrong we were. Not only does Kaisa not get banned, she's not even picked.
It's definitely an interesting one, but I'd like to point out that because teams did pro draft before this, they did actually pick in LCS order. So one thing I neglected to notice was this is actually Vayne top we're going to see coming out from Phenom EX.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's going to be a very annoying matchup for Ornn early. If he's not able to get that little wall he puts out into a nice stun, it's going to be hard for him to do anything, as Vayne is so oppressive in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting one to see. Played properly, Vayne is going to completely destroy Ornn, but if she even makes a slight misstep or Zaga gets a decent gank off onto Phenom, then the lane will be completely over, and Vayne is going to have to rely totally on scaling as she's meant to.
I think one big thing for Wichita Wolves is that Lulu ult is going to be so massive. As we get into our 3-minute delay here, we could talk a little bit about the teams. They have no real tank. I don't know. I know Lilia builds AP. I guess she could possibly build tank, but other than that, it's going to be very hard for them to do any kind of front to back team fight. They're going to have to look for a lot of explosive plays where they just basically blow up one of the carries on the side of SLU and then be able to fight from there. Because if they start fighting into the tanks such as Ornn or Rel, it's going to be very hard for them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting kind of way for them to do any team fights. I just looking completely on paper, I like SLU's team comp more simply because they have access to a very standard front line. We have Ornn in the top lane, and as long as Ornn manages to get out of lane in a relatively okay state, he'll be able to get to the levels he needs to upgrade his own items and his teammates while still being able to provide basically engage from any direction and almost at any range, honestly. I mean, the Ornhorn is famed for having a very large area of effect, but even a well-timed battering ram from Ornn can get one or two people caught out and set up for a nice catch and following into a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if Ornn's able to get a nice ultimate there, it's going to be very impossible actually for Wichita Wolves to be able to get anything done, as they can't do a front to back team fight. They have to be getting that explosive play, like we said. So Ornn is just an amazing pick into this comp, and it was first picked for him too. So they didn't even know that at the time.
Absolutely. It was definitely an interesting thing to see come out as the first pick. I'm definitely interested in seeing how the bottom lane matchups will go. We do have the Rel on the side of SLU into the Aphelios Lulu from Wichita, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how SLU is actually going to engage on to Aphelios. And honestly, I think that Udyr is going to be very hard pressed to just be constantly ganking during his time on the Rift in this game.
Yeah, speaking of ganks, where do you think we're going to get our jungle pathing to go to possibly get that first gank off?
Udyr's probably going to do something, junglers nowadays and for like the last year or so, honestly, have been starting at one of their buffs, whether it be red or blue. If Udyr wants to do something like a level 2 gank, he should be starting at red, which is going to be standard anyway, since I believe he is on the blue side. And if it nets him an early first blood or one of his laners the first blood, then it'll be I would say it's a pretty solid strat to go with. And honestly, if he opts for something like Ghost, then I would highly encourage the level 2 gank.
Yeah, with about 10 seconds before we get into this match, I would like to say that Vayne will be perma pushed in this matchup for the most part. So I could see the Udyr trying to get a cheeky little gank there to try to keep Ornn at least comparable in the matchup, as he will lose a lot of farm compared to the Vayne.
Quite possibly, but hopefully we'll see Topopotamus's challenger CSing skills come into play here. And even if he is going to be pushed under tower, he should be picking up most, if not all, of those minions. In I would say at least 80% of the time. So he
And
should keep himself in a relatively even game state, regardless of the actual lane state.
And my apologies, it's a little more than 10 seconds, but we are almost getting ready to get into the Rift. I believe the team should be loading in shortly. It just depends on their load screens. Who's running on the hamster? That is the question.
Yeah, I'm definitely wondering who's making the Petco trip right now. Maybe the hamster got a little tired. Maybe it just needs a little bit of water. Or on the alternative side of things, maybe we're using potato power.
Oh, you gotta love the potatoes, man. They really get going.
We're just waiting on the loading screen, I believe. So we will be getting into game here in just a moment. Because we are in that 3-minute spectator delay, players have already been in game for first couple minutes. So we will be a little bit behind, which is totally okay, because honestly, nobody else except the players is viewing it live.
Absolutely. I will be very interested to see how Zaga is able to get that. And we do go into game here, so we will see the initial starts. I'm going to love to watch how Zaga plays this, as he is that new OTP. So a little bit of a different play style with Udyr. I do expect to see the Turbo Chem Tank come out from him, though, use well.
Oh, absolutely. There's no other viable build for Udyr in this situation. It's Chem Tank into Deadmans into Boots, or I believe Boots into Deadmans, followed by something like the Lichbane, and Udyr's just gonna walk up, Bear Slap, Phoenix Slap, and done.
Yeah, I have seen Tank Udyr come out, but it's more into comps that you can't really get onto somebody. Like if they're very tanky, then Udyr has been. I've seen it once in a pro play, so I'm not saying this is often, but he will build Sunfire just to be able to tank a little longer. But for the most part, especially against this squishy team comp, he will be running Turbo Chem Tank to get a stun on somebody and maybe hopefully snowball the team fight from there. As once he stuns them, they get the Ornhorn, and he is just perma stunned.
And while we're sitting here kind of waiting for jungle camps and minions to spawn, I'd like to point out a couple of things. So both teams opted for the 5-point vision, making sure no invades were happening, and it's all very standard. But both Topopotamus and Zoe have opted for the Summoner Spellbook, which is going to be interesting because it will have a greater impact across the game overall, but it's up to the individual players to make sure that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see Udyr start on the top side, so he will be going blue buff and working his way down, or possibly going for that level 2 gank you talked about. Wichita Wolves should know that this is coming, as the bot lane of SLU was hidden, so good level 1 fight here.
Yeah, Exhaust is already being put down on Lulu, as well as the Ignite from the Rel. Rel is going to take a little bit more poke here just because she is stuck in the unmounted form where she has more durability at the cost of movement speed. But overall, a very good trade coming out for SLU, as the Exhaust is a crucial summoner spell to have down when they look for more kill pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that bush hide there, they are going to know that Udyr did start top lane, working his way down, as he did not get a leash from bot, and Ornn did show up late, so they should be able to track that well, where the side of SLU should know that Lilia's pathing from the bot lane up to top.
Absolutely. And actually, the thing about Udyr is, depending on where he actually, not even depending on where he starts, Udyr does not actually require a leash. So there, as far as Wichita is concerned, because there was no red buff ward for them, Udyr could have actually started his red buff and could be in the top side of the map right now.
Oh, very interesting. And again, we did think that would be the first play, as look how far Vayne ended up being pushed in. So that would have been a great spot for him to gank on the level 3. But being on the bot side, we'll see what he does with it, as we shouldn't have a scuttle fight here either, as both junglers are kind of split right now.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to kind of stick along more traditional jungle paths. I don't think there will be a double scuttle crab, but it's definitely a very nice kind of, what I'll say is symmetrical jungle. experience where we see both junglers do more or less a full clear and pick up one scuttle crab each. Where then, honestly, I think our first ganks of the game are going to be more toward the mid lane.
Yeah, it does seem like Udyr is setting up for a possible bot lane gank. If they get out of position here, you'll definitely see him running in as he is sitting in that bush, just waiting it out for a little bit. And Lilia starts moving up towards the top lane. So we might not see any mid lane ganks here, but Lilia does start her back.
Zaga at this point is actually sitting in the bottom side bush. If Lulu and Aphelios step up even just a slight bit further, I think we're going to see a flash bear slap.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does make sense. It sucks that he's wasting so much time here as he does now start to back. But for the side of SLU, we got a little bit of engage going here as Rel just takes a little bit of damage. The side of SLU is going to really want to look to get that Samira fed. So him waiting there, although it did waste a lot of his time, it does make a lot of sense because if you can get Samira ahead without hard CC, she is almost impossible to kill.
Absolutely. And I'd actually argue that Rel took a rather poor trade here just because of the missed knockup. We actually saw before the health potion popped, Rel was actually down to about 20% health, and Lilia is actually making her way into the bottom lane now for a gank. No crowd control is landed yet except for the polymorph. Flash Q comes out, and first blood goes over to Lilia with 2 Dark Harvest stacks in her pocket and 400 gold. She'll walk back up off into the river.
Wow, what a great
Wichita is
play.
going to have amazing priority at the moment.
Yeah, that was really good on the side of Lilia there, being able to push it in. And I think they are going to get the 5-minute dragon here, too. So perfectly timed. They got the wave bouncing back, and they will take the mountain drag here to start off the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely a good start for Wichita. The only criticism I have right now is both of SLU's bot laners died with their flashes up.
Yeah, that is true, although I don't know if they would have been able to do much if they would have flashed out of that, as we did see the heal already used on the side of Samira in that bad trade you mentioned earlier. So it was very hard for them to be able to survive anything once that heal went through.
And while the camera was there, we actually did just see Topopotamus take a pretty horrible trade coming out from Vayne. I mean, you know, Topopotamus was getting the wave shoved in at a pretty good pace, but as soon as, you know, Vayne was back in lane, it was just an absolute beating and a forced back coming out from Topopotamus, who still actually has the teleport and might be holding it to look for a bottom lane gank later in the game.
Yeah, I think now that his bot lane is slightly behind, he's going to have to hold on to that since the wave's not pushing into him hard enough. And I'm actually shocked that Phenom's not going to... Oh, we do have a little bit of action going down here in the bot lane.
Gank coming out from the bottom lane as T-Sun picks up a kill onto Practice. Not too much counterplay will come in as I believe Udyr did get the flash bear slap. And this is actually going to totally reverse the positions. And even though T-Sun doesn't have the ignite, there is the flash available. So a dive may have been possible, but it looks like instead SLU's bot lane is just going to go for a back.
Yeah, slightly unfortunate on the side of SLU is that kill does go towards Rel, so you would have preferred that either on the Udyr or really on the Samira. But you do take it as it is a kill, and it does slowly push Samira a little bit ahead as she gets about a 7 CS advantage on top of that as well.
Yeah, it's definitely putting Samira in a much better spot than she was. Both AD carries have the Noon Quiver and the Doran's Blade combo right now, and Topopotamus was actually trying to contest Lilia for the friendly blue buff. Although with the Smite and the Blooming Blows, there won't be too much else to be done about that other than just watching Lilia go bounding off into the forest.
That is great counterplay.
We've also got more action coming out in the mid lane as a stun goes out onto Victor. Nothing else will come of it though, as the Zoe bubble goes a little far. Meanwhile, Magi is here to support the Victor in the middle lane. T-Sun has not gotten back into the mounted up Rel form yet, and it doesn't look like any further action will come out of this, as Udyr is actually present in the mid lane. Flash from the Victor comes out, and the flash from Rel comes out, starting Lulu up. Lulu does flash over to her own tower to try and save her own life. Two-man Lilia asleep is coming out. Zoe is probably going to be the first casualty of the fight here, as Trumpus does indeed go down to ZDR. Rel and Udyr are now on the back foot, trying to get away from Lilia, as ZDR is now sitting at a clean 2-0.
I'm not sure if Zoe burned her own flash in that fight. She did, but I believe she also burned the flash from the orb pickup, so she was able to flash out of there twice, but was not able to survive, as the sleep coming from the Lilia was just such a great play, as now both kills on that Lilia, she's going to get very scary very fast.
Yeah, this is definitely not what SLU wants to see. If Lilia gets ahead, she's definitely a massive force to be reckoned with, especially when she has access to her ult. It's not on a terribly long cooldown either, especially since she opted for a Fiendish Codex first item over something like a Lost Chapter, assuming she's going Landry's, that is. But honestly, if she has her ult up again soon, she's just going to look for a repeat gank, and it's just going to be an amazing game state here for Wichita.
Absolutely, and great too. The Lulu does get 2 assists out of it, so 100% KP, gotta love it, and gets that little bit of extra gold to be able to just, as she has to do, she's going to be the important key factor of keeping the team very tanky with that ult. So the sooner she can get to that, the sooner she can have her items, the better off the side of Wichita Wolves will be as well.
Yeah, and at the moment they're playing really well toward their win condition, which is just being able to get a lead early and then segue that into the middle, into the later stages of the game. So that way they can keep up and honestly not have to worry about the hefty front line of SLU.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we do see a bit of gold disparity starting to happen. As top lane, there's about a 20 CS difference, and jungle, there is about a 15 CS difference. So the side of Wichita Wolves starting to slowly push their leads in the CS department.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not setting at a crazy gold lead right now, but it definitely has the chance to extend, especially since Lilia has all summoner spells as well as the ultimate up.
Does seem like we will get a gank going here in the mid lane.
SLU is going for a dive. Tower aggro goes first onto Rel as the stun comes out. Samira does get the W off, and there's a clean 4-man kill onto Victor here with the first kill on Samira.
Yeah, what a perfect play by the side of SLU there. They get the Rel to take the initial tower damage, which is exactly what they wanted. And now they should be able to get Rift off this possibly, as Udyrs will take it. They have no mid priority, and the wave state up in top lane is very even.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Udyr has any chance of getting spotted out by Vision here either. The thing SLU has to be mindful of, though, is because they did a 4-man dive in the mid lane, they actually did sacrifice what looks to be 2 plates in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and that is huge for Aphelios, as that champion also gets very scary the later the game.
Speaking of later on in the game, it has been 5 minutes since that last dragon, and the second dragon will be a cloud dragon as we see ZDR immediately start that one up.
So what do you think, Infernal or Ocean? What are we getting?
I really hope Infernal. I hate Ocean Soul. It's just such a boring soul. And honestly, my wish has been granted, and we will be seeing an Infernal Soul this game, which means there could be some pretty hefty damage numbers coming up, just regardless of whether or not the soul gets taken by either team.
Yeah, absolutely. And the issue for SLU Wolves now is I don't know if they're going to be strong enough at the next dragon fight to be able to really do anything to that Lilia unless they have the Ornn down there to be able to start the engage. As Rel has not been able to get many engages off. As a good trade going here towards the side of Zoe.
Absolutely. Strumpus did actually burn the Ignite here. I'm not sure. I don't think it was from the Summoner Spellbook. Although if it was, either way, it's still a good way to maintain some priority. Topopotamus has to be very careful here, as since we did see the teleport burned, I'm going to say toward the bottom lane, Vayne actually has almost 2 plates under her own pocket now, which is going to be really scary, since it looks like she's also finished the call. And another mid lane dive comes out as Zoe gets caught up by this Victor stun and the ultimate, and the death laser comes out, killing Zaga. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see tons of action as Aphelios' ultimate goes down. Lilia does land the Swirl Seed, and Dot is ticking on Tsum. Lilia is going for the dive. I don't believe ult was used earlier. ZDR is now very low themselves. Still tons of pressure being applied onto Samira and Rel. Wave is being cleared, and it looks like the Rel ultimate comes in, landing on 3. Ignite is going to kill Aphelios here, unless the Lulu shield saves his life. Lulu will be the only one to die in this dive. Practice is alive at a sliver of health, and ultimately, Wichita Wolves comes out on top.
What an amazing play by Lulu there, sacrificing his own life to be able to save his ADC, as a support should always do.
Absolutely. We've also even got more repeat action in the mid lane. Ooh, as so he looks to get the kill. Victor does land a Q and tries to get the shield. However, here, Topopotamus is back into the game and gets the flash. Misses the Q, however, the Bellows Breath will claim Topopotamus' first kill. Ornhorn comes down now as Vayne has joined the fight. Vayne gets knocked up and caught up by the Ornn and the Zoe. Drowsy goes through and doesn't quite go down as Topopotamus takes a second kill. However, ZDR is unstoppable, landing those blooming blows over and over onto Zaga, maintaining that Lilia movement speed and making sure she's going to be okay at the end of this fight.
Yeah, so we do see how the kills are starting to spread out as Lilia has 5 of the Wichita Wolves' 6 kills here, and as Rift gets spawned in the mid lane, so we'll see how far down that gets that turret. They're not really able to follow up, so they won't be hitting any more turret plates after that. The Rift will go down, but I would say good play by SLU, as that's what they really need to get back into this game a little bit.
Absolutely. Lilia ult is back up, and the flash blooming blows will come out again. However, ZDR does get stunned up by the bear slap. Drowsy's come down, and a polymorph. Udyr is asleep in the top side of the river. Samira is going to be the next one to go down as Rel takes Aphelios' life. Zoe Bubble does land, and the Lulu gets knocked up and popped by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. However, Victor is now here to claim kills for himself as Zaga goes down. ZDR has re-entered the fight with another blooming blows as the Victor ultimate is chasing down Rel. Rel will be the next to die in this one, leaving Victor with 2 more kills in his pocket and a nice chunk of change.
Man, and this is so unfortunate for the side of SLU, is they did get a good amount of kills there, but they all went towards Rel. So their support is getting super massive, but unfortunately, she's the support.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Rel. There are certain supports that you'd be okay with getting kills on, and I don't believe that Rel is one of them. It's really going to be a rough situation for SLU here, especially since Lilia is now 5-0, and Victor is sitting at a pretty comfy 3-2, with, I imagine, more of his upgrades coming on the way soon.
Yeah, 100%. And as we saw, because of the hard CC of the sleep into the polymorph, Samira got the side of Wichita Wolf so low before she was hard CC'd. If that hard CC didn't come out, that fight would have been completely different, and Samira would have gotten so far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do see mythic items coming out for just about everyone on the map now, but it's still a really rough situation for SLU overall, just because Samira's kind of sitting at an even game state, so she's really going to have to work hard to get ahead and start doing that crazy, spinny bull crap that we all know and love her for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do start seeing a massive CS disparity between the junglers here, and the side of Wichita Wolves taking out the Nunu from Zaga has made such a big difference in this game, I think, already.
Absolutely. First Blood Tower is being contested by both teams. The Wichita Wolves bottom lane did try and get a bit of a proxy on to prevent Ornn from getting any sort of minions back. However, First Blood Turret will go down to SLU as they had stuck 3 members of their team in the bottom lane to make sure that could happen. Next Dragon is going to be coming up in about 9 seconds as well. And all of SLU and Wichita are converging. It's going to be a big fight as Lily gets caught out by the sleep. Ornhorn does go down. Samir is in the middle of the fight as XDR goes golden. Samira ult is going out, and she does take down Lulu. Vayne is the next biggest threat here as Victor is trying to keep the rest of SLU off of his back. Vayne being chased down by Rel here, won't be able to get the flip off. Topopotamus is being able to put down some Bellows Breath to help with that zoning capability. At this point now it's a fight for vision as both junglers, or I'm sorry, only one of the junglers has been killed, and Phenom looks to be the next caught out here with a very nicely timed condemn, preventing Topopotamus from getting that knockup. Scuttle Crab is going to be the mini objective here as Rel gets a very clean knockup and a stun. Victor cleansing just a little bit too late as Zaga gets the flash, the bear slap with no flash. However, Victor is going to make perfect use of that phase rush to run back toward his own tower and maybe look for a bit of a re-entrance in the fight as his teammates are coming back up.
Man, that is a long, drawn-out fight, and it might not even be over. I don't think SLU is going to be able to take drag here. They're just going to have to back and hopefully be able to play for it again. But Wichita Wolves using this opportunity because of the back timing going in so well to maybe take the 3rd drag of the game here.
Topopotamus did get the teleport into the river. Practice is already brought down very low. Soul Point does go over to Wichita Wolves as there is no contest from Udyr. I believe the 50-50 was attempted, but there wasn't quite the opening for Udyr to get into the pit or even close enough to the dragon, really.
Yeah, that was very well played by the side of Wichita Wolves. Even though SLU did get a lot out of that, they weren't able to get drag, and now it's going to be so hard for them to be able to fight for that final dragon. And if they give away the Infernal Soul without any competition there, it's going to be super hard for them to keep through this game.
Yeah, and Infernal Soul is definitely going to be a terrible soul to give away so early because we have something like the Lilia and like the Victor. Both AP champions, outside of Lulu, of course, on the side of Wichita have opted for Leandries, meaning if they get the Infernal Dragon burn, it's going to be entirely too high of a value. Ornhorn has gone down in the bottom lane. Both members of SLU have been brought very low. However, Zoe and Rel are here to sound the reinforcements. Zaga is still very low. However, ZDR is going golden and will fall shortly afterward, hopefully to Zoe, landing a 3rd kill. but 2 for the fight, meaning Zoe is now back pretty well on the board.
Yeah, and I'd like to mention what a smart play by Zaga there is. Once they had the Lilia golden, him knowing he's low, he just walked away. He did not want to give another kill to that Lilia that was unneeded. So being safe, playing smart, was able to really impact the game, and SLU slowly coming back into it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Zoe's going to have to be really careful here as Lulu is now back to assist Aphelios in the mid lane. I'd also like to point out some of the CS scores, particularly Vayne's, as Phenom has been farming extremely well and is sitting, I would imagine, at least another component of their second item. However, the Sleepy Trouble bubble will catch them out, and about a 40% of their health remaining from the Zoe bubble is going to be there. And honestly, there's not much else to be done at the moment except for a possible back and spending what I imagine is going to be a hefty chunk of change.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be interesting to see after we get all the backs out to see what items come out from each side. And Ornn is getting close to being able to upgrade everybody, but he is still about 3 levels out, so they won't get that little bit of power spike. That is where Ornn does take the little bit advantage over Vayne, is that he will be able to get...
We've actually got a catch going out in the top lane. Victor is forced to burn the flash and doesn't quite proc the phase rush. And honestly, it was a really smart play coming out from Zaga.
Yeah, Zaga made a good play there, and I would just say that Avano made a better one, just being able to get out and not die, make sure that his teammates get to do whatever they want on the opposite side of the map. With the top tower being pushed in, though, it does seem that the possible Baron play could be happening here shortly. At least a lot of vision will go towards the side of SLU here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one here as Baron is freshly spawned. Honestly, I would prioritize Baron over getting vision over the last or potential last Infernal Dragon, simply just because Baron has the chance to really bring SLU back in this sense. The gold disparity has never been too huge between the two teams, but if SLU manages to pick up Baron and uses it effectively, then they can generate a massive gold lead.
Yeah, the issue I could see here too is that really you don't want to give away drag. You're right, the Baron can put a lot of pressure in, but as they say, Baron is short-lived and drag lasts forever here. I could see Wichita Wolves even sacrificing the next dragon to get that confirmed Baron.
Yeah, absolutely, and we might actually see a catch coming out here from the bottom lane as Phenom is in the ultimate form, chasing down Zaga and Samira. Samira was brought rather low, and after both sums were forced, Vayne was honestly going to be pretty happy with that and didn't decide to chase much further, especially since reinforcements were on the way.
Yeah, thankfully for the side of SLU, Zaga was able to get out there, as that would have been a guaranteed Baron and then possibly into the next drag.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, honestly, both teams' attentions will be shifted toward the bottom side of the map once more, as we are less than a minute away from Dragon number 4. And it could potentially be the last Infernal Dragon of the game, because after that, it could be Soul, it could be Dragon number 1 for SLU. At the moment, it's still up for debate, and SLU actually has a pretty good hold on Vision at the moment.
Yeah, with 30 seconds until that dragon comes down, getting this little scuttle for the extra movement speed, it does seem like SLU does have the advantage. They are pushing in that mid lane as well. But again, it would be so easy for Wichita Wolves to just give up this dragon, trade the Baron. I'm shocked they're not moving over there quicker.
We did see a little bit of movement coming out there. Oh, and we got the Ornhorn coming down as Rel has caught 2 or 3, I believe, people inside of her magnetism. Kill goes down to Samira as Magi is the first to die. Lilia is going to fall second to Udyr here, which honestly creates a massive jungler disparity. Topopotamus is caught out into the middle of 2 people as the shutdown onto Zoe goes to Vayne. Meanwhile, Aphelios picks up his second kill of the game onto Ornn, and Soul Point is going to be given over here, unless Udyr can maybe make something happen.
Yeah, with Lilia down, his best chance is to be able to flash over that pit and get the smite steal, but they do pull it out intelligently, so it's going to be very hard for him to do anything here.
Yep, and that would be Soul going over, so we will be seeing our Elder Dragon in the next 6 minutes. It's definitely going to be a pretty big win condition for the side of Wichita, but honestly, they're going to have a ton more damage now that they have Infernal Soul. It's actually going to be rather nuts.
You do get a little fight going here.
Catch onto Vayne does go through. Zaga is going to take that one for himself as Victor is here to provide reinforcements, but not quite in time to save his teammate's life.
Yeah, that was a good play. They do get the shutdown going onto the Udyr, which they would have preferred that on the Samira, but hey, any shutdown going on any champion at this point will really help the side of SLU, as they really have never been that far behind in gold, so that's really good. However, they are fully behind in the Dragons, as the Lilia was able to just massively out jungle the Udyr here in this game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a less than ideal situation for Udyr here. I'd like to point out that Udyr has actually gone for the Force of Nature instead of Deadman's. However, Lilia is going to be caught out here with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the possible Paddle Star coming in for a ton of damage as the Rel ultimate holds her nice and steady.
I absolutely love how SLU's playing this. They're basically just out cheesing the side of Wichita Wolves right now, kind of knowing roughly where they're going to try to be, trying to get that Baron vision. And now the side of SLU will be able to take this Baron. Granted, nothing crazy happens here.
Absolutely. Baron has been started, and Top Hippopotamus did actually burn the teleport to make sure he could join his team on this objective. Death Ray has gone down into Victor, and Wichita is trying to put down as much vision as they can into Baron, but the control ward from SLU is going to keep that pretty under control. Oranhorn does come out, catching Lulu. Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes a little wide as Lulu is forced to flash and hugify herself. However, Strompist will be able to pick up the kill anyway. Moonlight Vigil comes out from the Aphelios as Rel tries to make something happen, but instead gets deleted by 4 members of Wichita Wolves. And SLU finds themselves once again on the back foot.
And that was such a great play on the side of Wichita Wolves. Not only did they stop the Baron, they also grabbed 2 kills for themselves. So really being able to shift that, you'll definitely trade your support for 2 kills and pushing off Baron there.
That's honestly easy League Math 101. We will see Wichita Wolves immediately start this Baron back up, and I don't know how much of a chance SLU really has to contest it given the HP bars. And Zoe gets caught by the Lilia sleep. Flash over the wall from Victor and Zoe means Strumpus is going to be 6 feet under. Nasher does go down to the red team, and Victor is hot on the heels of Udyr, although Udyr is just going to go Turtle Bear, and make sure he can get out as the last remaining member of his team out in the field.
Wow, what great play again by the side of Wichita Wolves, as they continue the Baron with the Lilia, but they go out for the picks too, and they get them, so they're just able to push this mid lane in so hard, hopefully being able to get through inhibitor turret as well, and get that inhibitor to start putting a lot more pressure into that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Tier 2 tower is going to be falling here shortly in the mid lane as Wichita goes and turns their attention straight toward the middle inhibitor tower. We also have Phenom EX in the top lane, making sure that split push is being put to good use from the Baron buff and the Vayne combo just by herself, honestly, because of the tumble damage applying to towers. I don't think an inhibitor tower will be going down either way. But with the Baron buff minions, SLU is going to find themselves very hard pressed to even keep their front door from being assaulted by the rest of Wichita in the next few minutes.
Yeah, roughly how long will that Baron buff be lasting on the side of Wichita Wolves here?
I believe we're only, if I had to take a gut feeling, I believe we're down to about 1 minute and 30 seconds on the side of Wichita. I could be a little under in all honesty, but they do have a good bit of time yet to make use of the Baron and at least get priority in a couple other waves as they get ready for Elder Dragon in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, that'll be really big, is if they can get this mid lane priority and that bot lane priority, it's going to be so hard for SLU to be able to come in and do anything to that Elder take, which will be up in 2 minutes here.
Absolutely. We've also got pretty big item spikes coming in. I'd like to point out, at least on the side of Wichita, that Vayne is now at 3 items with the Ginsu's Rage Blade, and Lilia also has the Demonic Embrace available, as well as an active Zonya's Hourglass, meaning that when a fight breaks out, Lilia is definitely going to be one of the top performers for the side of Wichita because of that Infernal Soul interaction with the damage over time effects.
Yeah, that dot from Lilia is just, it's scary, it's crazy, and you got to make sure to stay away from it if you can. It's also, we do get to see now, it's about, what, is that a 6,000 gold lead that's going towards the side of Wichita Wolves? So all that talk we had about SLU being able to keep up is slowly but fading away.
Yeah, honestly, it all started at the Baron play. Once SLU lost the team fight at Baron, they just found themselves even more on the back foot than they already were, and Wichita was really able to just kind of do whatever they wanted around the map. And honestly, it still applies here as we see 2 cannon minions sieging the bottom lane inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and it will go down. It's interesting, though, they will back out. The Ornhorn coming in, great stun here.
Ornhorn has gone out, and Samira is looking to get the Beyblade going. Spins the Winds does come out, and Lilia is one of the only members of her team left alive. Udyr is looking to get a bit of a chase going. However, Phenom EX in the mid lane is looking to get another inhibitor for their team. Inhibitor has been secured, and the Zoe Trouble Bubble goes out. Vayne ult does come out Paddlestar misses just barely, as Samira is now the one putting pressure onto Vayne, as Buckzak goes onto a killing spree, and SLU finds themselves in a rather decent spot.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Udyr did use his turbo chem tank there, but it should be up by the time anything crazy goes on in the next spot. He was going to try to chase down the Lilia and then remembered, wait, it's Lilia. She's one of the only champions that'll be able to outrun me. So did back off, did just get jungle camps, and now we'll be controlling for that Elder, which would be so huge. If SLU can use that Elder effectively, they'll be able to get back some of that turret gold that the side of Wichita Wolves has.
Absolutely, and honestly, it's going to be an even bigger boost to their team fight. Wichita Wolves does have respawn timers coming back up really quickly, and four of the 5 other members are in the bottom lane, with 3 of them moving rather quickly toward the Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon should be secured with no problems here by SLU. However, the Lily Sleep has gone out, and a flash has already been burned from Zoe, as Zoe goes golden, and Ornn is looking for an opening to possibly get some sort of damage out. However, Aphelios is just putting out too much with the Kraken Slayer. Rel goes in and gets a beautiful stun. However, it will be all for naught, as SLU is getting slaughtered. Samir tries to go Beyblade and tries to get at least a kill onto Lulu. However, Victor is going to pick that one up. And honestly, after this ace, I think we're looking at game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate from the side of SLU is that Ornn's ult was almost up. If they could have delayed that fight for about 5 more seconds, he would have been able to get that ult. And we do have... What's going on here? Oh,
I believe
game over.
it was just a surrender, and we have had Wichita Wolves take game number 1 under their belt.
All right, what a great game by Wichita Wolves. Even though they gave up that Elder Dragon, they were just able to really get in there at the last second and win that fight, push any chances of SLU being able to use that Elder effectively out the window. And again, I think that massively came down to that Ornn ult timing. I don't know if they knew that Ornn's ult was down, but they timed it perfectly in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really knew about that one, in all honesty. I think you just gotta kind of go off of a gut feeling for that, and they had to contest the Elder anyway. But honestly, it was a real shame that Ornn just couldn't get that one off. Had Ornn had the ultimate, I fully believe that SLU would have been able to at least turn that one around and go even in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That Ornn ult is so massive in team fights, which is really the only thing that he has going against that Vayne in the long run. So it's unfortunate he wasn't able to pull that out. If anything, what differences could we see in draft here right before we get into intermission?
Honestly, without being privy to the actual pro draft, it's a little hard to say because we don't know exactly what was first picked or not. Honestly, if you see something, I'm going to believe here that Ornn was a very early pick from the side of SLU, and for good reason, just because of the value he can provide later on in the game. But really, it was just not getting counterpicked super hard in the top lane, and if that does happen again, there needs to be jungle attention given to the top lane, so that way Ornn does not get so far behind, and or at the very least, something like Vayne doesn't get so far ahead to the point where it renders your tanks useless.
Yeah, I would tend to agree there. So we will be getting into an intermission right before game 2. So we will see you guys in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Aquatik Studio. And what a game we just got to witness. Wichita really took that one home. I don't think that anybody in the crowd or anyone here at Aquatik HQ was expecting that kind of gameplay, especially for an event just like this.
Always expect the unexpected.
That is a great statement. You know, I've always expected the unexpected all through my life, and I feel like it has served me fairly well.
Yeah.
Now, y'all, there's still a lot more great action to continue on today, right? This is a best of 3, and so we're just gonna have to see how this continues to play out. And don't worry, we're gonna be getting you back into that action here fairly shortly. There's just a few quick things we wanna talk about here out of the studio. Now, I'm gonna let Aqua tell you a little bit about a great place that you can suit up with some fantastic merch to really rock that aquatic pride.
Yes, so our new e-commerce store, 7 Seas, has all kinds of goodies, esports, gaming, lifestyle, some yummy snacks. Right now we're actually running a sale. If you head over to 7seas.gg, you get 15% off all aquatic gear if you enter the code GIGABYTE Cup. So that's it, you can get some, you know, flashy gear.
Just
Rep
like
Aquatic,
look
at that. I customized this one a little bit, so feel free. But we got some good stuff on there, y'all, so head over and take the opportunity.
And there's gonna be a whole bunch of great tournaments here in the aquatic forefront over the next couple of weeks. So what a great place to sit down and enjoy some snacks while you're seeing some really top tier gameplay.
Who doesn't love good snacks?
Isn't that the truth? I think I have always enjoyed snacks, and I'm enjoying some snacks as this game's continued. You might have saw my little my Neptjun preview earlier, where I gave you a little tour and I showed off some of the great food we have going on here to keep the team hydrated and energized to bring this event to
We
you.
are not left hungry here, that's for sure.
So that being said, y'all, we need to get this back into the game. I know the casters are reared up and ready to go, and I know that Trackpad has a little bit of information to share with you before we dive back into that game. But first, let's take one more quick little look from our sponsors.
Baby, why you act so cold? That little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eye. Do what you feel, do what you like. It's your thing, do what you feel, do what you like. Yeah, I can't believe you make me feel this way. No other girl has done me quite like that. You got me thinking about the morning sun instead of sneaking out the back door. Hey, do what you feel, do what you like. That's your man. Do what you like, yeah, baby. Do what you like, yeah.
Welcome back to the Aquatik Studio as Wichita Wolves takes a 1-0 lead in the grand finals of the GIGABYTE Cup. I'm here to give you some serious analysis. You can tell because of my serious hat. This is serious. And Wichita Wolves' performance that game was seriously outstanding. I have to give MVP of the game to ZDR in the jungle from Wichita Wolves. Their Lilia pick, I was expecting Moonstone Renewer Lilia, but the Leandry's Torment choice and getting an early enough lead to take a 4-0 lead early on was very, very impressive. The itemization from all the teams was extremely good. I think that the mythic item combo from Wichita Wolves was probably as good as you could have expected, with double Leandry's, double Kraken Slayer, and a Moonstone Renewer for high damage output and sustained damage output. You had a good mix of burst and a good mix of sustain, combined with the overtime damage. There was no way to beat it. I think SLU has a good chance to come back in this second game, though. With the first game ending in a forfeit, that tells me that that team needs a mental reset before heading into game number 2, and I would expect nothing less given the situation. Without further ado, though, I'm going to send it back over to our fantastic casters, Cyrus Klepp and Papa Donut, as we get ready for game number 2 of Wichita Wolves versus SLU. The winner of this series takes home $1,250 and the title of GIGABYTE Cup champions. Don't go anywhere because we're just getting started.
All right, Cyrus, we are back. So, as we saw in the last game, that Wichita Wolves was able to take that one pretty decisively. What do you think that SLU Esports has to do here in draft to be able to kind of turn the tides back into their favor?
Honestly, they just have to make sure that if something gets counterpicked like the Vayne into Ornn again, that we talked about it a little bit after the last game, but honestly, they just can't let it get so ahead, and it just needs to have jungle attention and needs to get shut down early. It's really hard to get something like Udyr into Lilia. I'm not, I'm honestly not all too familiar with the intricacies of jungle matchups like that, but it definitely puts a dampener in SLU's plan when Lilia gets first blood and just consistently gets kills across the map early and hits an early 6, because as soon as she hits an early 6, she has an immediate advantage over any multi-man fights just because of the crowd control she can provide.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things that we saw. You're talking about that jungle matchup. It was so smart from the side of Wichita Wolves to really ban out Zaga's Nunu. And because of that, it just puts him at such a disadvantage of comfort picking his jungle, to where that Lilia was just able to basically free roam the map and kind of do whatever she wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Lilia. She has the movement speed passive with Blooming Blows. So it honestly just it lets her roam wherever she wants. All she has to do is hit a jungle camp a couple times and she's zooming.
Yeah, Lilia's favorite camp is to get in there and steal the enemy's chickens, which I believe we saw a bunch happen that last game.
Yeah, especially once Wichita had that priority over basically all of the map. It was just really tough for SLU to maintain any sort of control, and even though they had a couple good fights, they just got really screwed over at really crucial times, which ultimately led to them losing the first game.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm very excited to see what we will be getting in draft here from both teams, to see if, the side of Wichita Wolves will be taking that Lilia again, if they're going to heavy ban the jungle like they did last time, and really see who's going to be able to push ahead. And I can't wait to see. I know it did not get banned last time and it did go through, but if either team will pick up Kaisa this time.
Hopefully, honestly, it's definitely going to be a high priority pick, and if it's not banned, I can guarantee you it will be picked, just because of how prominent the champion is. I mean, even if something like the Rel doesn't get picked, Kaisa still has a lot of other really viable supports that she can go with that help really enable her.
Yeah, the only reason I disagree with you is that it got through last time. It was unbanned and unpicked, so there's a chance that it could slip through the cracks again in this match.
Fair enough, but in honestly, in that case, I would say that Rel has to be banned just because of how well the two synergize. But even if we do see the Kaisa pick, it's definitely going to be a more interesting match just because of how dynamic the pick can be.
I would agree. And I think Rel will be banned by the side of Wichita Wolves, as that was really the massive engage that SLU had. That was what they were basing a lot of their initial engages of their fight on, and then hoping to hold the Ornhorn for a little bit later in the fight. So I do see that Wichita Wolves will probably ban out the Rel and make sure that the side of SLU has to kind of merge into some other support pick, maybe Seraphine if they're able to get it.
Yeah, it'll definitely be an interesting pick if Seraphine manages to come out here. I do believe we should be getting into proper champ select sometime soon, as pro draft should finish up relatively soon. And then we'll be able to go over all of the other picks and bans in there.
Would you like to explain a little bit what pro draft is for the audience that might not know?
Yeah, so essentially what ProDraft is it's a drafting tool that you use in your browser. Most of the amateur and collegiate teams will use these programs. I think there are a couple different ones. ProDraft is just a very commonly used one, and it essentially emulates a full pick ban phase of champion select, and allows teams to make any possible mistakes or misclicks without having to reform a whole lobby if something accidentally gets banned.
And
So we
that is
are in we are into actual champ select now, so we will be seeing the full bans come through. As a reminder, picks will come through in LCS positions, which means we'll be seeing top lane be the first pick locked in, followed by jungle, mid, support, or AD carry, and then support.
Yeah, so good news on this one is we do have the pro draft link, so we will be able to see kind of what order everything was picked in, where last time we thought it wasn't pro draft, so we were very shocked to see the Ornn first picked. So this time we'll be able to see who's trying to counter what down there.
Just a little bit, and pretty standard bans come through. We do see some bans from last game remain consistent, whereas we saw some picks come through as well.
And I do like seeing that Vayne ban there, because I think that was one of the biggest issues SLU had, is that their top laner wasn't really able to do anything, since Vayne is so oppressive to melee champions up there.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not even just being a melee versus ranged matchup. It's the fact that Vayne got picked into an Ornn because she has the true damage percent health, the percent health true damage against tanks. She just eats them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see a Rengar pick here, I wonder if that's going to be Rengo top.
At this point, I have to assume so, just because we're going through LCS picks. I'm not all too familiar with the Rengar Ornn matchup. If Rengar opts for something like Grasp, Ornn's going to be a little hard pressed early, but the way to get around that is to either completely cede pressure of your lane and play completely under tower and make him play at the one bush you know he's going to play at, or shove him under tower so he has no bushes to play at.
Yeah, I know Rengar gets very annoying in the top lane, only playing against it a few times, but it is very strong, especially if it can get ahead, if it can roam a little bit, get its passive, right, is where he gains more damage off of killing different champions?
Yes. Once Rengar, I believe his passive assist window is on a very short time. It has to be like 1.5 seconds, but essentially once Rengar kills a champion, he gets a stack up to 5 stacks, 1 stack for every champion. And the higher his stacks go, he gets a greater percentage of AD, starting at like 1% for 1 stack, all the way up to like 24% at 5 stacks. So it gets up to be a pretty big bonus, especially if you're going something like an assassin build, where you just build extremely high damage value items anyway, and you just milk even more value out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do get to see a Galio support here. I think Galio's much better in the mid lane, being able to use his global ultimate on either side of the map. But seeing that Galio come in and support, he does have a lot of CC, so it does work well in a support, especially being able to ult and protect his ADC from any initial damage that could be coming in, especially on tower dives.
Yeah, I have to agree. But honestly, Galio as a support isn't as odd as you may think. He has great roam windows through through his ultimate, which is, I believe, the heroic entrance. And if Yone or even Ornn gets caught out and Galio's taking advantage of a roam window, then he's going to have the perfect chance to get beautiful playmaking ultimates.
Yeah, I would agree. And it does seem that we're looking at the pro draft pick now. And as you said, there were a few misclicks that happened. So I was very confused looking at the pro draft, but it all came together in our real draft. We did see the Senna get first picked. So it was hard to tell at the beginning if that was going to be Senna ADC or Senna support. But the side of SLU intelligently picked that Kaisa to be able to give their ADC and Bucksack a really good comfort pick here, to be able to hopefully work really well into the comp. And with the Galio having so much CC, it should work out very well, as Kaisa can dive in and Galio can ult on top of her.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'd like to point out is that SLU picked a very similar team comp to what they had last game. They opted for Ornn again, and they have another tank support in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I would like to
And
mention, though, that SLU now has their jungler Zaga on a pick that he's not amazingly comfortable with, as again, we stated he is a new OTP, or has been so far throughout the season, but he has put a few games into Lilia, so it should be a little more comfort in the jungle there.
yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the Lilia Graves matchup is one that we see a lot, especially in pro play. So it's definitely going to be an interesting version of this matchup, so to speak, just because I believe, I could be wrong, I believe the matchup will typically favor Lilia, especially past 6, but it can definitely favor Graves in the early game, just because Graves has such great power farming skills with his kit.
Yeah, and Graves gets super annoying as he gets so tanky, but we will see that who was the support on the side of Wichita Wolves? I can't remember.
Wichita has Karma as their support, so it's definitely gonna be a more passive bottom lane coming out from them, as Senna's gonna want to stack in lane and just want to get to the mid and then late game as soon as she hits those 3 item power spikes along with her soul spikes.
Yeah, so again, we see Wichita Wolves going a not very tanky comp this time too. So we'll see if SLU will be able to punish that a little more than they did last time.
I have to agree and disagree. It will be up to SLU to punish the bot lane in particular, but SLU once again has picked a very kind of scale-oriented comp. Wichita Wolves has scaling in the Senna and in the Rengar a little bit, assuming he gets his 5 stacks at any point throughout the game and doesn't just completely run it down. But honestly, if Wichita Wolves does again what they did last game and play a very solid early game, then SLU is going to have basically the same situation happen where they're going to be stuck playing the catch-up game and they're not going to get a chance to hit those scaling benchmarks that they want to in like the mid and late stages of the game.
Yeah, I would agree. So as we're looking at the game now, we should be getting into it very shortly. Where do you think both junglers will start, and where do you think they're going to look to feed this game?
Honestly, it's going to be very standard starts. I would imagine. I can't imagine really anything else going on, as Lilia typically does not like to start something like the red buff. Because Wichita, I believe, is on the blue side this time, Graves should be starting his red buff, and I don't think he'll go for a level 2 gank. Instead, he'll do what Graves does, which is probably go for a full clear and maybe an early skirmish. And if he has a gank window, then he'll make use of it, because I believe all of his laners should have some sort of hard crowd control, even the Rengar, since he has the empowered bolas once his ferocity stacks are up.
Yeah, and I think Graves relies a lot on his laners being able to get that crowd control, as Graves does have great movement, but I don't think he has no crowd control in his own kit, correct?
Only a brief slow in the vision denial from the smoke screen.
Yes, correct. So he's not going to be able to really hard lock down anybody. So if his laner misses their CC, it's going to be a very hard gank for them to be able to pull off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. Assuming he goes phase rush, though, that actually covers up a little bit of his weakness with the whole lacking a crowd control option aspect of his kit. But again, that is something we're going to have to wait to see until we're actually in game, as he could also opt for something like fleet footwork to help with his sustain.
Absolutely. It'll be really interesting late game too to see how these team fights go, as if SLU can get a great Ornhorn here into Kaisa being able to dive in into the Galio knockup. I mean, the side of Wichita Wolves here could be really CC'd for the entirety of the game.
Honestly, I have to agree. It's going to be a tough situation, and we are actually in the game here at the moment. And one thing that strikes me as odd is Graves' choice of Summoner Spell Cleanse instead of something like Flash or Ignite.
That's got to be due to the Lilia sleep and the amount of full CC that the side of SLU has. But I do think Flash is super strong, so it'll be interesting to see how he's able to pull that Graves off without the Flash. As we did mention, he's a little bit slower until he procs that phase rush. So
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an interesting pick. Just because honestly, I haven't seen the Summoner Spell Cleanse come out from Graves at all. It's been interesting in the last few weeks seeing Graves players pick something like the Ignite over Flash, but it also makes entirely too much sense just because of how often he has his own dash. And later on the knockback from his ultimate.
yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. I hope it works out for him, but I also hope that we get to go to a game 3. So I also hope it in the end it doesn't.
Entirely fair.
We do see a little bit of an invade going here from SLU.
Yeah, it is actually going to be a late invade here, as I think Zaga is just going to start on the enemy Raptors, and they could look for a catch on a Graves actually, as he's doing his own red.
Yeah, I love this play from the side of SLU. As we mentioned, Lilia loves getting chickens, so we will have a fight going down there as we get to see it.
Taunt lands, and Cleanse is burned immediately from the Graves as the Wichita bot lane tries to make their way back and get some sort of pressure back. Both mid laners have shown up at this point, and Galio is brought very low. First blood going over to Graves, as Kaisa is exhausted, and the Acathian rain does not quite go down onto Graves quite as everyone would have planned. Zaga is also brought very low. However, even with the level advantage, Senna W is going to be the start here for the side of the Wichita bot lane. And red still has not gone down. However, Strumpus is going to be going down here to Ivano, leaving Wichita in a very comfortable state, and SLU looking a little bit puzzled after their failed invade.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a misplay on the side of Zaga there. Is he almost had the red buff dead, and then he just walked away from it. So if he would have been able to take that down, at least they would have put Graves on a massive back foot. He does lose chickens, but he's able to recover that very easily by just taking the rest of his camps and moving back up to top lane.
Yeah, I have to agree for the most part. Honestly, the spot that suffer or the lane that suffers the most from this trade is going to be the bottom lane. As you'll notice, Senna already has picked up the first full 6 minions of the wave, whereas Kaisa has picked up none. And even though there is a good amount of the first wave there honestly has been enough missed minions that the SLU bot lane is going to miss out on a ton of XP and is going to be really behind in the first 2 levels.
We might be seeing a Lilia gank here, though, to try to make up for that.
Entirely true. Swirl Seed goes down and the slow lands on a Senna. Magi is caught a little out. However, they have the flash to be able to get out safely. Zaga instead is forced to burn their own flash at the risk of losing their own life. And once again, SLU find themselves with a failed play. And tons of minion aggro going down on Kaisa here as she gets rooted by the Senna. And Practice takes kill number 1 for themselves, maintaining a full 100% kill participation as both bot laners have been a part of all 3 kills for Wichita thus far.
Wow, and that was an amazing flash by Magi there, being able to dodge the Lilia's big hit and basically turn the fight then on its head. And now Wichita Wolves just super ahead in this matchup here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be another rough early game, to say the least. It looks like Topoponymous is actually taking a pretty good trade here with Rengar. Phenom did go Conquer instead of something like Grasp, so he is going to favor more extended trades and is going to keep Topoponymous pushed in here in the early game.
And we could see a possible gank into a tower dive here, especially because of the push in.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have Graves in the top lane. Topoponymous is going to be the next to fall for the side of SLU, and Wichita Wolves is looking very clean at the start of this game too.
Yeah, they already have a 3,000 gold lead, which late game doesn't sound like a lot, but this early in the game is absolutely massive.
Yeah, I'm honestly scared to see what the first buys are going to look like once members of Wichita start getting those first backs in. Because honestly, if they keep the same amount of pressure up that they've been in just the first 5 minutes, mind you, it's going to be a disaster for SLU.
Yeah, as you see, Kaisa only has 10 farms, so already double the farm on that Senna, who just absolutely infinitely scales.
Oh, taunt going down onto the enemy bot lane from the Galio. Both enemy bot laners brought extremely low as Magi is going to die to Buckzak here, putting SLU on the board with another kill, or with their first kill, rather.
That was a really good play from Galio there, being able to get a little damage and getting the crowd control to help the ADC start to catch up just a little bit here.
Scuttlecrab is going to be the next object of contest here. Smite from ZDR is going to secure Scuttlecrab nice and easy. Strumpist is looking to try and get a Yone knockup, however Graves will sidestep that very nicely. Yone will be forced to return back to his body momentarily, and the booming blows from Lilia will only do so much damage here, as Ivano is going to be able to just walk right away from the enemy team.
Yeah, and it really seems like SLU is kind of really fighting on the back foot here, trying to get anything.
Strumpist is actually now the one being caught out as the Ignite and the Drowsy Zoe Bubble comes out. Last tick is not going to take him out, as SLU finds themselves on the back foot, but not without any sort of pressure themselves.
Yeah, so it's really looking like SLU's just trying to take any fight they can to try to get back that massive gold lead that they are down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely, I would say, a high risk, high reward kind of play at the moment for them. You know, if they manage to make something happen, great. But honestly, if they lose any more in these fights, the early game will be completely decided in the favor of Wichita.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see, for the first time, a dragon staying on the map for more than like 30 seconds here. So glad that dragon gets to sleep his day away. And we won't be seeing a 20-minute drag at this point in the game like we did last time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be at least a slightly later soul. I believe the first dragon is, it is a mountain dragon. And we actually see an amazing flash coming out from Topoponymous as the renowned top lane flash over that very difficult wall comes out, keeping Topoponymous alive and honestly, at least a little safe.
Yeah, great play by Graves there, being able to get behind. Unfortunately, with Topopotamus having that flash, it was going to be very difficult for them to be able to convert on that gank. And Lilia was coming over, so if they would have tried to stay in that fight, they would have found themselves in a 2v2 they weren't really expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like outside of a short trade in the mid lane, no other action is going to happen at the moment. But we do have those first backs coming in, and wow, does Wichita have some pretty crazy first buys. Possible gank going down actually in the mid lane as the Ignite comes out from the Zoe. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does go out, and the Paddle Star will collide with the Karma Q as Magi takes their first kill onto Yone. Ornhorn is down as Topopotamus is looking for a possible kill onto Rengar, but Rengar will just be happy hopping to and from those bushes. As now the SLU bot lane tries to look for some pressure onto the Senna and maybe a possible dive, but it looks like they'll be satisfied with some tower plates instead.
Yeah, that was really smart by SLU there, knowing Magi's going to be coming down.
Flash W comes out from practice as the two-man taunt lands from Galio. Graves Collateral comes out and does massive damage, making sure Kaisa is going to be the one to die from this SLU bot lane. Zaga now the one caught out as the Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes out. Paddlestar follows up, and Ivana finds themselves with a second kill.
See, I was going to say that I think Senna went in. Oh, more fighting going on in the top lane here.
It's just an absolute bloodbath at the moment. Phenom putting tons of pressure on the Topopotamus. Both top laners sitting at roughly 20% health. However, I would argue that Rengar, at least for the moment, has the advantage because of the full ferocity stacks. However, if he gets hit by the brittle proc from Ornn, it could be quickly turned around.
Are we playing AR Earth again with how many kills we got going through already?
Honestly, it seems like it, and with the way the day has gone so far, I wouldn't be surprised.
Man, this is crazy trading going back and forth. I can't even give any analytics here because of how quick everything's going.
Down and Ornn falls next, as the next bit of action does come from the middle lane and blue side of SLU's jungle.
Yeah, that
This
gold
is an
lead's just getting massively extensive here.
We're looking at actually slightly over a kill a minute here, as Yone is the next being put pressure onto from Senna in the middle lane. Senna's playing very aggressively here, knowing her team is able to follow up from the SLU red side.
Will we ever see an objective taken? That'll be the question.
Honestly, I have to wonder the same thing. It's, SLU hasn't had much chance to maintain any sort of priority on these objectives, and Graves has just been honestly spam ganking, which has been great for his team, but not so great on the objective front.
Yeah, but look at that farm lead Graves has compared to Lilia. We saw Lilia bully Udyr in the last game, but now being bullied again. We'll have a dragon intake here going a little bit. I would believe that that should go over to the side of SLU, because with the Grave at top side, and should trade out for Shelly, but we'll see what he does. They do know that they are taking drag here.
Absolutely. We've also got Strumpus looking for a pretty hefty trade here in the mid lane. However, Magi is here to try and make some action happen and keep their Zoe alive. First Dragon does go over to SLU at a pretty good just trade of objectives, as Graves did pick up the Rift Herald here. Strompa is going to use the Fate Sealed to try and get out. It looks like there will be a pretty easy out as the Drowsy comes down from Lilia. Ornhorn is going to go through. However, ZDR has cleansed the sleep, and there will be no flash to save his life as Zaga puts themselves on the board with another kill.
Yeah, so that's where that cleanse was an interesting call, because if he could have flashed that wall before the sleep came in, he would have been able to be safe. If he'd sleeping on the other side of the wall, and the only one that would have been able to hit him without getting over would have been Galio at the time. So that interesting summoner choice, coming back to bite him just a little bit there.
Yeah, I have to entirely agree here. I mean, it's definitely still a very rough game for SLU, but at least they're able to pick something up in that fight.
Yeah, and as we see, everybody just kind of goes back to farming, and the gold lead still sitting about 4,000 for Wichita Wolves. Looking at how this game's going, what do we think that SLU is going to have to do to catch back up into this game?
They're going to have to not take such heavy casualties in team fights is really the answer here, at least coming from me. They just need to try and make up whatever differences they can, and if they can get at least into the mid game in relatively good shape, then I think that they'll be able to utilize their comp scaling abilities, as well as maybe look for a possible pick here onto the Zoe. Ignite has gone down, and Strompist is looking for a bit of a play, although I don't think anything else will come out, and SLU is actually going to be hemorrhaging more plates down in the bottom lane.
And that's not what the side of SLU needed to see, because Senna already 3-0-2 with that 300 gold shutdown, just super far ahead. Kaisa kind of being able to keep up and farm a little bit, but with all that turret plate gold going towards Senna, it's going to be a massive disparity.
Yeah, it's just gonna be crazy, and we will see the Kraken Slayer Ginsu's combo coming out from Senna here. It's not a build that I have a ton of familiarity with, but apparently it's seen some pretty good use, so I'm excited to see how it'll come out later in the game. Let's look at action in the mid lane. Smokescreen has gone down, and Strompus gets caught by this Zoe Trouble Bubble and won't be able to use the Fate Seal to gain enough distance before falling to Zoe once again.
That was an interesting interaction there, seeing him fall asleep, but since he already pressed his ult, getting to continue through the ult animation. Didn't know that happens.
Yeah, it's essentially some of the same reasoning that why people use their unstoppable ults, so like Malphite and Scion, when they get hit by stuff like Zoe Trouble Bubble, is because the actual stun part, the sleep part of the bubble, will not go through if you're in an animation that cannot be canceled, and Yone's Fate Sealed counts as one of those animations. The problem is that he hit Graves on the way, so he did not get the full distance.
Yeah, so great play by Graves, getting in the way, ZDR making sure to confirm that kill, knowing that Yone was going to try to ult out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really good positioning, honestly, just overall. Graves has just been reading his opponent's minds like a book this game.
Yeah, I would tend to say these past two games have been a little jungle diff.
Action going down in the mid lane. Sleep has come down on both sides of the team. However, Zago will be the first to get blasted in the face by Graves. Zoe is going to fall to the Yone as well. And it looks like attention will be shifted on to Rift just to prevent that first mid lane tower from going down.
Yeah, and there's one of the issues with Yone is eventually he does have to go back to that his clone down there that he TPs away from, basically. And I think they would have been able to get ZDR if that was not the case.
Quite possibly, but honestly, I would say it's a better idea than not for Yone to do something like this, especially because he knows he'll be safe. And it looks like Yone is going to pick up a kill in the mid lane, although I think ZDR may have actually gotten out with just a sliver of health because Moggy was there to save his life.
Yeah, ZDR made that very close, was trying to hold off that mid wave, but because of Moggy coming down, will survive that fight. Did have to flash though on Moggy to get that heal.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, whatever else to keep yourself alive. And here we actually see some of the damage that Kraken Slayer offers, as Yone was put down to about just under, I would say, 50% health, maybe more around 40%, just by Senna autos.
Yeah, but I do believe Strompus was okay trading health there, as he did just want to push in the wave and probably back, hoping to get an item here and hopefully get a little stronger.
Yeah, at this point we are waiting on SLU to finish multiple mythic items, as actually I don't think anyone has theirs. Ornn has components for his, but because he was forced to go into the Bramble Vest early, he'll be finishing his later, on top of doing the Ninja Tabby first, or not the Ninja Tabby, these plated steel caps, excuse me. And honestly, SLU is just in a really, really rough spot for these. Phenom EX does come in with the teleport and puts in plenty of damage, and it's just going to be another clean 2 kills coming up for Wichita. Honestly, there's not much SLU could have done there, and as rough as it looked, Rengar has the Gore Drinker and his own W, which means he's going to be a lot tankier than you think.
Like I said before, can you click one, then you can use Gore Drinker.
Exactly. We do have the Lily of Dot onto Phenom here, although no sleep will go out. It looks like 4 members of Wichita are going to be in the mid lane, putting some pretty heavy pressure on, honestly. And at the moment, it looks like SLU is just kind of stuck farming a side wave and trying to keep Wichita off of their yard whenever they can.
Yeah, Wichita is now at almost a 10,000 gold lead, which is crazy to think at the 16-minute mark.
Possible catch coming out here onto Avaro. Sleep does go down, and the cleanse has been used already, so it looks like Tsum is going to claim that kill. However, on the other side of the map, we do have Phenom and Graves taking their next kill onto Yone.
Yeah, and again, it's unfortunate to see Galio take that kill, as Kai'Sa was there and could have gotten that little bit of a KS to make sure to keep up with whatever she can on the Senna, but unfortunately, Galio does take the kill, and as much as we like supports getting kills, you gotta feed your ADC.
Absolutely, and Galio is just another one of those supports you don't really want kills on. And we see a ton of damage coming out from the Kraken Slayer here as the exhaust goes down onto Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is just going to be right-click down from Practice as Practice goes on a rampage. Moggy did almost die to the Ignite here. However, it looks like Practice is going to have enough pressure on their own to push Galio away as well.
Yes, I really don't see how SLU is going to get back into this game. They do have the one Drake, so they will be able to stall out Soul, as hopefully maybe the Ornn will be able to get some items passed off to the Kaisa, to the Yone, to maybe be able to scale, but it's going to be very difficult.
I'd also like to point out there that Phenoms are single-handedly forced Zaga's flash.
Yeah, I think if Zaga doesn't flash there, he's definitely one shot, especially with Graves being there.
Gale Force comes out from the Graves, and it looks like he's taking a little too many tower shots as the Yone ult comes in, and the Fate Seal does take him down after Yone returns to his body from the spirit form, of course, replicating some of that damage and putting him on the board once again with a very nice shutdown and a big chunk of change.
I understand what ZDR was going for there, as he did not think that Galio would be coming out of base. But without having that vision, I think that was a bit of a risky play for ZDR to take.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an over-aggressive play to be sure. You know, it's just a rough time all around. Maybe ZDR was just doing a little bit of limit testing, but honestly, that's not the place. This is not the place to be doing it.
Yeah, it's highly possible, but going into the only really fed member of SLU, I think that was a little bit of a mistake on his end. But I don't think it. I don't think it'll end up being too much of an issue, as they still have a massive gold lead, and everybody else seems to be much further ahead than their lane opponents here.
Lilia Sleep has gone down, and Phenom EX just absolutely tanks Lilia, putting her in the ground. And there won't be any follow-up from SLU, meaning Lilia has just died for nothing. Zoe Trouble Bubble has gone out, however, a very nicely timed return to the body will prevent the sleep from going through. Shield Bow has been popped for Yone in the mid lane. Karma is chasing him down, and he's trying to put some damage out as Strumpus does take the solo kill onto Ivano. Meanwhile, SLU's bottom lane is present to provide some backup and help push in this wave.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't really know. SLU's doing decent to try to stay in the game, and the control ward into mid lane to make sure to clear out any vision as Karma comes running down here, but I think it's just going to be a little bit of poke as Galio will get away. We do have the second dragon up on the, or the third dragon, no, not up on the map right now. It should be coming up shortly though, correct?
I believe so. I don't think we're quite at under a minute spawn yet, just because the hourglass has not appeared on the map. If we can get the objective timers at all, that would be extremely helpful. Other than that, we'll just kind of have to go based off of what we can see on the mini map.
Yeah, agreed. It depends when they go for vision here.
It is almost 20 minutes, meaning Baron is going to spawn very soon. And honestly, if Wichita keeps up their pacing, they're going to have complete priority over the Baron pit and may actually be able to take a 22-minute Baron, I would guess.
Yeah, I'd honestly like to see them try to force the Baron play here, as I don't think that the side of SLU will really be able to do anything, and it could just feed either a bunch of kills or a free Baron to the side of Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. But here in the mid lane, I'd actually like to point out that Strumpus is doing a very good job, if a risky one, at canceling the backs of Wichita.
Yeah, slowing down those power spikes as we do see the little bit of hourglass come in. Not gold yet, so it's probably about, what, a minute away now before we'll get that dragon spawn.
Yeah, it is under a minute at this point, so I believe it will turn yellow at 30 seconds or 15 seconds into the spawn timer. But what I'd really like to talk about for just a second is the fact that Senna's hit the 2-item power spike.
Yeah, so she is going to be super scary for whatever fight they decide to take here, and we do get a canceled back here. Sorry, slowly starting to lose it from exhaustion.
At this point, it is looking like SLU is going to be on the back foot. However, practice has been caught up by the Yone R, and the shutdown goes to Galio, as Moggy's the next to go. However, with two members waiting at the Yone origin point, Strumpus is going to be very hard-pressed to come down, and Strumpus will actually go down from the dot here. Teleport comes out from Ornn as the Ornhorn goes down. Double kill for Graves, however, Rengar is going to be the next to fall to Lilia here. And so far, it's actually a rather even fight, with Wichita looking to be on slightly the back foot for once.
Yeah, again, even if it was just an even 2-for-2, as the team that's behind, you'll take any trades that go along now, especially with that 1,000 gold shutdown that went on the Lilia. That's going to help out immensely. And this is what really SLU needed.
Absolutely. This puts them in a much better position than they were, honestly, even half a minute ago. Their jungler is still up, so they will be able to secure Dragon, it looks like. And there was an almost narrow miss If Zoe had the smite, I believe there could have been a potential steal. However, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble has gone down, or Unstoppable will prevent the sleep from going through. However, the Graves near side, it goes out. And there is a bunch of damage being put out onto the side of SLU as all three members are low. Another Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands, and Zoe's looking for a possible go button. However, the blue buff will just be stolen away by ZDR. And Wichita Wolves are just going to look to take more of the SLU blue side and get ready to look for a possible Baron.
Yeah, so even though SLU is able to take drag there, which is good, they lose a lot of their jungle and a lot of farm. So I think Wichita Wolves still comes out a little bit ahead on that, as they're still at about 9,000 gold lead here.
Yeah, it's still definitely a very hard-pressed situation for SLU here. They're constantly playing on the back foot, and while they have had, again, some good looks in fights, overall, they've just been getting rolled over by Wichita.
Yeah, in the last big fight that we saw, I saw it was a great play by Tsum there on the Galio to get that flash taunt and then be able to E in with the initial stun, which really allowed them to get that first kill and really start that fight off in a really good way for them.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, though, both teams are going to be looking toward the Baron pit. And I don't think there has been a whole lot of contest for Vision, but if Vision contest breaks out into a fully fledged fight, SLU is going to have to play it very carefully to come out on top, or at least go even.
Yeah, and we do see Wichita Wolves here starting the Baron. I don't know if this is just them trying to pull the SLU towards Baron to get a team fight going, because they do not have ZDR there.
Regardless, ZDR actually put a very aggressive play out on Kaisa here, nearly solo killing her if she didn't Gale Force away. At this point, Wichita has stopped the Baron, and they're looking for a pick. Topopotamus needs to be very careful here. However, Zaga is going to get clipped by the Trouble Bubble, as Wichita is going to use that Rengar jump out of the bush and a Senna ult to just put Lilia back to sleep. And this time, they're looking for the Baron.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked they stopped Baron there, as they knew Kaisa had to back, but it works out and they get the pick on Zaga, so they will be able to pretty much confirm a free Baron here, unless something crazy happens, like a Galio gets his wind strike over or something like that.
Yeah, at this point, the only hope for SLU to steal that Baron was probably going to be a Kaisa W or a Galio Winds of War, but honestly, kudos to Wichita for going after the jungler and not only forcing a flash, but getting the kill.
Yeah, it was really good to see, too, that SLU did their best. They at least traded an objective. They took down their first turret. So even though they lost that Baron, they were able to get something out of that play.
At this point, it's just all about the little victories, but they have to be really careful going forward here in the next few minutes, just because, honestly, with the comp that Wichita has, I fully believe that they can do something like the 1-3-1, because Zoe has okay tower damage, especially if she gets her passive off. Rengar is going to go down, however, and the taunt does go through onto ZDR. However, the cleanse does get popped, and the Orn Horn is next to come. Shutdown goes over to Kaisa from the Graves, and Phenom is caught 1v3 as a double kill goes out to Kaisa.
And that is exactly what SLU needed there. What an amazing...
Sleep is the next thing to go out as Senna gets blasted over by the blast, or gets hopped over by a blast cone. Fate Seal from the Yone comes out, and he's looking to replicate as much damage as he can before going back. We're getting a little bit of a lag spike. However, Senna will be falling to Yone here as Wichita finds themselves on the back foot for this second time in the next couple minutes.
I do have a question. Will Galio's ult go to Yone's Spirit? Because if so, I think Galio needed to hold his ult just a little longer to be able to really get that knock up and confirm that kill.
I don't believe so, as Yone's Spirit is really just a marker for him to return to. His actual hitbox, shall we say, follows him wherever he goes up until the point he returns.
Yeah, that's what I meant out of the dash, because Galio ulted onto the Yone, and then Yone did the Spirit into ult, so Galio's knockup really didn't do much in that fight. But nonetheless, great play by SLU there, now only about 6,000 gold behind, and really starting to slowly make that comeback happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, Topopotamus has hit the point where he's upgraded his own mythic item as well as Kaisa's, although I'm not quite sure that's the correct choice to make at the moment, given how much impact Yone has had in team fights. But as soon as he hits level 15, that won't make a difference anyways. I'm sure we'll see the Immortal Shield Bow upgraded just after the fact.
I do believe that Ornn automatically upgrades his item first and then is allowed to get teammates, so I don't think he had a choice there.
Yeah, it's just because Ornn has as soon as he hits level 13, his will upgrade. But from level 14 onward, he has a choice of whose item he upgrades, meaning that Kai'Sa's was actually the first choice over Yone.
Ah, that's what you meant. My apologies. I thought you were talking about him upgrading his own item.
No. We did also just see the fourth dragon of the game go down toward Wichita, meaning both teams are actually sitting even at Drakes, which is a lot better than can be said of last game, given that SLU had no Drakes under their belt, except for the Elder Drake, which wound up being their downfall.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of jungle diff going on again, but not nearly as much as last game, as Zaga's able to be on a little bit of a comfortable pick here instead of having to randomly choose the Udyr.
Absolutely. I don't think Baron buff has any duration left for the side of Wichita, but they were able to pick another tower up just now. And honestly, I think they're going to be looking to secure vision around the Dragon Pit, or at least look to get some resets in.
Yeah, they should be back here. I wanted to see that Galio be able to do something when he was hiding in that bush behind him, but unfortunately there would have just been no follow-up on the side of SLU, so nothing came out of it.
Catch coming out from Rengar possibly. However, the Galio and the Yone ult will catch him out in return. Bucksack goes on a killing spree as the Rengar is going to be the first one to fall here. ZDR is playing a little aggressively as the Ornhorn, I think, went down, and it doesn't hit anybody on the side of Wichita. Taunt goes out from the Galio as Ivano is caught out. Yone is in the spirit and picks up another assist, actually, as Zaga is going to be the one to claim Magi's life. Yone is going to fall to ZDR here as he got one last auto off. However, practice is going to go down to the Lilia dot as the double burn damage comes out and really puts in a ton of work. Ignite is ticking onto Lilia as well as the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and ZDR is just going to go boop and put Lilia to sleep permanently.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, SLU will really take any trades, especially ones that do go 3 for 2. Simple math, they do get an advantage off that. And being behind, even if they can go even on trades, it works out really well for them here.
I have to agree for the most part. It's very slowly closing the gold gap. It's not closing as fast as they should, in all honesty, if people like Yone were to not play so far up, especially in the spirit form. And we actually might see Bucksack just, a classic Rengar, just hopping onto the 80 carry all alone and putting them down.
What a great play by Rengar there, as he found the Kai'Sa alone, gets that shutdown, and just going to continue to further himself. They were getting close, and now we're back to we're at like a 6,000 gold lead again for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, it's still just an extremely tough position to be in on the side of SLU. Ornn did hit level 15 here, and Yone's shield bow has been upgraded, which means he has access to about 1,000 gold worth of stats, which should honestly help his tankiness, given that I assume lifesteal is probably going to be one of those stats boosted by the Ornn upgrade.
Yeah, so I don't know if we touched on it earlier, but the longer the game goes, the more impactful that Ornn's going to be. He has no kills, but that's not Ornn's job. He's a CC bot, and he's there to upgrade his teammates. So the more upgrades he's able to get in, the better SLU will be in these team fights, really making that gold disparity not that big of a difference.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting just because the Ornn upgrades don't show up on a gold graph overall, but generally, as a rule of thumb, you can assume that Ornn upgrades are worth about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, meaning with 3 Ornn upgrades, they are only, what would that be, like 4,000 gold behind instead of the 8,000 they are, or roughly 8,000 they're showing now?
Yeah, thereabouts, I would say. It's definitely also going to be a bigger favor to SLU the later the game goes, just because they have stuff like the Yone. But on the side of Wichita, they want the game to go late. They want Senna to get infinite scaling.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be interesting because both teams scale pretty well. So the late game will be very tough for both teams to be able to just have a decisive win.
Ornn does get caught by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble here. However, the Bella's Breath Unstoppable will prevent him from going to sleep. At this point, I think teams are mostly just battling for vision. However, that could change here any second given an engage or a possible catch. Speaking of catches, we've got a bat. What is Galio doing? 3-man root coming down from Senna. However, the Ornhorn goes out and Sleep from Lilia comes out as well. Bucksack is going to take Ivano as the first kill of the fight. Make it 2 as Graves goes down as well. Heroic enters from the Galio, puts Tsum on a killing spree as Rengar is the third to go down. So far, it's a perfect fight for SLU.
And that's going to be Baron, and they might be able to go Baron right into drag since that timer is looking like it's about 30-40 seconds out, as the Silver Hourglass has been there for a little bit.
Top Eponymous is going to go down after a slight misstep of building another item for his teammate. Practice is going to fall to Bucksack as Bucksack goes on a killing spree, and Baron should be started up immediately on the side of SLU.
Yeah, SLU will take that 1-for-1 as Ornn was already very low and Senna was, I believe, had a shutdown at that time. So getting more kills onto that Kai'Sa, the later the game goes, she's going to be very scary here.
Yeah, absolutely. And SLU finds themselves actually finally at a relatively even gold state. They're going to go straight for the Dragon here after killing Baron. Only 4 of their team members do have Baron, but that's going to be pretty irrelevant at this point as long as they don't get wiped by Wichita here in the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, that Cloud Soul is going to be huge for them too, as a lot of their engage relies on that Ornhorn, on the Galio's heroic entrance. So I'm glad to see that they are prioritizing these objectives and they're 1 away from Soul here.
Yeah, absolutely. Being on Soul Point is a really good thing to have on the side of SLU. It's going to make it so that they have, while they are going to prioritize every Dragon from here on out, if Baron's up at the same time as Dragon, they may actually just be fine letting Wichita go to Soul Point in return for getting another Baron.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting depending on wave states and whatnot, how they're going to play that next Dragon coming around 37 minutes here. So no 20-minute Soul, hopefully a 37-minute Soul, possibly a 40-minute Soul, almost doubling our Soul timer from last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yone is going to get hit by the Sleepy Trouble level here, and no extra damage will come out of it as the Karma Q just barely falls short. And at this point, I don't even think SLU is really making use of the Baron at all. They've got multiple members in the jungle here, and Rengar is possibly caught out as the Ornhorn goes through and the Rengar ult pops as well as his flash. Although it looks like Strumpus might actually be the next one to be caught out. Ooh, Sleepy Trouble doing a very effective job of zoning. Graves hopping over that Raptor Camp wall as well, trying to look for some damage. Paddlestar does land on a Galio, however, with that magic shield, it won't do too much.
And we will just have everybody backing out here. Doesn't seem like either team, although SLU kind of wants to counter engage here, knowing that Wichita Wolves used a lot in that last engage fight they tried to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we finally see SLU making use of their Baron. Oop, possible catch out on the Graves as the Fate Sealed comes out from the Yone. But it looks like Graves got out just fine. SLU is going to take that middle lane tier 2 tower. And I think they're just going to look to try and disengage here. However, ZDR is playing very far up with the Gale Force dash. Sentinel goes down as well, and Kai'Sa and Yone are both brought very low. ZDR is going to fall as Tsum goes on a rampage. However, Practice will trade Tsum's life for that. And now Phenom EX is going to kill Zaga. Ornhorn is coming down. However, there won't be too much time left as Topopotamus is going to be the second to die to Rengar.
Yeah, what an amazing Zonius. That has been the second time that Zonius has just completely nullified the Ornhorn. You almost feel bad for Topopotamus, as that's your one job and you're not able to even do it. But you do get to see Kai'Sa and Yone back, the 2 most fed characters on SLU, so they will be able to hold just a little bit. This will not be game, and they're going to just have to turtle in base for a little bit now.
It could possibly be game. Kai'Sa has returned, but it doesn't look like Wichita is going to do any sort of pushing here, and instead opts for a little bit of emote spam.
And they will all back. They'll make sure to get that gold back on the map. And really, I don't know what's next to play for. Is Baron up next, or would it be the Drag?
Honestly, it looks like Wichita might be next. Phenom EX goes on a killing spree as Yone dies going back to his spirit. The next catch here is going to be Kai'Sa, as Galio tries to get a taunt off. However, the Kai'Sa GA did save her life. Kai'Sa gets the double kill onto Karma here. Meanwhile, Zaga is going to pick up the Zoe kill, and Senna is looking to be next as well. However, Senna's damage is just too much as the Ornhorn second part does not quite go through. However, the triple kill does come through for Buckzak.
And that GA coming in massive here for Kai'Sa, being able to keep her in the fight and give her that triple kill. The gold's basically even now, considering the Ornn upgrades. We might even see SLU being a little ahead here.
Yeah, this is actually turning into a much closer game than we anticipated. SLU's comp is doing what it needs to, and even though they will only be able to scale so far, they're doing it in such a, honestly, a really nice way right now, to the fact that they'll be able to contest any objective that comes up as long as all 5 members of their team are alive and present.
Yeah, so we will see Kai'Sa getting that back and probably going to finish that Executioner's. And I think she's going to be at max items and ready for this next fight. Does sell the Executioners to grab a Zonia is very interesting, but does make a lot of sense. She wants to be able to stay in these fights as long as possible.
Absolutely, and the double defensive item is honestly not a bad pick here. She does take full magic damage from stuff like the Zoe and the Karma, because she doesn't have any magic resist other than what she has for the base kit. But given that she has the double armor items, she's going to be able to survive the burst from Rengar and Senna and Graves a whole lot easier, on top of having the GA once it's back up in, I believe, 3-ish minutes, as well as the cooldown from Zanya's being able to save her life single-handedly.
Yeah, we will see SLU here get into the Dragon Pit kind of early, try to get that vision, does have the scuttle, so they're going to be wanting to take this soul and make sure that they give no chance for Wichita Wolves to have any dragons until possibly Elder Dragon coming in the later part.
Next Cloud Dragon will be coming up very shortly here. Baron is also under a minute spawn. No fights have broken out quite yet. It's just been a lot of poking and trying to land crowd control so far. Senna's putting out a bunch of damage onto Tsum though, however, as SLU is kind of forced to make their way over to the Dragon Pit. I believe Dragon is up and it might be started. Ornhorn is going down. Dragon Soul is going over to SLU here, as ZDR gets caught out by the Yone, and Gallia Heroic Entrance goes deep into the enemy backline. However, Phenom EX is going deep into the backline himself, as multiple Goldens go out, and 2 members of SLU have fallen to so far. Make that 3, 4, 5 as an ace goes out for Wichita Wolves here, and they may just look to end the game.
Yeah, so unfortunately, SLU is able to get the Dragon there, but that Ornhorn used early to make sure they could firm it, so they did not have much crowd control, as Gallio's Heroic Entrance goes deep into the backline onto the Yone, not clone, as his ghost was still in the back, but it went nowhere, so he was not able to use that effectively, and I do believe that Wichita Wolves will be ending the game and taking the grand finals, they are hitting it, the Nexus, and it does seem that they will take it. Congratulations to Wichita Wolves on winning the GIGABYTE Cup.
And GG goes out as Wichita takes the series 2-0.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by both teams on that last game. Much better competition from SLU Wolves. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that one crucial team fight after getting Soul, and they just melted, and that was it, as their inhibitor was already down.
Yeah, it was honestly a really similar situation to what happened last game, where they prioritized an objective over the fight, and while the objective was honestly just as important, I feel like there are certain resources that got used a little too early, so that the fight got kind of shorted on the side of SLU after they had overcommitted a couple things just to try and keep that objective priority in place.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we send this back to Devlin, I want to make sure you guys know, both Cyrus and I are streamers. Make sure to go to our Twitch pages. I'm sure LV will get that set up for us in the chat. I want to thank you guys for watching. We love you all, and let's send it back to Trackpad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GIGABYTE Cup. And Wichita Wolves, congratulations on a 2-0 victory against SLU in the grand finals. That was a very impressive near comeback from SLU, but it looks like it just came down to one missed opportunity at the Dragon Pit for the last fight that turned things around for Wichita and sealed the deal. So congratulations again to the Wichita Wolves on winning not only $1,250 for your team, but also being the first ever GIGABYTE Cup champions. We're going to send it to another quick advertisement from our sponsors, and then after that, we're going to wrap the show up with our fantastic hosts. Stay tuned.
Oh, baby, why you act so cold? That little dress hotter than July. Your mama said look out for guys like me, but you keep on cheating out the corner of your eye. I'm trying to be calm, act so cool, but there ain't no use trying to hold it inside. Before another comes and makes me a fool, I'm gonna look you right in the eye. It's your thing, do what you need, do what you like. It's your thing,
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the end of the day here at the Aquatik Studio. It's always sad when things come to an end, isn't it?
So sad.
So sad.
It's been fun.
It has been fun.
Yeah.
You know, I love firsts here at Aquatik, and this was the first ever GIGABYTE Cup hosted out of Aquatik Studios. This was our first, big League of Legends match out of Aquatik Studios. This was our first kind of full-on halftime show with music performance.
Yeah.
And I think this is
It went well.
actually the first full esports tournament that you've had some hosting abilities on, isn't it?
What can I say?
Stepping up.
I'm taking your job. Am I the new Neptune? No, I don't think I can handle it, honestly.
You know what? At least, unlike Dolphina, you do know my catch line that I like to use across everything.
I'm gonna steal your line.
Details, probably already forgot. Well, everybody, again, thanks for coming out today. Of course, a big, huge shout out to the casters. Definitely check it out. LV is putting in their Twitch streams in the chat, so you can head over and see all the great work that they're putting in and the streams that they do on a regular basis. Again, Aquatik is all about bringing people together, giving people chances and opportunities to really take over this esports space. And again, I appreciate all that are here live, as well as those that are tuning in on demand over the next couple of weeks. Aquatik is always available on our Instagram channel, on our Twitch channel, on YouTube, and across all of our other social platforms.
Yep.
Also a big thanks out to Trackpad, who organized this entire event and got the teams ready to go. And of course, I'd be remiss in not saying congratulations to the Wichita Wolves for taking that victory there at the end and walking home with that fantastic prize of $1,250. I could use $1,250 right about now. What about you?
You don't understand how much I can use $250.
So
who couldn't, though?
It looks like Aqua and I are going to go, spruce up our League of Legends play, and we'll build a team with the rest of the group, and maybe we'll be in the GIGABYTE Cup next year around.
I'm gonna need a little bit longer than that to keep up with these big dogs. So
maybe a couple years from now.
A couple.
Well, again, everybody, I really do appreciate it. A big shout out to Halocene again for joining us in that halftime show, and of course, thanks again to all of you for being here. Of course, you can get more Aquatik action next week, starting on Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with our Fireside Chat series.
Always fun time.
And then we're back Friday at 7:15 with the Big Time Conference featuring Valorant. So you can see all 14 of those schools going head to head. Stay tuned to our Discord for some updates and announcements from Call Me Wolverine on who exactly those teams will be this Friday, as well as some additional details on all things going around Aquatik. And don't forget, head to our Instagram where they can enter in to that G Fuel competition, as well as checking out the work that Aqua's put in today on the Aquatik Instagram for those BTS pictures.
Yeah, it was fun. Behind the scenes and Trackpad, Kami, LV, they all did great. And I guess Neptune, you did good too.
Details. Thanks again, everybody. I hope to see you here in Aquatik again. I know that LV's going to line up a raid so we can finish today off. And thanks. From the bottom of my heart, here at Aquatik, we always have a lot of fun. So, as always, I'm Neptune, and I'll see you in the arena.